All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate underdog get his payback. Russell is the Magic Academy's favorite punching bag. Smack, someone hits him in the head, just a casual reminder of his status. They strut off like absolute bosses, but wait, something crazy happens. A wild system window pops up right in his face, dropping a quest: teach those bullies a brutal lesson. Russell corners the jerks smoking in the bathroom, announcing he's here to wreck them. They crack up, thinking he's lost his mind, but they've got a quick fix for that. The first guy charges, fists swinging, only to eat Russell's knee and go flying straight across the room. The second bully rushes in right behind him, making the exact same dumb mistake. His face gets absolutely smashed, crashing down next to their leader. And this boss guy, he doesn't even care his crew got trashed. He casually steps up, whips out some glowing magical brass knuckles, and dashes straight for Russell. Huge mistake. Russell catches the punch like it's absolutely nothing, crushing the dude's fist. A quick twist, and the guy is on his knees, crying for mercy. Suddenly, Russell's eyes shift into literal dragon slits. A monstrous aura floods the room, and the bully just freezes, totally paralyzed. One punch, lights out. I know what you're thinking. How did this loser get so overpowered? Well, he actually time traveled in his past life. Russell went to this exact academy, but since he couldn't control his mana, they kicked him out as a total failure. His dad died fighting the Empire. Left with zero options, Russell just wandered the world, scraping by as a third-rate mercenary. The only keepsake he had was his mom's weird dragon eye ring. One random day, totally broke and down on his absolute worst luck. He took a gig dusting off stuff at a museum. Right there, he stumbled onto an ancient dragon skeleton, and shockingly, its dried-up heart. As he got close, the ring vibrated, literally waking up the ancient dragon. It gifted Russell its insane power and booted him back in time to his academy days. Back in the present, Russell leaves the trashed bathroom. Slumping against the wall, he seriously wonders if he maybe went a little too hard. Right on cue, a system screen pops up, dropping his promised reward, a super low-grade magic stone. The second he grabs it, the system tells him to eat it. Russell hesitates, wondering if munching on rocks is actually a good idea. But hey, a second chance at life means taking some wild risks. He pops the magic stone into his mouth and starts chewing. Surprisingly, it actually tastes amazing. Suddenly, glowing red mana flares up all around his body. The energy wraps around him, totally freaking him out. The screen flashes, confirming he just absorbed the stone's mana. Then, a weird feeling hits his chest and he starts panicking a bit. Realizing what's up, he grabs his chest to steady himself. The mana he ate is actively flowing, so he forces himself to chill out and let it work its magic. The system chimes in again. His circle's mana is rapidly rising, but it's not just growing aimlessly. The magic circle around his heart is soaking it all up. He breathes out, super relieved that things are finally stabilizing. You and I both know what this means, right? He just hit the jackpot. With this trick, he can finally cure his dreaded mana vein defect. He remembers his family hitting rock bottom, getting kicked out of school, and if that wasn't brutal enough, living as a garbage-tier mercenary. But now, he can actually rewrite that terrible future. Pacing down the hall with a huge grin, things are suddenly looking incredibly bright. Soon after, Russell knocks on Professor Hubert's door. He gets the green light to enter, and the old man points him to a seat. Russell sits down looking gloomy. The professor calls his name with that classic "you are in trouble, grandpa" tone, noting he's acting pretty weird today. Trying to help out, Hubert starts guessing the issue. He asks Russell if he's going through something difficult. The professor mentions a nasty rumor going around about his classmates bullying him, wondering if that's what's got him down. Flashbacks hit. Russell remembers how Hubert never gave up on him in his past life. A genuine smile breaks out as he finally answers. Saying exactly what he always wanted to say, he tells the professor not to worry. Hubert is honestly shocked, but Russell just warmly thanks him for caring. The professor clears his throat, stating it's his job to look out for his students. He adds that Russell still needs punishing for sleeping in class earlier. Hubert opens a massive book, warning him this penalty won't be an easy one. He assigns a crazy analytical report on a specific textbook section. Apparently, this chapter makes even the senior students cry tears of pure frustration. While Hubert talks, the system pops back up. A brand new mission just dropped. Complete the professor's brutal assignment. The system promises bonus rewards based on how perfectly he finishes it and how happy Professor Hubert is. The prize, another low-grade mana stone plus a mystery item. Russell's eyes bug out. Even doing homework counts as a quest now. Hubert sees him spacing out and asks if the task is too hard. Russell quickly says no, thanking the professor with a big smile. Fast forward a few hours and Russell totally crushes the report. He realizes it wasn't even that hard, back in his old life. He grinded magic theory like crazy because he absolutely sucked at practical mana. But in this timeline, there's a much bigger priority to focus on. Something way more important than just hitting the books. It's time for mana vein training. He remembers running for his life from a terrifying monster back in his mercenary days. Mana veins are basically highways for magic power, fueled by breathing. Mana gathers at the heart, the monster closes in. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here, you're about to watch absolute madness. The massive beast slams its claw down, but Russell instantly dodges, taking off running. He glances back and sees this nightmare monster charging right at him again. He quickly notes that forcing your internal mana to flow outward, yeah, that's literally called magic. Flashing back, he draws a magic circle and unleashes a massive blast of fire straight from his hands. It's huge, completely swallowing the monster in flames. Here's the catch though, the stronger your mana veins are, the more raw power you can gather, and the faster you can blast it out. But when the smoke clears, the beast doesn't even have a scratch. Guess his fire attack just wasn't packing enough punch to actually do any real damage. Realizing he is totally cooked, he scrambles to throw up a magic shield before the next strike. But way before he can finish chanting the spell, boom, a heavy impact hits him. The monster completely blindsides him with a brutal whip of its tail. The creature stalks forward, ready for the kill. Russell's flashback reminds us his sickness made hunting monsters pure hell. Now he's just slumped against the rocks, barely holding onto consciousness. Snapping awake, he doesn't even get a second to breathe. Bam, the beast smashes him again, launching his body deep into a hollow cave. Was the universe finally taking pity on his terrible luck, or just pure chance, because that crazy fall actually drops him right into a hidden underground ruin? Groaning in pain, he struggles to his feet and looks around. Right there in the ruins, he discovers two mysterious grimoires loaded with crazy secrets. Now pay attention here because this changes everything. He grabs the books, one is called Overvein, the other Wizard Body. Jumping back to the present, Russell is out jogging, grinding hard on his mana vein training. Overvein is all about bulking up your physical stats to physically widen your internal mana veins. The second book. Wizard Body gives you intense workouts that literally turn muscle tissue into extra mana pathways. Basically, the more jacked you get physically, the thicker and stronger your mana veins become. Russell remembers trying this as a full-grown adult with zero luck, but doing it now as a growing kid, he's about to get some insane gains. Our boy goes absolutely beast mode, swearing he won't be held back by weak mana veins again. He pushes himself until the sun literally goes down. Totally gassed out, he collapses against a tree, admitting he's running on fumes. He gives himself some serious props, figuring that this brutal workout is definitely enough of a grind for just one single day. But out of nowhere, the system screen pops up. It hits him with a quest to master the ancient Overvein skill by running a solid 5 kilometers. The catch, he's barely hit 0.05 out of 5. If he actually finishes the 5 kilometers, his overall speed gains will shoot up. Reading that, Russell physically cringes, trying to dangle a shiny carrot. The system tells him he can repeat this daily quest while practicing Overvein, but there's a brutal twist. The better he gets, the longer the required running distance becomes. Talk about a crazy workout plan. Once he maxes out Overvein to a certain tier, the daily quest vanishes forever. Feeling totally overwhelmed, Russell panics and asks why the system is rushing him. You and I know anime systems are brutal. Taking the hint, he gets up. He realizes he barely scored this insane opportunity. So there is zero chance he's letting it slip away. Pushing past the pain, our boy hits 1.4 kilometers out of 5. He keeps grinding, sweating hard until he hits 2.7. By now, his legs are literally turning to jelly. He's forced to stop and catch his breath, swearing his knees are about to snap in half. Checking the blue screen, he sees he's hit 3.6 kilometers. Pumping himself up, he realizes the finish line is close. Time for one final, desperate sprint. Using every single ounce of willpower left, our boy runs like an absolute madman. Deep into the night, that sweet victory notification finally pops up: mission accomplished and fat rewards incoming. He flops onto the dirt, completely dead tired, feeling like one more step might literally end him. But smiling like a winner, he suddenly realizes, how the heck is he walking back to his room? Fast forward to morning, and Professor Hubert is scanning Russell's homework. The guy is absolutely mind blown by how insanely detailed the report actually is. Staring right at Russell, the teacher actually asks if he really wrote this masterpiece all by himself. Flashing a cocky little smirk, our boy confirms it. That sheer swagger definitely doesn't go unnoticed. Hubert finally breaks the silence, telling him the paper is top-tier work. Right on cue, the system window flashes in front of him. Quest cleared, and it's time to collect that sweet loot. His prize, another basic mana stone, plus a matching gem of the exact same size. On top of that, he gets a huge brain buff to his beast summoning knowledge. With his summoning IQ leveling up, he scores a raw power boost. Way less mana drain and super fast casting speed. Russell quickly realizes the smarter he gets with these skills, the more overpowered he becomes. Time to totally exploit that system. The professor praises his genius brain and dismisses him for the day. But before bouncing, Russell stops and asks his teacher for a massive favor. Hearing the bold request, Hubert raises an eyebrow, asking why a freshman needs access to the restricted faculty library. He points out the normal student library has way more than enough reading material, but our mad lad casually drops that he's literally read every single book in there. Yeah, sounds pretty fake, honestly. Squinting, the teacher asks if he seriously read everything, and Russell drops a confident yes. The professor admits that's actually insane to hear. But honestly, even if the kid isn't capping, letting a student roam around the highly restricted faculty section is a whole different ballgame. The professor smirks, saying he'll need to pass some brutal tests to prove his worth. Russell's face instantly lights up, agreeing that sounds totally fair. Seconds later, ding, a bunch of mission screens pop up, demanding he finish every single crazy assignment the teacher just handed out for big rewards. Back on his running grind, he groans about the mountain of homework, realizing Hubert is seriously strict, but since mastering magical theory is a cheat code to getting insanely strong magic, our boy knows it's 100% worth the pain. He swears to unlock that juicy advanced knowledge, whatever it takes. Plus, figuring he gets a shiny new mana stone for every completed task, it's literally the ultimate 2-for-1 leveling strategy. Taking a quick water break, a random dude stomps up and loudly yells his full name. Meet Anton Frederick, and spoiler alert, he's totally linked to Coma. Anton snaps that his buddy Coma suffered because of him. Russell claps right back, asking if Anton wants revenge. So what do you and I make of this? Fight time. All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama. Anton cracks up, telling Russell to stop dreaming about taking revenge. His whole squad laughs right along with him. Anton totally roasts him, claiming he's just useless trash. He snarls that he'd much rather stomp him into the dirt anyway. Then the bully casually walks past, shoulder bumping him hard. Dropping a quick reminder that they have class together soon, Russell suddenly remembers the schedule, completely confused by Anton's totally smug attitude today. Then it hits him, they have practical magic combat studies. Yep, the exact class where grades completely depend on beating each other up in actual sparring matches. The worst part, in his past life, Anton absolutely humiliated him during these fights. He vividly remembers the guy towering over him, casually destroying him with insane fire magic. Anton would just smirk, totally mocking his terrible mana veins. Russell is practically kicking himself right now for completely forgetting about this brutal combat requirement. Our boy figures he better start prepping right this second. Honestly, better late than never. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. New mission alert, hit the second circle by leveling up his understanding of the magic attributes he already owns. Russell instantly goes into full grind mode, tackling every single crazy assignment the professor handed out. He practically works through the entire night. By morning, he drops a massive stack of papers right at the professor's office. Instantly, system notifications start popping off for every single assignment submitted, confirming mission success and dropping his fresh rewards. Later that evening, Russell heads back to his dorm after an epic grind session, ready to check his loot. He stares at the 10 mana stones the system just tossed him, totally clueless on what's next. Picking them up, a heavy wave of pure anxiety hits him hard. He seriously doubts his body can even handle absorbing multiple mana stones at once without completely backfiring. But whatever, he accepts his crazy fate and grabs the stones. He just has to trust the intense training he has been grinding through all this time. Now pay attention, this part is wild. He tosses all 10 stones into his mouth and chews. At first, literally nothing happens. But then boom, massive mana explodes from the stones, totally wrapping around his body. The energy spikes and a blinding light completely swallows the whole room. He suddenly feels like his body is literally burning. To drag that energy to his heart, he frantically forces a path into his mana veins. Russell starts carving out a route, desperately trying to mold that insane mana flow right into his heart. The guy is obviously in pure agony, but he pushes through anyway. Next up, he starts spinning that mana flow, sketching a brand new circle right around his heart, aiming straight for that legendary second circle status. If he messes this up, his heart is completely toast. He carefully traces out the second circle, but suddenly hesitates right before hitting the finish line. He's terrified of a fatal mistake, but hey, no turning back now, so he decides to lock it in. Boom, his veins start guzzling down the generated mana the second he completes that loop. Giving up, not an option. He literally can't become a top-tier, world-class mage without taking this crazy risk. So he commits to forming that second circle. Suddenly, a massive beam of blinding light blasts out his window. Dude basically looks like a supernova. A few moments later, Russell wakes up flat on the floor. Holy crap, he actually pulled it off. He's officially hit the second circle. Smooth, powerful mana finally flows right through his exhausted body. But suddenly, the system chimes in, mission totally cleared, rewards incoming. Even better, his overall understanding of those tricky elemental attributes just skyrocketed. Which means his elemental magic power just got a massive buff. The very next morning, the professor is skimming through all of Russell's crazy reports. He is absolutely blown away, admitting he can't believe a student actually finished all that work so fast. But wait, the professor has one final test before granting full access. It's a way deeper, super fundamental question compared to everything else. The professor asks which of the 4 magic structures is the most important. You and I both know this sounds impossible. Russell is completely stunned into pure silence. Professor Hubert sees him freezing up and instantly regrets asking. I mean, he literally just figured out the answer himself, to keep from totally crushing the kid. The professor jumps up, offering to swap it for an easier question. But Russell, who's been dead quiet this whole time, suddenly starts speaking. The professor is completely thrown off by that sudden burst of confidence. Totally shocked that he actually has an answer, Hubert shuts up and just listens. Russell confidently drops the bomb. The absolute most important structure is the caster's own mental image. The professor freezes up, genuinely processing that insane answer. Hubert finally snaps back and asks him to explain exactly why. Russell takes a deep breath, thinking hard before dropping more knowledge. He explains that magic is basically forcing something into reality using raw mana. The world breaks this whole process down into 4 distinct levels. Level 1 is assimilation, basically learning how nature works. Step 2 is mental imagery, where you perfectly visualize all those crazy concepts right inside your head. Step 3 is construction, meaning you actually build out the math formulas to support that mental picture. Finally, we hit manifestation, where the magic actually spawns into the real world. Russell points out that anyone can learn construction and manifestation if they just grind hard enough. But a perfect mental image, you absolutely cannot reach that with just effort alone. Smashing your own limits and exploring pure imagination with real courage, that dictates your mental level. Our boy literally sparks a flame in his hand to prove it. He says he can easily visualize this tiny flame as a deadly arrow. If his mind locks onto that, boom, it transforms straight into a second circle fire arrow. Right on cue, the fire actually shapes itself into a glowing arrow. Then, he casually mentions he could just picture something completely different instead. Basically, the flame blindly obeys his imagination, ready to morph into anything. He adds that he really doesn't have to limit his imagination, letting him spawn things that do not even exist. What do you and I take from this? Imagination is pure power. The professor completely agrees. All right, stick with me. You and I are diving into a world where true power means twisting the rules to create something absolutely beautiful. Russell puts out the flames, confidently wrapping up his epic explanation. Professor Hubert, who listened the entire time, is totally stunned by how remarkable Russell has become. He finally speaks up, confirming everything he had quietly suspected. The professor grins, flat out telling him the standard student library is way too small for his talent. Suddenly, boom, the system chimes in. Our boy just cleared the epic mission of entering the professor's exclusive library floor, officially scoring 2 low-grade mana stones. Later that exact day, Russell casually struts right into the first floor. Just the first floor alone is insanely massive, which definitely sparks his curiosity. To him, this place hits way different than the basic library. He wastes zero time, aggressively digging through the shelves, grabs a few elite titles, and sits down to speed read. To him, these texts are 100 times more practical than the usual garbage. But suddenly, a mysterious woman slips inside, watching him closely from behind. She finally speaks up to break the silence, teasing him about picking out such a seriously interesting read. Russell completely panics at her voice, realizing his solo session is over. He drops the heavy book and spins around super fast, oddly. Nobody is there. The crazy part, she somehow teleported right to his front, gesturing for him to look ahead. Decked out in high-tier mage gear, Russell instantly recognizes her. She flashes a warm smile and it hits him. It is Daria Snow White, the legendary master of the Flame Tower. He scrambles to bow and introduce himself. But the pressure makes him sweat instantly. Why? Because she is an 8th Circle mage, a god-tier power realm almost nobody on the entire continent ever actually reaches. Even though she is over 80, she burns insane amounts of mana just to look 20. She literally rules the absolute highest-ranking magic tower in the Red Tower faction, the legendary Flame Tower. Daria is actually pretty shocked that this kid knows her name. Out of nowhere, she randomly whips out a massive lollipop. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets fun. She calms his nerves, super curious about how a rookie managed to unlock access to this elite professor library. She spins around and asks him straight up. Russell nervously admits Professor Hubert gave him the pass. Daria gasps, completely mind-blown that an uptight guy like Hubert actually said yes. Our boy just smirks, finally realizing that the professor really is a massive stick in the mud. She then mentions that it totally adds up, explaining why he was diving into such advanced material when she walked in. Scanning him head to toe, she instantly notices that his mana is ridiculously pure and the distribution is flawlessly stable. She glances back, quietly muttering to herself that finding a kid with this kind of talent is insanely rare. Daria walks right past, telling him to chill out. Trying to ease the awkward tension, she promises she is not here to give a boring lecture or ruin his vibe. Russell bows super deep, thanking her for being so awesome. Suddenly, Daria taps the floor, and a blindingly bright light erupts right from that exact spot. She tells him to keep leveling up as much as possible, but when he blinks, gone, completely vanished. Only the fading light remains, proving she just used a high-tier teleportation spell to dip out. Russell is absolutely awestruck, just staring blankly at the empty space. Once he wraps up his reading, our MC steps out, quietly shutting the heavy door, still totally shook by that wild encounter. While he is totally zoned out, a cocky voice suddenly calls out from behind, asking if that is really our boy hovering by the VIP door. Russell glances back, and of course, it is Anton and his annoying bully squad. One of the goons loudly questions why a loser like Russell is leaving the professor's zone, asking who he thinks he is. Anton sneers, joking that Russell must have kissed some serious professor butt, but claims it will not change the harsh fact that he is a complete failure. The whole squad walks off cracking up, while Anton sarcastically tells our boy to keep trying his absolute best, walking away. He glances over his shoulder, loudly bragging that all that effort will not save him anyway. Shortly after, the entire class hits the stadium for some intense, real combat magic battles. Whoever gets called out first steps into the arena and actually gets to pick their own victim. The professor in charge usually singles out the absolute weakest kid in the room to go first. You and I both know what is coming, right? This rule lets the weak fight the weak. Every single eye locks onto Russell, totally expecting him to be the easy target. Russell remembers the brutal truth. He was always the number one target in his past life. Nearby, some guys jokingly whisper that Russell is definitely getting picked again thanks to his rare trash tier condition called monophane narrowing. Right away, one desperate kid starts literally begging Russell to pick them for the duel so they can score a free win and boost their grades. Another guy shoves in, yelling at Russell to ignore that jerk and pick him instead. The professor catches the chaotic vibe and barks at everyone to shut their mouths. He flips through his roster and finally announces the very first name for the showdown. The whole crowd starts whispering that it is 100% gonna be Russell, holding back mean laughs. But hold up, plot twist. The name echoing out is actually Anton Frederick. The entire class gasps in shock, completely confused as to why the top dog is getting called out first. Anton proudly struts past the professor. He smugly says thanks for the spotlight, but the teacher admits it is the least he can do for the wealthy Frederick Merchant Association backing him up. Russell's eyes narrow, secretly thinking to himself that he fully predicted this exact rigged scenario. Anton confidently marches right to the center, stopping dead in his tracks to choose his prey. He glares straight at Russell, ordering him to step into the arena. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert gets a completely unexpected drop-in from his old master. And he nervously mentions that a little heads up would have been super nice. But wow, it turns out to be none other than the legendary Daria Snow White herself. She casually drops into a chair, waving off his panic. She smirks, claiming it is honestly no big deal for a master to randomly check up on her former student. Flashing back to the kid she just bumped into, she asks Hubert straight up if he actually handed a VIP library pass to a boy named Russell. Hubert quickly nods, sweating bullets as he asks if the kid messed up somehow. Daria immediately lets him know the boy did nothing wrong. So what do you and I make of this? She hasn't seen someone so rare in ages. Hubert agrees, adding that Russell's monophane narrowing illness is incredibly uncommon on this continent. Let's jump into today's recap. The master calls him a total fool. She completely changes the subject, leaving Hubert absolutely stunned as he looks up, begging for some answers. She casually drops the bomb that Russell actually fixed his own massive problem. Professor Hubert is clueless, asking what she means. She just sips her tea in complete silence for a second, seeing him still looking totally confused about the situation. She finally breaks the crazy news. The kid formed his second circle. Professor Hubert is completely shell-shocked, wondering how that is even physically possible. Back at the Academy Stadium, the two boys step up to spar. Right before things kick off, another system screen pops up for Russell. It hits him with a new mission. Win this magic training match, and he scores low-grade magic stones plus a spatial compartment that holds up to 40 kilograms of loot. Russell is absolutely hyped. That spatial compartment, normally only filthy rich mages get to use that kind of storage magic for their gear. So it is going to be super clutch for hoarding magic stones. While he is daydreaming, Anton yells out, calling him a pathetic insect. The bully mocks him, asking if he is frozen in fear. Anton says begging is his only survival option here. Russell just laughs. Boom, Russell suddenly coats his whole body in raw energy, asking Anton if he is talking to him. Anton spots the transformation, instantly second-guessing himself. While they are trash-talking, the professor running the matches barks at them. Get back in your circle spots so we can start this thing. Pay close attention here. The ref spots Russell's magic and wonders if this kid actually reached the second circle, but quickly writes it off as totally impossible. The match starts. Anton immediately launches a second circle flamethrower spell. He unleashes a massive stream of pure fire straight at our boy. Russell sees the blazing inferno rushing at him and instantly reacts, summoning a sturdy shield. The flames smash into the barrier and flare upwards, completely failing to break through. Russell holds his ground, easily tanking the massive fire stream. A professor watching from the sidelines is absolutely stunned by his flawless defense. Even the referee professor is left completely speechless by Russell's performance. Meanwhile, Anton is getting super exhausted from holding his arms out and blasting fire. He is low-key panicking that Russell is actually surviving this insane onslaught. Suddenly, the fire stream completely cuts out. His body has to regulate the massive mana drain, and Anton starts violently cursing at the fizzled attack. Our guy spots the opening and immediately pounces on it. He knew that was coming. Russell fires back with his own second circle fire arrow. He launches the blazing projectile straight at the defenseless Anton. The bully is terrified seeing the fire arrow and frantically tries to counter. He is sweating now, wondering if Russell seriously hit the second circle. Anton desperately throws up a magic shield to block the hit. Bam! The arrow smashes the barrier but doesn't pierce it. Still, Anton feels that heavy impact, wondering how a total loser is fighting back. While he is barely holding the shield together against the burning flames, he suddenly catches sight of something way worse. The sight absolutely drops his jaw. Russell has already cooked up a second fire arrow. Our boy fires it with zero hesitation and absolutely no mercy. The second arrow slams into Anton's shield. Russell is giving him zero room to breathe. The referee is dumbfounded, wondering if this kid is double casting. The other professor chimes in. Nope, not double casting. His casting speed is just so insanely fast that it looks like a glitch. While they freak out, Russell summons yet another fire arrow. Anton scoffs, wondering if spamming fire is literally all this dude can do. He thinks up a sneaky counterattack and shifts his barrier. Using another second circle spell, he morphs it into a specialized fire-resistant shield. You saw that smirk, right? Russell noticed the shield change. It is exactly what he wanted. Anton is gloating, planning to just tank hits until Russell runs out of mana completely, but reality hits him like a truck. Russell cancels his fire arrow mid-cast and immediately switches spells. The flames vanish, replaced by a violently swirling vortex of wind in his hand. Anton screams in pure shock. His genius plan is completely ruined. Russell unleashes a second circle wind arrow and blasts it directly into the guy's shield. Bam! Anton takes the hit and stumbles backward. He is mind-blown that this insect actually read his shield type and perfectly countered it. That new professor on the sidelines literally drops his jaw, wondering if this absolute beast is really the same Russell he remembers. Meanwhile, the corrupt professor who rigged this whole match is sweating buckets right now. Anton groans in agony, completely losing control over his broken shield. The force shoves him back, almost knocking him out of bounds. Pure rage fills his eyes. How is a weak little runt actually beating him? Before he can even react, Russell dashes in close and starts charging up another brutal spell. This time, he goes for raw lightning. A massive electric beam blasts from his hand, striking Anton square in the chest. He goes flying back, eyes rolling white as he groans in absolutely excruciating pain. He pathetically tries sparking some fire to counter, but he is totally drained. Russell gives zero mercy, rushing in for yet another savage attack. He blasts the bully with another nasty lightning strike. The rigged professor starts screaming. He claims Russell is using illegal, unrecognized magic and demands the match be stopped right now. But nearby, Professor Hubert tells the hater to look closer at Russell's glowing energy. Look at his body and tell me that isn't magic. The guy looks absolutely terrified. He sees that glowing bright aura. He stammers, realizing Russell is literally wielding mana like a high-level knight's aura. Professor Hubert just smiles like a proud dad. He has no idea how, but his student finally cured his magical handicap. Meanwhile, back in the ring, Russell is just pummeling Anton into the dirt. And honestly, we all love to see it. The whole school watches this epic beatdown with their jaws permanently glued to the floor. Stick with me, you're about to see some wild payback. The crooked professor is sweating bullets until a voice snaps him out of it. He whips his head around, and Professor Hubert sharply reminds him to announce the victor. Stuttering like crazy, the scammer quickly calls out the winner. He loudly crowns Russell Raymond the champ. But after that insane plot twist, the professor slowly walks over to our boy. He awkwardly praises Russell and tells him to bounce. But Russell, he smirks and says they aren't done here. When the confused prof asks why, our boy drops a reality check about the class rules. The rule book is crystal clear. Unless the champion steps down, they have every right to call out their next challenger. Anton's squad starts freaking out. They suddenly realize they're next in line for an absolute beatdown. Russell points straight at one of the bullies and calls him out. Ding, the system pops up with a brand new quest. Win this next magic duel, the bounty, 2 low-grade mana stones plus some sweet bonus loot for chaining consecutive wins. Russell glares at the trembling kid and tells him to step into the ring. Fast forward to after the bloodbath. Professor Hubert is totally blown away. Our guy just swept 14 duels back-to-back. Hubert realizes Russell's battle IQ is off the charts. He's honestly just super proud he spotted that insane potential way before anyone else did. Still, the professor can't wrap his head around how the kid leveled up so fast. He replays every single one of Russell's moves in his mind. Back with Russell, another notification drops. Mission accomplished, and a brand new spatial inventory compartment is officially unlocked. The system explains that all future loot will auto-stash into this space. Plus, he just scored a massive stack of mana stones for every single fight he dominated today. But wait, there's a mysterious bonus item chilling in his new inventory, courtesy of the system. Russell spots the alert for the unknown drop and gets super curious. He immediately opens his inventory, reaches inside, and fishes around to see what he got. Now pay close attention, this is where everything changes. He pulls out a treasure map with an X marking the spot. A new quest drops, telling him to head straight to this mystery location and clear whatever mission is waiting there. The system adds that magical lights will guide him once he gets close. The payout, another mystery item, plus 5 super rare intermediate grade mana stones. But there's a massive red flag. The system straight up warns him not to attempt this until he hits the 3rd magic circle. Russell's jaw drops. The 3rd circle. He flashes back to his past life, remembering all the grueling, painful times he tried to reach that exact level. But he failed miserably every single time. Worse yet, he has absolutely zero clue where this secret location even is. The map itself is zero help, so he sprints over to the professor's library, praying to find some kind of clue that will point him in the right direction. He slams a huge stack of books onto the table and starts digging. The very first one he grabs is about the Mayan kingdom's outer territories. He eagerly flips through the pages. Nothing, total bust. He tosses it aside and grabs the next one, then the next, but he's getting nowhere fast. Still absolutely nothing. He tears through another book, empty-handed again, after blowing through dozens of volumes. He groans in pure frustration. Not a single place in these textbooks matches his mystery map. He curses under his breath, storming out of the library after realizing he just burned way too much time. He figures it's smarter to just focus all his energy on breaking through to the 3rd circle first, as he walks down the hallway. The other students literally cower in fear, totally traumatized by his stadium beatdown. Russell smirks, realizing his days of being a bullied punching bag are officially over. The only downside, he's still flying solo. While he's lost in thought, a voice suddenly calls out his name. He turns around and it's none other than Professor Hubert. The prof warmly invites him to his office, and Russell happily agrees. Once they're settled in, Hubert casually mentions that summer vacation is right around the corner. I know what you're thinking, summer school, no thanks, but watch this. Hubert pours some tea, asking about his plans, and Russell admits he's got nothing booked yet. Hearing that, Hubert drops a bomb. He asks Russell to be his partner for a summer research project. Our boy is stunned. Hubert adds that if he crushes it, he might even get co-author credits on the paper. Russell picks up the research doc, stares at the cover image, and his eyes go wide. He totally recognizes the spot. The professor catches his shocked expression and asks what's on his mind. Russell quickly apologizes, doing a total 180, and announces that he actually does have big summer plans now. Hubert just stares at him, totally confused, wondering why the kid literally just said he was free. Russell shoves the book back and declares he's heading straight to the location on the cover. To prove it, he even hands Hubert his mystery treasure map. Hubert checks the map and instantly identifies the region as Moldova. Fast forward to the start of summer break, and Russell is officially hitting the road to Moldova. Chilling in the back of a carriage, he enjoys the scenic route. Soon after, he opens his inventory, grabs a raw mana stone, and casually pops it in his mouth like candy. He figures these spicy rocks will keep him fueled up for the long trip. His goal, break right through to that 3rd circle before he even steps foot in Moldova. Back at the academy, Hubert is still obsessing over how crazy this coincidence is. Why? Because someone else super important is also heading there. He realizes his own master, Daria, is probably hanging out in Moldova right now. Meeting her could be the best thing to ever happen to Russell. Cut to the gorgeous and Mian Moldova Sea. Daria is catching a tan on the beach, living her best vacation life. She thinks to herself, it might just be her hometown, but this place is absolutely stunning. Sipping a cool drink, she wonders how long it's been since her last day off. Honestly, she's been way too busy keeping the entire empire safe. Giving crazy magic presentations and leveling up her students, the Grandmaster flashes back to a time she was giving a serious lecture. She drops 3 massive numbers on them, 9, 6, and 3. Igniting a sick flame in her palm, she explains these digits are absolutely sacred to any mage. The kids are totally mesmerized by her insane aura, hanging onto every single word. Daria reveals that reaching the 9th circle means you have hit the absolute peak of human magic limits. So what do you and I take from this? Hitting those tiers means pure suffering on the road to Grand Mage. Let's see if our boy survives the grind. All right, guys, strap in. You and I are about to see exactly what hitting the 3rd circle means. Daria thinks about the crazy isolation of being a mage. Suddenly, she remembers Russell. Is that kid actually doing okay? She recalls seeing him casually flip through an advanced magic book. Meanwhile, Russell's carriage finally rolls into Moldova. The driver yells out that they made it. The driver waits a hot minute, but our guy doesn't step out, so he heads around back to check. He absolutely freaks out when he sees the state his passenger is in. Sometime later, Russell is aggressively inhaling food. Man is double-fisting a hot dog and a whole loaf of bread. Facing a literal mountain of grub, he realizes something. He burned way too much energy wrestling with wild mana while forming that 3rd circle. Cut back to the freaked-out carriage driver. The driver found him totally knocked out and panicked, completely convinced he kicked the bucket. Back to now, Russell happily chugs his drink. He slams down the empty cup on the table. Reaching the 3rd circle, yeah, he's feeling totally hyped about it. Breaking his past life's limit just months after traveling back in time, absolutely insane. He drops some cash for the massive meal and dips. Heading out, he promises himself that the 3rd circle is just the beginning. Now pay attention here. The system brings up a huge map mission, dropping a hint that a mysterious light will guide his path. Russell takes another look at the map. He needs to find that big marked X, but he has zero clue about the local geography. While scratching his head over directions, he overhears a hyped tour guide pitching an awesome sightseeing trip around the Pompeo volcano. The guide is screaming at the top of his lungs about a crazy one-day discount. Russell tags along with the tourist squad, following the loudmouth guide up a super rocky and steep path. The guide drops some lore. Pompeii was just a regular mountain until a very specific magical beast decided to move in. Yep, a literal red dragon. Hearing that, Russell figures it is time to ditch the group and solo this. Our boy ducks behind the clueless tourists and straight up yeets himself off the edge of the cliff. He totally sticks the landing on the river below and just starts walking on the water. He gets to thinking, there has got to be a massive connection between this spot, his time travel, his fast growth, and those system rewards. Tracking the map up toward a giant waterfall, he starts realizing all these breadcrumbs are leading him to something huge. He strongly suspects his recent crazy leveling up is tied to that ancient dragon. He checks the map again. Little specks of light pop out and hover right in front of him, swirling together into a glowing eyeball shape. Suddenly, that streak of light zips away from the parchment. Russell realizes this is the magical GPS he was promised. The glowing light floats right into the roaring waterfall. He smirks, knowing his jackpot is behind the water, and instantly preps a spell. He blasts a heavy wind arrow to part the water, smoothly jumping through the gap so he doesn't get soaked. Touching down on a solid rock inside, he realizes there is an entire hidden lava cave in there. Now I know what you're thinking. Where are all the monsters? The system warned him to wait until the 3rd circle, so this eerie silence is sketchy. Our boy creeps deeper into the cavern, watching his back. Seeing some old carved pillars proves that someone definitely lived here a while ago. He runs his hand over a stone pillar, guessing its age. Out of nowhere, something catches his eye from the shadows. That guiding light finally hits the brakes right in front of a super creepy, mysterious door. But as he steps up to it, his danger senses go absolutely haywire. Something is horribly wrong. He stops in his tracks. Did he seriously just forget his hardcore survival instincts from his mercenary days? Here is the deal. When a dungeon is completely dead silent with zero small fry, you just walked into an apex predator's house. Boom, a gargantuan lizard pops out of nowhere, staring him down. Russell jumps back before his head becomes a quick snack. Creating some distance, he gets a good look. It is a massive Komodo lizard, a boss monster that usually takes 2 full squads. Watching the absolute unit charge at him, our boy knows fighting is suicide right now. It is time to run for his life. He needs to buy time, so he charges up a second circle magic skill called Lightning Arrow. The beast roars, closing the distance fast, but Russell stays cold as ice, aiming the sparking arrow right at its ugly mug. He fires it off, praying the blast slows the monster down enough for a quick getaway. The shockwave electrocutes the giant lizard. It completely stuns the beast. Russell is stoked his trap worked and immediately books it like crazy. He sprints full speed toward the stone gate where the light stopped, desperate to trigger the next mission phase. But right as he reaches the door, 2 giant statues cross their staffs. They demand he prove his mana worth before he can enter. And the giant lizard just shook off the stun. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see how he survives this. Stick with me here because things are about to get wild. Russell is completely boxed in. With 0 escape routes left, our boy decides to pull off something totally crazy. Furious, he decides to just blast his own way out. He throws his hand forward, whipping up a massive burst of fire, and aims it dead at that Komodo lizard. Boom, the glowing stone on the door instantly scans his radiating mana. Even the giant monster looks completely stunned seeing the stone react to his raw power. Instead of attacking, the beast freezes. Russell is just as confused. He lowers his guard for a second, wondering why this giant lizard just slammed the brakes. The scaly monster rears back, practically standing straight up. Russell just stares at the beast in total confusion, but suddenly, those stone guards finally pull their spears back, clearing the entrance. That creepy, mysterious voice from earlier announces he has passed the test. Our boy just got his golden ticket. The blood-red stone on the gate starts glowing like crazy. The light flashes super bright, completely swallowing up the whole cave in a blinding flash. Next thing we know, he wakes up with a massive migraine in a completely new zone. He looks around, realizing his surroundings are entirely different now. Touching the freezing floor, he realizes it is solid ice. He is totally thrown off. How did he go from a rocky dungeon to an absolute freezer in seconds? No clue where he is, just surrounded by frozen walls and creepy ice statues, as he keeps scanning the freezing room. He figures some wild teleportation magic must have dragged him here from the previous cave, but while trying to process that, he spots something else super weird right behind him. Up a short flight of frozen stairs sits this massive magical horn locked down by heavy chains. Just as he spots it, the system screen suddenly pops right back up. The system drops his second mission. He needs to smash every single ice golem in this freezing zone and survive something called the Trial of Fire. Now pay attention here. A sudden grinding noise makes him spin around. Those creepy ice statues from earlier, yeah, they are actual golems and they are fully awake. He looks around. He is completely surrounded by massive, hulking ice monsters. Our guy seriously wonders if the system expects him to solo this entire squad by himself. No time to complain. He immediately sparks up some intense fire magic in his hands. He curses the system for giving him such a brutal mission, but right now, fighting back is literally his only option to survive. He summons a blazing firebolt and yeets it at the closest golem like an absolute madman. The flaming attack rips across the freezing cave, flying straight for the target. Boom, direct hit right to the chest. You would think it did massive damage, right? After all, everyone knows fire totally counters ice-type monsters. But Russell remembers the golden rule: to kill a golem, you have to smash its inner core. And this giant block of ice, it looks completely unharmed. If that thing could talk, it would totally be asking, "Is that all you got, bro?" His epic firebolt literally only left a tiny crack on its chest. Big yikes, looks like it is game over and our guy is about to become monster food. Russell winces hard at the failed attack, wondering just how insanely dense and cold this ice actually is. Time for plan B since fire didn't do the trick. He tries channeling up some sharp wind magic in his hands, but there is a huge problem. The wind just isn't responding to him at all. Our boy is completely shocked. He panics, wondering why his trusty wind skills are suddenly offline. While he is busy panicking, the giant golem charges, swinging down to completely flatten him. Thinking fast, Russell decides to just fry the thing with high-voltage lightning magic instead. But the lightning fails too. You and I both know what that means. He is totally cooked. The monster smashes the floor, but luckily he dodges backward just in time. He slides backward, hitting a solid wall of ice. Panicking, his brain desperately scrambles back to that system notification from earlier. He tries to figure out why his spellcasting got nerfed out of nowhere. Then it clicks. The system literally said he had to clear the trial of fire. Out of nowhere, a second golem swings to swat him like a fly, but our guy barely manages to backstep out of danger. The realization hits him. This zone locks out every single element except fire. While desperately trying to dodge another heavy swing, his foot catches on an ice rock and he totally trips. He stumbles straight into a solid dead end. Now every single golem completely boxes him into the corner, and things are looking incredibly bad. Groaning in serious pain, Russell slumps down after slamming hard against the freezing wall. Blood trickles down his forehead from the harsh impact, but instead of giving up, he looks up with absolute, deadly focus in his eyes. He summons a fresh firebolt and straight up walks right at them. He is not backing down. The golems just stare as blazing fire and intense mana completely wrap around his body. Russell launches 3 blazing firebolts all at once. The golem looks completely caught off guard by the rapid fire, and those flaming arrows are moving way too fast for it to dodge. Boom, the triple impact creates a massive explosion. The blast violently shatters its chest, leaving the golem's core totally exposed. Time for the finishing blow. He snipes the core with another bolt, shattering the monster into a million pieces. He repeats the exact combo on the next guy, and boom, it works perfectly. Panting heavily, he takes a look around. He only managed to drop 2 of them. At this crazy burn rate, his mana pool is gonna hit 0 way before the room is cleared. Grimacing through the exhaustion, he knows he needs a better strategy. As another giant fist slams down to crush him, he sprints backward to buy a little time to think. He realizes that breaking their thick ice armor instantly requires a heavier hit, kind of like how a knight shatters a heavy iron shield with one massive, brutal swing. To pull that off, he has to focus every drop of magic into one tiny spot. Basically, he needs to cram way more raw mass into the volume of a single attack. This is advanced level casting, so he sprints even further back to buy enough time. Once he gets some solid breathing room away from the mob, he starts channeling the crazy complex spell. First up, he generates a standard fire arrow. Then he layers on an amplification formula, making the arrow massive and super heavy. Next, he uses a replication trick to clone the spell. It works flawlessly, spawning several gigantic, flaming arrows. Now for the crazy part, making it dense. He forces all the separate arrows to merge together into a single point, one arrow holding the insane power of 5 at once. 5 massive fire arrows hover in the air, ready to be fused. Sweating hard, Russell carefully starts applying the super risky magical formula for compression. The spell crushes down between his hands, but suddenly a golem teleports right in his face, throwing a massive knockout punch. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. It looks like Russell is about to get smashed into the freezing floor. He screams, begging the arrow to merge fast so he survives. Right in the nick of time, boom. He fires off the merged arrow, triggering a massive explosion that stops those giant golems dead in their tracks. One takes a brutal hit, leaving a massive hole where its core used to be. Russell steps back, letting the ice golem crash down hard. He struts forward looking epic with his brand new weapon, the Blaze Lance. Suddenly his eyes shift back into dragon mode. The system chimes in, his fire element mastery just broke past its limits. Russell completely agrees, saying he can physically feel the insane power. He figures this wild energy is basically 5th circle level. But gripping the spear, he notices just keeping it active drains his mana super fast. Not wanting to waste juice, he attacks first, but the golems charge right back, totally unfazed by his flashy new fire toy. He attacks from where he stands, unleashing fire that literally burns straight through 3 golem cores in a row, moving from one target to the next. Counting only 4 of them left, our boy rushes in to wrap this up. He shatters another core with absolutely zero effort. He wildly slices through the second monster, destroying its core instantly. Now we are down to just the final 2. While counting, a golem swings a massive overhead strike at him. He dodges it effortlessly, leaps right at the monster, and cleanly slices the disrespecting beast perfectly in half. With that one dusted, our guy starts panting heavy. His mana tank is running on empty, but he refuses to stop until they are all destroyed. The final golem switches to long range, hurling massive ice boulders. Russell blocks most of it, but a few heavy chunks still smash right into him. He realizes that hit would have one-shotted him without his spear. Now running on fumes, his weapon starts fading away, but Russell pushes through, forcing the spear to stay solid. Now pay attention because he only has one move left. He decides to literally chuck the spear at the monster. This final strike is absolutely do or die. Missing means game over. Once the beast gets close, Russell launches the weapon with everything he has, praying it hits. Bam! It completely shatters the ice shield and drills straight into the core. Russell just stands there, watching his attack rip right through the giant monster. Our boy stares through the massive hole he blew in its chest. Realizing he actually wiped them all out, he immediately collapses straight to the floor. The system pops up, flashing a mission complete sign. It rewards him with 2 low-grade mana stones and 3 of the lowest-grade ones as a bonus. But the real prize, he also scores the unknown object, officially revealed as the Horn of the Forgotten King. It turns out that sketchy chained-up item he saw earlier is this exact horn. Suddenly, the whole thing gets completely engulfed in blazing fire. The screen confirms it is the Forgotten King's horn, loaded with raw fire essence. It starts blasting off a blinding light that completely floods the entire ice cave. While the cave glows, Russell is completely knocked out from pure exhaustion. Meanwhile, the system says he has to enter the king's mind to actually claim this epic reward. Russell soon wakes up in a super weird dimension. He is tied up in heavy chains, looking around to figure out where he is. A prompt pops up right in his face, confirming he grabbed the unknown object, the Forgotten King's horn packed with heavy fire essence. It repeats that he must enter the king's thoughts to get his prize, staring at the chains holding him down. I know what you're thinking, how is being tortured a reward? Russell thinks the exact same thing until the king's voice suddenly echoes out. The legendary voice booms, announcing it will grant him something called the King's Fragment. Suddenly, the blazing fire horn drops right into the room with him. It is completely covered in flames. The sharp tip starts aiming right at him, and Russell panics, realizing he is about to get skewered, and yep, he guessed right. The fiery horn violently stabs into him. He screams in agony, finally realizing the chains are just there so he can't dodge this brutal upgrade. The sharp point digs deep through his flesh, forcing the power inside. Insane amounts of raw energy flood his body, making him look like he is going to literally explode. He just keeps screaming his lungs out from the blinding pain. The ancient voice tells him to use this power for a purpose, but Russell is way too busy fighting through the absolute agony to hear a word. His body is burning up, completely overloaded with insane mana. Right behind him, the giant spirit of a dragon, the true Forgotten King, magically appears. Moments later, Russell washes up on a shore. He wakes up groaning, feeling like his entire body just got hit by a truck. Confused, he looks around trying to get his bearings. Judging by the totally familiar architecture nearby, he guesses he is somehow still chilling in Moldova. His brain is super foggy and his memory is buffering hard. Then the system pops up. He successfully consumed the horn and hit a new limit. It also mentions that all the overflowing mana has been safely put into storage for him. Plus, his intermediate fire skills have officially leveled up to advanced tier. Hyped up, Russell clenches his fist, activating his mana to test if it's actually real. Boom, his body unleashes a crazy burst of mana that absolutely blows his old power levels away, leaving him totally speechless. He is incredibly close to hitting the 4th circle now. He glances around, almost not believing that this insane aura is actually his own. Remembering the brutal torture in those chains, he just smirks, totally worth it for these massive gains. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind says it is great seeing him here. He turns and sees Grand Miss Daria, Snow White, rocking casual clothes. He is absolutely shocked to bump into her out here in Moldova. She drags him to a beachside bar and mentions feeling a massive, random spike in mana. She came over to investigate and bam, found our guy. Russell grabs the drink she offers and thanks her. Smiling, he admits he really didn't expect to run into her out here. So what do you and I take from this? His master just realized his mana is insanely pure and near fourth circle. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Russell casually asks the tower master why she's chilling in Moldova. She drops a fun fact, it's actually her hometown, though most people have zero clue. Russell is totally shook. He literally double checks if he heard her right. Miss Daria just nods and says that's exactly why she visits every single summer. Now she's curious, so she flips the question, what brings him to Moldova? Russell hesitates, spilling the whole truth this early, probably a bad idea, so he scrambles for a decent excuse, telling her he just wanted to travel and see the world. The tower master flashes a sweet smile, totally buying it, but in her head, she's plotting to test the kid's skills. She decides to go for it. She asks if he'd mind helping her out with a little errand. Russell looks completely lost. But then Daria snaps her fingers and boom, magic time. Sizzling flames wrap around Russell, dressing him in a sleek black cape. He spots the flame tower symbol on it and wonders, why the heck is she giving him this? The master tells him to chill, it's a totally doable task. Out of nowhere, a system screen pops up. New mission alert, he has to pass Miss Daria Snow White's special test. The system drops the details. He has to help her smash some human trafficking pirates down at the Moldova harbor. The prize, an intermediate-grade mana stone. Score. The master adds that he probably already knows Enmion has a super strict ban on any kind of slavery. Which is exactly why dirtbag trafficking ships are completely banned from their docks. Sadly, some absolute fools still try to ignore the law. She tells him some shady guys are trying to land their slaver ship nearby, and she wants his help wrecking them. Fast forward to that evening, they hop on a boat for the mission. Master Daria casually mentions she could solo this. But here's where it gets wild, pay attention. The plan requires securing the ship and saving every single victim. Russell catches on instantly. They need a flashy fake attack to distract the bad guys while someone rescues the hostages. Daria loves his quick thinking. Riding the boat, Russell goes deep into thought. He realizes literally hundreds of mages would sprint barefoot to help her. So if the Flame Tower Master is asking him specifically, it's definitely not because she's desperate for backup. Nope, she is 100% testing him. Soon enough, the shady ship is right in front of them. Before she jumps off, she gives him a serious warning. Things are about to get ugly. The Guardian life isn't all sunshine and heroic poses. This harsh reality, just part of being a mage. Speech over, she steps to the edge and straight up levitates. She tells him she'll pull all the aggro and make it look like a massive frontal assault. That will buy him the perfect window to sneak in and save the kidnapped innocent people. Russell watches tensely as the Flame Tower Master floats high into the dark sky. She keeps soaring up until she's towering over the pirate ship. Hitting the perfect altitude, she stops and smirks, saying this height should do it. Suddenly, her magical energy absolutely erupts. A blinding light explodes across the sky, and she yells for Russell to move. Down below, the pirates are totally blinded. Panic mode activated. Thinking they're under heavy fire, they scramble to the deck and start cranking up a massive crossbow. Other goons grab smaller crossbows, desperately getting ready to defend their stolen cargo. The boss barks an order to aim right at the glowing sky. Dozens of arrows shoot up heading straight for the light, but Miss Daria just smiles from the glow, pathetic. A pirate curses out loud as the arrows miss completely. Daria casually spawns a giant ball of lava, chunks it down, and it scatters into fiery pieces. Master Daria wants to see if their skills match their big mouths. You saw that coming right on the deck. Sizzling lava chunks hit the wood, sparking little fires everywhere. The pirates freak out. One genius tries to stomp out the magical fire with his boot. Total fail. Instead, a tiny flaming hand reaches out and grabs the dude's ankle. Yep, those aren't normal fires. They're literally fire golems. The guy screams, thrashing wildly as the little fiery monster clings to him. All around them, the scattered flames morph into crazy little fire dwarfs holding blazing weapons. The crew backs up in terror, completely clueless on how to fight magical fire monsters. These bad boys were custom creations by Mysteria Snow White, and they go by the name Dwarfs of Burning Wood, while the weaklings cry in fear. One overly confident meathead marches up with an axe. Meanwhile, Russell makes his move, slipping onto the ship unnoticed during the massive chaos. The cocky dude yells at his crew to stop crying over some fancy campfire tricks. Russell stays hidden. Watching the idiot charge an innocent-looking golem, the cocky guy swings his heavy axe down and cleanly slices the little fire dude right in half. But a second later, the golem just fuses back together, and oh boy, it is pissed. Russell watches, totally hyped to see real golems in person. The attacked golem shifts its form, instantly slithering up and wrapping around the guy's legs. Soon after, it completely constricts him, erupting into full-blown flames. Russell is absolutely mind-blown by how crazy fast these things can shape-shift. The rest of the pirates watch their buddy literally burn to crisp in pure horror. Russell snaps out of his fanboy moment. Time to actually do the mission. He ditches the deck and creeps down the stairs. Below deck, there's a massive, sketchy prison block where the captives are locked up. The lone guard down there hears the crazy explosions and wonders what's happening upstairs. One prisoner happily shouts that the Navy must be here to save them. The angry guard violently smacks the iron bars with his weapon, scaring them into dead silence. He sneers that nobody is escaping. But honestly, you and I both know Russell is about to humble this dude when they keep quiet. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Russell grabs the back of his neck, deciding he's heard enough. Our boy uses some wild lightning magic to knock him out clean. Boom, a random lightning bolt absolutely fries the big guy. Seeing the guard hit the floor, one of the prisoners creeps up, desperately asking if this is a rescue mission. Russell flashes him a smile. Yep, he's here to save them, but he tells the guy to stay locked up. It's way safer inside until every single pirate is dealt with. Dropping to his knees, the man literally thanks God for the miracle. Meanwhile, Russell scans the tiny space, completely mind-blown by how many people they packed in there. But then our guy spots something sick. A tiny kid huddled up in a cell. Russell is completely disgusted. These absolute scumbag pirates are actually selling little kids as slaves. He gets totally furious, calling these pirates total trash bastards. Seconds later, more pirates show up and spot Russell. They immediately notice their buddy knocked out cold, just face-planted right there on the ground. Realizing their ship is under attack, one yells to grab the intruder. All three guys draw their swords and charge straight at our boy. Already seeing red over the kidnapped kid, Russell straight up tells them he's the one making arrests today. He whips up a chain made of pure lightning. Using a second circle magic called chain lightning, he chucks it at them. It bounces guy to guy, electrocuting all three on the spot. They drop completely unconscious. Right before passing out, one guy mumbles a threat about their captain showing up. But Russell cuts him off with another blast of lightning. Shutting him up, our boy moves on to check the next room in the prison block. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. He finds a pitch-black cell. A voice from inside asks if he is a flame tower mage. Russell whips up a ball of light to see through the shadows, and what's inside totally shocks him. The cell is literally packed with captured elves. A male elf repeats the question, is he a flame tower mage? Russell figures he's only asking because of the symbol on his cape. He admits he isn't officially in the flame tower yet, but the elf just gives him crazy attitude, basically saying, whatever, just do your job. Looking totally unimpressed, the elf demands he open the gate already. Russell rolls his eyes, thinking, yeah, dude, obviously I am going to open it. But seriously, why is this guy so annoying? Sure, elves have huge egos, but come on. Russell stares at him, honestly debating if he should just ditch them there. Suddenly, a much softer voice echoes from the back, telling the rude guy to chill out. A female elf steps up, telling him to mind his manners. The guys are startled, quickly helping her stand as they respectfully call her ISO. Iso drops a truth bomb. Russell isn't just some normal human. Walking to the bars, she says his mana is pure, like sunset light. Apparently, our boy gives off the actual scent of spirits. Flashing him a gorgeous smile, she points it out. Wait, not human. The other elves are totally floored. The loudmouth asks what she means. Russell is just as confused, wondering what the heck a spirit scent even is. The elves are completely baffled. How can a human smell like a spirit? Even Russell gets weirded out and starts sniffing his own clothes, trying to catch this magical scent she mentioned. Right in the middle of his sniff test, the mouthy elf calls out. The rude elf does a complete 180 and respectfully bows, begging Russell to save them. Every single elf in that cell immediately follows his lead. Russell gets super awkward watching this whole display. He realizes these high and mighty elves, usually famous for their giant egos. We both know exactly what this means, right? He looks at her, guessing she's a high elf. Anyway, he blasts heat into the lock, trying to snap it. While melting it, Iso calls him a guardian. She asks if he already took down the pirates and their bosses. Bosses? Russell is super confused. Meanwhile, a fully armored knight strolls into the other block, finding his guards knocked out. Back in the cell, Iso warns Russell these bosses are completely next level. Way stronger than even her elite magic warriors. Meanwhile, back with the bad guys. The knight follows the trail of bodies straight to the open door. A sick smirk hits his face. He is already dreaming up ways to torture this intruder. Up on deck, it is absolute chaos. Pirates are desperately fighting fire golems while their captain just watches, trying to keep the ship steady. Finally getting the boat under control, the captain draws his huge sword. Without warning, he dives straight toward the lower deck to join the fun. Slice, he effortlessly decapitates the fire golems, and yeah, they are not coming back from that. He mocks his crew, asking how they struggled against such weak trash. Notice that wild glow around the captain. Yep, that means he is an actual knight. The pirate crew goes wild, screaming at Daria that she is completely doomed now. Miss Daria just watches, honestly amused these losers actually beat her fire summons. Curious about what she is dealing with, she floats right down to the ship deck to see the hype for herself. Seconds later, the Flame Master lands gracefully. Every single pirate stares, totally shook that she actually approached them. The captain smirks, impressed by her sheer guts to close the gap. Daria gives him a cheerful look, guessing he must be the big boss. The captain proudly puffs his chest. He is Don Click, the captain. Daria quickly scans his stance and sword, spotting that glowing energy. He is using aura. Only one explanation: this guy used to be a legit knight. She bluntly asks what a knight is doing running a filthy pirate ship. Don just cracks up. He basically asks if knightly honor pays the bills or buys food. Laughing like a maniac, he admits the slave trade makes the Click brothers crazy rich. Done with the small talk, Don raises his giant sword, fully ready to slice this mage into pieces. He blurs across the deck instantly, swinging for her neck. But that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you're going to want to see this fight play out. Let us dive in, guys. Down in the prison, a massive slash tears through the wall. Elo tries warning him about the bosses, but our guy whips around to see the damage. Suddenly, boom, that cut explodes, completely blowing the wooden wall wide open. Russell backs away from the smoke, squinting to see the threat. He throws up a magic shield just in time to block a nasty surprise. The second Click brother laughs, impressed that Russell actually blocked that. The knight grips his sword and starts closing the distance. Getting close, he figures out Russell is a mage. Meanwhile, Russell spots the guy's aura. That is heavy-duty knight energy right there. Ding, the system drops a brand new, super hard mission. The goal: win his very first real fight against a swordsman. Elo is totally freaking out over this guy's pressure, begging Russell to stay sharp. She drops the lore: this second Click brother is the ship's vice captain. Meaning he is ridiculously dangerous. The dude just whips out this bizarre sword, grinning like a maniac. He mocks Russell, saying a mage is cool. But he is still just a kid. Stepping up, the knight asks why Russell only knocked the grunts out. In his book, he totally should have finished them off. The vice captain promises to show him how it is done. Russell instantly flares his mana aura. Our main character knows fire magic would just burn this wooden ship down. Smart move. He switches things up and goes right for the lightning magic. Plus, the bad guy is rocking heavy iron armor. He shoots multiple jagged lightning bolts straight at the knight, but the vice captain spots it, swinging his sword to block. Right before impact, the knight smashes the wooden floor. He kicks the splintered planks up into the air, using them to intercept the incoming voltage. He actually praises Russell's big brain energy, guessing his iron suit would be totally conductive. Watch closely here. Instead of dodging, the knight charges straight through the lightning, shouting that Russell missed one tiny detail. Russell is stunned. The lightning literally is not hurting the guy's armor at all. Still, our boy goes all out, spamming another heavy wave of electricity. The vice captain just bulldozes forward, mocking him that magic is useless here. With the bolts right in his face, he smirks and casually swats them with his iron blade. The energy hits the blade and just vanishes. Zero shock, Russell safe inside his shield. Absolutely panics, wondering how that iron sword is not frying the dude alive. The boss closes in fast, taking a massive baseball swing right at the barrier. Bang, the heavy strike hits the magic shield hard, but miraculously it holds up. Suddenly, the knight pauses. He slowly pulls his blade back from the impact zone. As it shifts, Russell spots something that drops his stomach. A massive spiderweb crack covers the barrier. That sword, definitely not normal iron. In a flash, the whole shield shatters. Meanwhile, up on the main deck, Don Click blitzes the Flame Tower Master at crazy speed, going for a deadly horizontal slash. He cleanly cuts her right in half. But joke is on him. It is a decoy that instantly explodes into fire. Daria just reappears right in front of him, totally engulfed in flames, and Don gets big mad. He talks trash, calling her a coward who only knows how to run. Daria stays icy silent at first, but when she finally talks, she questions if his brother is a knight too. Don proudly says yes, but loudly brags that his sibling is nowhere near his own epic level. While he yaps, the fire morphs into another flame dwarf. Don just laughs out loud. Is she seriously trying that same lame trick twice? The master smirks. Nope, things will be way different this time. Don starts sweating, wondering what that means. Suddenly, flaming dwarfs crawl right out of the floorboards. They march forward carrying weapons, leaving Don super confused. Daria kindly explains the catch. If he cuts these guys, they multiply, way worse than the last batch. Refusing to listen, Don slashes the advancing fiery dudes. Boom, they instantly split into almost 12 angry dwarfs. You guys are going to love this flex. She calls these her dwarfs of hellfire. She just watches him flail around, looking absolutely thrilled by his suffering. Don starts panicking, realizing he is totally swarmed. Good thing he is insanely fast, desperately slashing to survive. He is mind-blown by her insane fire control. Taking one good look at her face through the flames, it finally clicks. He knows her. She is the legendary witch of the Flame Tower. He messed with the absolute wrong girl. Meanwhile, back downstairs, things are looking bloody after Russell's shield snaps. The vice captain blinks. Russell is completely gone. Wondering where the kid vanished, the knight snaps his head to the side. There is Russell just standing there. He pivots fast, ready to land the kill shot. He is totally baffled how a mage dodged a point-blank melee strike. Our boy sways, gripping his bleeding chest, fighting to stay standing. The knight distinctly remembers his heavy blade hitting Russell's torso. Honestly, he should be sliced clean into 2 pieces. But looking closer at the kid's beat-up body, he spots a glowing aura wrapped around him. Is he using magic to buff his physical stats? Exactly. Russell forces his aura into overdrive to boost speed and heal that nasty chest wound. The big guy scoffs, does not even matter. To him, Russell is just a cornered rat waiting to be squashed. Alo watches in pure terror, feeling so bad for him. Russell is gasping for air, desperately trying to slow the bleeding before he passes out. But deep down, he knows a thing or two about knights. A dark memory flashes back from his past life. Back then, he met a totally psycho knight who wiped out an entire innocent mercenary squad. The reason? Someone accidentally bumped his shoulder. Russell was one of the last victims, bleeding out on the dirt. But just then, a random hero jumped in to save him. So what do you and I make of this? A stranger stepped up to block that ruthless knight. And get this, the guy who stopped the madness was a mage. In a flashback, the mage throws up a shield against an angry, charging knight. Against all odds, the magic user actually manages to completely pin him down. Stick with me here, you are about to see Russell completely copy that exact secret move. He instantly throws up another glowing magic shield to defend himself. The vice captain dashes right back in. He swings hard, totally expecting to shatter this new barrier into pieces just like the last one. But right then, Russell perfectly remembers the life-saving trick that Mage used in his past timeline. The angry knight slams a ridiculously heavy strike into the defense, trying to bust it. He shatters the barrier just like he planned, but wait, something is totally off. Russell reveals the genius trick, stacking a second shield right underneath the first one. That is the exact strategy our boy copied. The knight's massive sword strike only managed to break the outer layer. The guy steps back, totally waiting for the whole defense to crumble. Instead, he is absolutely shocked to see Russell standing perfectly fine. Catching him totally lacking, Russell fires off a wind spell. A second circle wind arrow shoots out and blasts the knight dead in the chest. The raw impact launches the dude flying clear across the cabin. He slams his skull into the wall, groaning as blood spills right out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Russell stumbles. Honestly, he still looks super messed up from that deep chest wound. The skin itself seems to be patched up. But the pain is insane, and he is definitely feeling that blood loss. He snaps the superheated lock to free the trapped elves, who immediately pop out, thanking their savior. He tells the group to follow his lead and escape this nightmare of a ship. But out of nowhere, the furious vice captain yells out, calling him a brat. The guy stands right back up. That blast barely even kept him down. Spitting mad, the knight growls that Russell really should have aimed straight for the head. Russell is totally baffled. How did this guy tank the exact same magic combo that completely wrecked enemies in his past life? Whatever, no time to stress. He quickly orders Islo to grab all the other prisoners and sprint upstairs to safety right now. The swordsman just laughs at this escape plan, mocking Russell for trying to play hero. Then boom, he dashes forward at literal lightning speed for another strike. In a flash, he is right in Russell's face. The main character throws up his dual barrier. The sword smashes the front layer, but the second one holds strong. Now pay close attention, this guy learns fast. He yells that Russell is not getting another free shot and unleashes an absolutely crazy flurry of rapid-fire strikes. He shatters every single barrier in mere seconds. Our boy is stuck playing defense, forced to spam shield after shield, while the crazy knight just obliterates them instantly. Russell just needs to buy enough time for the elves to evacuate the humans. During this insane clash, the elves snatch the prison keys. Russell just tanks the relentless assault, waiting for the exact moment the other captives and kids escape. Islo finally screams that everyone is completely clear and safe. That is the green light. Meanwhile, the maniac knight is still hacking away at the magic barriers like crazy. Hearing the escape, the knight smirks and tells our main character it does not matter. He is just going to hunt them all down anyway. Suddenly, Russell's tone drops into a terrifying, deep dragon voice. He stares him down and says this actually changes absolutely everything. The real issue was holding back to protect the innocent hostages. Instantly, roaring flames explode out of nowhere, totally trapping the two of them in a blazing inferno. The guy freezes, totally rattled by the heat. And honestly, you and I knew this was coming. Russell straight up tells him it is time to be completely crushed. Literally every corner is burning. The vice captain locks eyes with Russell and totally panics when he sees those creepy, glowing reptile pupils staring back. He jumps back to get his swords up. Laughing nervously, the guy asks if our magic user finally grew a spine and decided to kill him. Going for the first strike, he blitzes forward. He confidently shouts that he will stab straight through Russell and his weak little shields. But mid-dash, a blindingly intense light flashes out of nowhere, completely wrecking the knight's momentum. Russell drops his defense entirely. He whips out his custom magic weapon, the legendary blaze lance that annihilated the ice golems. Still, the knight stubbornly charges in to impale him. The bad guy assumes it is just a basic fire stick, but once that terrifying aura hits him, he realizes this is no joke. He senses the weapon is leagues above any standard elemental spear. Still, he recklessly pushes the frontal attack, walking right into Russell's devastating trap. The second he gets into range, Russell unleashes the blazing lance. Boom, the entire screen whites out. Meanwhile, topside, Captain Don Click is locked in a massive brawl against the Hellfire Dwarfs. Sweating bullets, he starts cursing as he gets swarmed. The crazy part, the more he slices up, the more they multiply. He cannot stop fighting, furiously wondering where his idiot brother is during this complete chaos. These little fire men just endlessly duplicate and attack. Don keeps desperately swinging, muttering to himself to just hold out a little longer for an opening. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding glow starts bleeding right up through the wooden deck. Don stares down, totally stunned to see the crazy light bursting from the lower cabin. He completely freezes as the glow literally burns through the floorboards. Boom, a monstrous energy blast erupts from the hole, basically ripping the entire ship in half. The shockwave blasts Don right off his feet. He smacks the deck hard and immediately blacks out. From a distance, the Flame Tower Master watches this explosion, completely bewildered by the absolute madness. While watching, she hears a sudden noise behind her. Mysteria turns to see the escaped hostages arriving. Below deck, Russell is totally wiped out in the rubble. He is completely knocked out, eyes shut tight. Suddenly, a glowing system window pops up, showing he cleared the insane mission. He just scored some sweet intermediate mana stones. Topside, seeing their captain knocked out cold. So what do we make of this? The crew panics, grabbing guard ships to retaliate, but Mysteria just smirks, reaching for her magic staff. All right, let's jump right into the madness. She whips out her staff, summoning these floating fire dwarfs that turn into fiery wrecking balls. Bam, those golems smash straight into the pirate guard ships. The Hellfire Dwarfs completely wipe out the smaller ships. Meanwhile, below deck, someone sneaks up to our boy Russell and starts fixing him up. Russell finally wakes up groggy, asking what just went down. He tries to stand, but Alo quickly tells him to stay put. She keeps healing him, admitting Harana isn't fully back yet, so it's taking longer than usual. Once the Flame Tower Master spots him awake, she hypes him up for taking down 2 knights completely solo. Russell, totally confused, he has no idea what she's talking about. Nearby, Don and his brother are tied up for acting like total jerks. Then Islo steps up, saying she owes Russell big time and promises to pay him back soon. She introduces herself as Iso from the White Ash Tree tribe, swearing on her ancestors' honor that she will absolutely repay this massive debt someday. Russell gives his name, playing it super cool. He just says he was doing his basic guardian duties. Over there, 2 elves jog up to the Flame Tower Master. They report the prisoners are totally secured, and Daria gives them a big thumbs up. Mysteria loves their hustle, praising Islo for training such awesome subordinates. Meanwhile, our guy Russell stares in total shock, realizing these elves are actually pretty nice. Then he asks Lady Islo about that weird thing she mentioned back in the cabin. Lady Islo looks totally lost for a second. Then she asks if he means that time she mentioned detecting the scent of a spirit on him. Mysteria instantly perks up at this. Russell nods, saying yeah, that's exactly it. Watch this crazy reveal. She straight up asks if he's got dragon blood in his veins. The pinpoint accuracy totally blows Russell's mind. She drops a bomb. She actually has green dragon blood too, but she admits her bloodline is super diluted, like just a tiny drop in a massive lake, nothing crazy. But she points out that even that tiny bit taught her one thing: dragon blood acts like a huge magnet for spirits. Miso grabs his hands, saying his spirit scent is insanely thick right now. That's what made her ask. Nearby, Mysteria Stone totally eavesdrops. She wonders, is this mixed dragon blood the real reason Russell levels up so insanely fast? She thinks to herself that Russell is about to completely shake up the Inmyeon Kingdom and the whole world. Soon after, the good knights finally escort the captives off the ship. As they head out, Mysteria asks Lady Ilo if she's planning to lay low in hiding until all her mana completely regenerates. Iso confidently nods yes, so the master casually mentions her mansion is super close, officially inviting them to crash there for a while. She also winks, saying Lady Ilo would be perfect for helping with Russell's upcoming training. Russell just looks completely dumbfounded. What training? But Alo jumps at this, seeing the perfect chance to finally repay her massive debt. Blushing a bit, she loudly agrees to join. Daria teases Russell for stressing out, jokingly asking if he seriously does not want her awesome training. Our guy panics and says he'd absolutely love it. the master leads the group, letting them know their fancy carriages are arriving any second. As they stroll toward the pickup spot, Russell turns to the flame tower. Master, worried about training when the academy semester starts soon. Miss Daria just smiles. Professor Hubert will totally handle all that boring stuff. Everyone hops into the carriages, enjoying the ride. Soon enough, the drivers pull up, meaning they finally made it to the destination. Daria announces they're here, revealing this absolutely insane, massive mansion, knowing her guests might feel a bit intimidated. She tells everyone to chill out and just make themselves at home, walking through this gorgeous courtyard. Everyone is starstruck by the epic estate. Alo compliments Daria's insane house, seriously thanking her for looking out for her and her crew. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Russell looks back and spots something super familiar, stopping dead in his tracks to stare. It's not just the fancy vibes, something about this whole layout is seriously ticking his memory. Then boom. He remembers he used to come here with his parents way back in the day. He pulls Miss Daria aside to ask a question, checking if this villa belonged to someone else first. Miss Daria gets awkward fast. She jokes that if people hear that, they'll totally think she stole the place. Russell nervously apologizes, but she admits he's spot on. She actually bought this massive villa from a merchant group a few years back. Everything clicks. This was literally his family's property before his dad was murdered, and his whole life got flipped upside down. He remembers hearing it sold for dirt cheap after their downfall. Coming back here like this, honestly, it feels like pure destiny. Flash forward 1 week, Alo strolls into the living room. Daria checks out her aura, super relieved to see her mana levels are bouncing back nicely. Alo smiles, saying it's all thanks to her epic hospitality, so Daria brings up their deal about helping Russell with his intense training. Alo cheerfully claims she is 100% ready to go, then Iso pauses, asking where Russell actually went. Daria laughs, saying she sent him on an errand. Cut to Russell falling off a cliff, screaming his lungs out. Thank God for plot armor, he splashes straight into a deep river. He frantically swims to the surface, gasping for precious air. He stares back up at the top, groaning because he completely failed the exercise again. He remembers the crazy task Mr. Raya gave him earlier. She asked what he needed most last fight. Honestly, you and I both know he survived purely by spamming his shield like crazy. All right, stick with me on this one. So he figures out he really needs distance. The master totally agrees, dropping the ultimate mage rule in a fight. Spacing is literally everything. She shoots him a smirk, telling him to pay close attention to this next move. Miss Daria casually steps right off the cliff, but instead of falling, pure fire wraps around the leg she just stepped into thin air with. A second later, her whole body gets swallowed up by the flames, and poof, the master vanishes. Boom, she randomly pops up on a totally different cliff, still blazing with fire, casually walking across to the other side. Watching this flex, Russell realizes she just pulled off some crazy space distortion magic. This legendary move, it is called Blink. After she safely clears the massive gap, Miss Daria turns and drops the bomb. From now on, he has to cross this cliff using Blink himself. She basically says he is absolutely going to need this trick later. Right on cue, the system window pops up, his brand new mission, Master the Blink technique. The sweet reward for this, intermediate grade mana stones. Cut to Russell, finally dragging himself out of the freezing water and literally crawling onto the shoreline. Scaling his way back up to the absolute top of the cliff, his brain is working overtime on this Blink method. He pieces together that pulling this off actually has nothing to do with being in a low or high magic circle. Hitting the peak, it clicks for him. This is magic you can only master by fully understanding its hidden logic. Our boy brushes himself off and gears up for another shot. Russell takes a blind leap of faith, and yep, he completely whiffs it, screaming his lungs out as he plummets straight back toward the water. Fast forward a few hours. Russell hauls himself back onto the rock, seriously questioning if this Blink training is legit or just a sneaky way to boost his terrible stamina. Standing at the top, he locks in, focusing harder than ever before. Then, as he bravely takes that step forward, a literal platform of flames sparks right under his foot. Gearing up for the next stride, his other leg gets coated in blazing magic too. But just as he confidently steps off the ledge, a loud noise behind him completely ruins his focus. Someone yells to move, he completely loses his balance and drops again. Glancing back, he realizes Daria totally just jump-scared him. She watches him plummet with this awkward, guilty little smile while our guy just screams straight down to the dirt. Later that night, Miss Daria brings Russell and Iso out to this secluded rocky spot, setting up right by a cozy campfire. Now pay attention here, she reveals his next lesson, making contracts with actual spirits. The Flame Tower Master says she will personally guide him through it. Elo hops up, super pumped to be helping him out. Our guy gives her a quick thanks. Getting right into the zone, Elo gently tells Russell to just close his eyes. She tells him to picture anything connected to flames. Almost instantly, Russell's whole body just bursts into blazing fire the second he visualizes it. She warns him that she is literally diving into his imagination to guide the way, and boom, she enters. Deep inside his mindscape, Elo pops up, grabbing his hand to lead him down the correct route. Walking together, she starts dropping lore about a secret most regular people completely miss. She explains that the gateway to spirits exists for literally everyone. Human, elf, or whatever kind of crazy entity you are, it does not matter. Why? Because every single living being is born from nature. Inside his head, she suddenly catches flashing visions of a brutal war and death. Out of nowhere, massive flames erupt straight from Russell's physical body. The fire is so intensely wild that even the master herself looks genuinely shook. Meanwhile, Iso, still wandering around inside his head, completely freaks out over this dark, swirling storm inside his heart. She pushes forward to figure it out, but gets hit with this highly disturbing vision of a dude getting slaughtered, and it is almost too much to handle. Braving the nightmare, she peers even deeper toward the spirit gate. Right in front of that gate, a massive, violently rushing river of water blocks the entire path. She stares at it, wondering what this giant flood even represents. Behind her, Russell is just standing there, crying his eyes out. Scanning his chaotic feelings, she realizes he is completely consumed by raw hatred. You and I both know how dark this gets, right? Digging deeper, she finds it isn't hatred, but something way sadder. Outside, Russell groans, forced to relive all his worst past traumas. Back in reality, the mana exploding from both Iso and Russell spikes uncontrollably until it becomes crazy bright. This blinding flash of raw energy instantly puts Miss Daria on high alert. Seeing this insane glow, she realizes these two are literally seconds away from blowing themselves up, so she steps in to shut the whole thing down. With their power levels skyrocketing out of control, Miss Daria quickly fires off a massive shield spell to save them. Cut to a few hours later, Russell groggily opens his eyes to see the Flame Tower Master sitting nearby. Blinking away the blur, he is totally stunned to find her hovering over him. Holding his absolute pounder of a headache, he groans and asks her what in the world just happened. He tells her it felt like his inner mana core just violently detonated. Right as he says this, Lady Iso quietly walks into the room. He instantly spots heavy bandages wrapped around her arms and panics, asking what happened. Lady Elo quickly jumps in, trying to chill him out and swearing she is totally fine. The awful truth smacks him right in the face. He asks if his crazy outburst did that to her. Feeling super guilty, Russell aggressively apologizes. Later that night, he sneaks out alone to stargaze and clear his messy thoughts. Up in her office, Miss Daria is watching him brood from the window. She sits down for a serious debrief with Lady Elo, demanding to know exactly what triggered that disaster during training. Elo replies that everything was fine until they hit the path straight to the spirit gateway, but the big problem, once they got there, something massive just completely blocked them from moving forward. She reveals the roadblock was this insanely huge tidal wave of raw, unfiltered emotion, completely locking down the portal. Elo explains that while it felt like pure hatred at first, it honestly felt way more like devastating sadness. She adds that this sorrow was so incredibly deep, she is mind-blown he managed to hide it this entire time. A little while later, Miss Daria summons Russell over for a quick chat. With a big smile, Daria cheerfully announces it is time for his brand new training regimen. Russell respectfully bows to accept it, only for her to casually drop the bomb that he is literally just doing chores. Russell just stares blankly at her, totally confused about what on earth she means. The master clarifies that his next epic quest is helping the servants deep clean this giant mansion for an entire week. Shook to his core, Russell is out here questioning how scrubbing floors equals magical training. Before he can complain, Daria casually drops that she and Lady Alo are dipping out to visit the capital. Alo gives our guy a sweet wave goodbye, promising to catch him next week. He nods it off, telling the two overpowered mages to stay safe on the road. Right before rolling out, Daria promises him this totally is not a punishment. He plays along and nods, but deep down. He plans to grind chores, then spam blink. But wait, before bouncing, the master drops one last hint. So what do you and I think next time is wild? Jump in with me here. She straight up bans him from using magic this week, leaving Russell absolutely shook. After her ride dips, he is super confused but just accepts his rough fate. Later on, Russell grabs a mop to scrub down the hallway. Since Miss Daria blocked his magic, our boy decides to pivot to an equally awesome backup plan. He goes full speed across the room with a dripping wet mop. He figures he might as well get some intense physical training in without his magic, but while sprinting down that hall, he slips hard on some random water puddles. Tumbling backward, his foot accidentally launches a fancy nearby vase straight into the air. He crashes down and that flying vase shatters into pieces right next to him. Suddenly, the head maid spawns behind him, asking why he was speed cleaning like a maniac. She drops the bomb that Miss Daria actually cherished that exact vase. He suddenly remembers how. He was strictly told to just follow the head maid's orders. Now, this terrifying lady towers over Russell, totally expecting him to clean up his massive mess. Now watch closely. Russell scrambles up, desperately grabbing the broken shards with his bare hands while frantically apologizing for the chaotic mess. Head maid slides on some gloves, letting him know she is fully aware of his 1-week magic ban. Handing him a towel, she strictly orders him to follow her exact cleaning instructions. Later, while Russell is dusting another vase, the head maid ninja drops behind him again. She sharply tells him to support the bottom so it does not shatter too. While mopping, she randomly appears again, sarcastically asking if he ever thought about cleaning behind the door. She is literally everywhere, completely creeping Russell out. For the rest of the entire day, he keeps getting hit with endless corrections while grinding through his chores. Finally finished, our exhausted guy just collapses on the spot, letting out a massive sigh. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Why did his epic training randomly turn into maid duty? He remembers the head maid constantly nagging him, and wonders if Miss Daria is secretly trying to level up his mental endurance. Right while he is deep in thought, the head maid announces lunchtime. She heads for the kitchen, ordering him to tag along. Russell clearly wants zero part of this and says he will eat later, but she glares, insisting with a straight-up sinister voice. Russell has zero choice but to obey. Down in the kitchen, all the other villa workers are hanging out, eating and chatting away. He realizes just how many people actually work here. While looking around, some random dude sitting next to him casually asks for his name. He quickly turns to see this super modest-looking guy smiling warmly at him. Without overthinking, he introduces himself as Russell Raymond. The guy looks totally shocked hearing the name Raymond, clearly recognizing it. Russell starts sweating bullets, convinced this dude knows all about him and his notorious family. But nope, the guy just calls him a handsome young dude and compliments his striking black hair and red eyes. Honestly, someone call the cops. So where does this leave us? Another coworker spots his cool red eyes, while some other worker is standing right behind. All right, stick with me here. The guy at the table notices our boy Russell is looking absolutely jacked and asks for a bicep check. He touches him, literally screams in shock, and honestly, it is giving major creep vibes. Check this out, the guy smacks the back of his head, saying it's a joke. Everyone cracks up at Russell, and he awkwardly chuckles with them. Stick with me here. On the inside, bro is absolutely sobbing over this week-long nightmare. He's coping hard, convincing himself it's an epic training arc, because honestly, no other sane explanation exists. Later, Russell and the crew chop wood and haul it to the villa. Watch what happens next. Russell is low-key stressing. He knows he could wrap this chore up in seconds if he just used his wizard aura, but nope. Instead, they are stuck hauling heavy wood back and forth across this tiny bridge like absolute chumps. Let's jump into this one. After hauling and chopping all that timber, the crew kicks back by the lake to celebrate. Everyone raises a glass to a rock-solid day. Russell goes straight in and starts chugging his brew like a total pro, totally freaking out the dude next to him. The guy slaps his back, making him spit his drink everywhere. our boy asks why the sudden sneak attack. But get this, the dude claims booze kills your gains, especially since he's a student. Russell totally forgot he is stuck in a kid's body, mixing up his current life with his heavy drinking days as a hardcore mercenary. But an older worker steps in, pours Russell another round, and says adults should teach kids how to drink properly. You and I both know that's some wild logic, right? Stick with me here, the dude takes a seat, claiming it would be a total crime to skip drinking with this killer view in front of them. Everyone at the Let us jump into this one. They are staring at this crazy, beautiful sunrise, but while they are chilling, someone jokes that they are about to commit a massive sin. Everyone whips around like, wait, who said that? Turns out it is just the head maid. She calls them out, saying the real crime would be chugging drinks without munching on good snacks. She busts out a huge basket of treats and passes them around. The crew loves it, raising their glasses to toast their newest family member, our boy Russell. Everyone is cracking up, even Russell, and there is just pure joy in the air. The head maid catches him actually looking super happy, kicking it with the squad. She keeps a super close eye on him. Seeing him joke around with the guy who tried cutting him off earlier, they honestly feel like a legit family now. You feel that wholesome energy, right? Over the next few days, she supervises Russell scrubbing the roof. Come nighttime, the whole gang groups up for dinner, spitting jokes and laughing. Then, the day before Mr. Raya returns. Russell is chilling by the fountain. It suddenly hits him. Tomorrow makes a whole week since Mr. Raya and Lady Asilo dipped. He feels weirdly empty and wonders why. Boom, the head maid pops up, pointing out he is totally obsessed with that fountain. Startled, he scrambles up to say hey. She pushes up her glasses and asks him how. Many times he plans to greet her today. Russell just chuckles, saying it was a total reflex. Then she asks the real question, why is he always hanging out in this exact spot? He totally freezes up before answering. He admits this spot reminds him of certain people. You and I definitely know exactly who. Let's jump right into the madness. The head maid asks why he doesn't just teleport to his friends, but he reminds her that teleportation magic is actually incredibly tough. All right, guys, stick with me here. Even if he pulls this off, the people he's fighting for, completely out of reach. The maid sarcastically jokes that mages shouldn't have any worries, and Russell just laughs it off as totally absurd, walking away. She reminds him tomorrow is his final cleaning shift. Finish strong, right? Russell nods, promising to give it his absolute best. Before leaving, she admits she doesn't get magic, but she knows he's a genuinely good dude. Dropping the formalities, she finally just calls him Russell. Russell is totally hit in the feels, just staring back silently. She teases that even if the whole mage thing flops, she'd gladly hire him as a top-tier servant. Our boy playfully replies that he'll think about it. Bright and early the next morning, Russell steps out to welcome Miss Daria and Lady Ilo. They check in on him and he says he's doing great. Then Miss Daria pulls Russell aside, asking him to follow her, strolling through the garden. She brings up how rough this past week has been for him. He brushes it off, but she admits it actually took a massive chunk of time tracking down medicine to fix Ilo's drained mana after their crazy Spirit Gate disaster. Plus, she dug through the archives and found something super spicy. Miss Daria casually reveals that this exact villa actually belonged to the Raymond family way back. Russell just stares at the ground, totally crushed. The Flame Tower Master then mentions Ilo told her all about that massive torrent of raging water inside his heart blocking the spirit door. She bluntly asks, is he mad, or is he just completely heartbroken? Still staring at the dirt, Russell admits it is a brutal mix of both. Miss Daria sighs, saying this totally reminds her of their first library meetup. Back then, he was grinding like crazy to level up. Looking back, she realizes he was fighting this battle completely solo. Now pay close attention, this is huge. After thinking it over, she sees him as a lonely heir rebuilding his clan, so she drops a massive proposition. She literally tells him to take the property. Russell absolutely panics, confused. Laughing, she calms him down. She is not handing it out for free. Her deal, become the Flame Tower's official war mage, defend the whole country if he pulls that off. He'll rake in enough cash to buy the estate straight from her. Russell exhales a massive sigh of relief. Smiling, she asks if we have a deal. She cheerfully says he doesn't have to solo this anymore. That night, the trio heads back into the creepy woods for round 2 of training. Lady Ilo admits that last time, she kept him unconscious while nearing the spirit door, just guiding him purely with her own mana. But this time, they are walking to that door together. Russell looks pretty stressed about a round two, worried sick about her getting hurt again. Ilo hypes him up, bragging about their massive medicine stash, but our guy flat out says he'd rather she just stay totally safe. Ilo tells him to shut his eyes and picture a flame, just like before. She promises to spark his mind so he is fully awake when they arrive. Boom, they hit his subconscious space. This time, our boy can actually see and recognize Ilo standing right there. He checks out his glowing hands, totally hyping over his pure mana form. Ilo leads the way, promising smooth sailing until they hit that nasty torrent. Pushing forward, they stop at the cliff. Ilo gives the bad news, the raging torrent is definitely still there. Reaching the origin and hitting the spirit door is gonna be brutal. Russell steps toward the chaotic water, but Ilo screams at him to back off. Too late, a massive shockwave blasts him backward, and he screams in pure agony. Lady Ilo frantically yells that just looking at this thing is super dangerous. Let alone stepping into it, but taking that brutal hit actually lets Russell finally see exactly what this wild torrent is made of. And it is literally his own thoughts, dreams of crushing the academy exams, picking a legendary tower, rebuilding his clan and avenging his dad. You see it too, right? The sheer weight of his deepest desires completely shocks him. Heartbroken, he apologizes. He can't just delete his own dreams and goals. Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice echoes, asking someone what staying with Russell was actually like. Russell snaps his head up. That is definitely Mysteria, the Flame Tower Master. Meanwhile, back in reality, the head maid is telling Daria that Russell is a genuinely good guy. Deep inside his own mind, Russell hears the maid's reply and instantly pieces together that she and the Flame Tower Master are having a secret chat. Mysteria asks if the maid stuck by his side exactly as ordered, and she confirms it, still eavesdropping like a total pro. Russell keeps listening in, finally understanding what this entire brutal training week was really about. He thinks back to Professor Hubert, the guy who always had his back. He remembers partying with the workers, how they cheered for him like he was literal family. And man, another memory that hit him right in the feels was the head maid's parting words, calling him a truly good person. Finally, Miss Daria's voice rings out in his head, telling him to stop struggling solo because he's got a squad now. Connecting the dots, Russell realizes the beautiful lesson behind all of this, and actual tears start falling down his face. Right now, there's only one crazy move left to make. He knows he can't just delete this massive emotional torrent, so he snaps out of his funk, stands tall, and declares he's just gonna jump right over it. Flashing back to Miss Daria's intense cliffside training, Russell confidently marches straight toward the absolute edge of the drop. Lady Ilo screams, trying to stop him from doing something incredibly stupid. The pain from the roaring water spikes insanely high, but he just keeps walking, muttering that it is totally fine. He whispers that even if he falls, he's got people to catch him now. Taking that blind leap off the cliff, a burst of pure fire suddenly ignites under his foot. Ilo watches in absolute horror, praying he doesn't just die here. But boom, Russell activates the blink method, vanishing instantly and leaving nothing but a badass trail of flames. With Russell completely vanished, Lady Ilo nervously peers across the gap. So what do you and I think? Did our boy actually stick the landing? Luckily, Russell pops up on the other side, surrounded by blazing fire. Lady Islo shouts that he actually did it, and Russell just smiles back, completely deaf to her voice over the raging torrent behind him. Stick with me here, because the lesson you and I are taking from this, forget facing your deepest fears, just jump straight over them. Boom, a system screen pops up. It says he totally cleared the mission and even scored a sweet intermediate grade mana stone as his reward. So there he is, standing right in front of the door. He is thrilled he made it across, but honestly, he has zero clue what to actually do next. Out of nowhere, Ilo's voice echoes right inside his head. She tells him to step right up to that glowing door of light in front of him. Hearing her totally startles him, and he is wondering how telepathy is suddenly a thing. Lady Ilo quickly explains they can still chat like this because their mana is linked up. Then another shiny screen pops up with his brand new mission, contracting a spirit. The system tells him to follow ISO's instructions, summon a spirit, and lock in that magic contract. Lady Alo tells him to stick his hand straight into the door, so he goes for it. But after reaching inside, he asks her what comes next, because he literally feels absolutely nothing. She hits him with the truth: it is entirely up to the spirits now. Honestly, nobody has any idea what is going to happen next. So our boy just keeps his hand shoved inside that door, awkwardly waiting for a spark. Alo reminds him that the type of spirit that shows up is totally random. There is even a chance he might just get ghosted. So Lady Alo says to hold steady and wait it out. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Miss Daria is watching him completely zoned out. Lady Iso repeats that waiting is their only option right now. And standing there, Russell suddenly remembers that epic dragon spirit he met before. He tries reaching out, speaking straight from the heart. He tells the dragon it is totally fine if showing up is too hard. He even adds that there will be absolutely zero hard feelings if it bails. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. A massive red dragon suddenly spawns and Russell spots it. He mentally sends out a huge thank you for everything leading up to this exact moment. The dragon leans in, bumps against his hands, and boom, the contract is officially sealed. In a flash, they get yanked right out of that dimension, and Russell snaps back to reality. He blinks, totally confused about what just went down until his eyes adjust. He is absolutely shocked to see a tiny, bite-sized red dragon chilling on his lap. It lets out the cutest little growl, making him question everything about spirits, while the ladies just crack up laughing. Alo cheers for his success, but Miss Daria drops a hint that they have even more to celebrate. Russell is super confused until he finally looks down at his own chest. Looking closely, he realizes he actually broke right through to the fourth circle. Meanwhile, his tiny red buddy is just happily roaring away. Ding, a fresh system prompt pops up, confirming he awakened brand new knowledge from the summon and officially hit that fourth circle tier. It also teases some unknown extra rewards. Reading the text, our boy is super hyped and wondering what kind of crazy loot he gets. While his brain is loading, the little dragon squeaks again to grab his attention, flaps its tiny wings, and just plops right onto his head to cuddle in his hair. It starts playfully munching on his hair while roaring. Alo walks over to pet the little guy, pointing out this is definitely no ordinary spirit. Then she asks if he has a cool name ready. She explains that picking a name officially locks in the contract. Miss Daria backs her up, telling Russell to choose something really good. Russell stares at the little guy, thinking hard. It is red, so he legit suggests naming it Bacon. You and I know anime heroes are awful at naming things, but wow, the ladies are absolutely stunned. Realizing his joke was a bit dark, he just awkwardly laughs it off. He brainstorms again and pitches the name Pepper instead. The tiny dragon lets out a happy squeak, totally vibing with it. Alo absolutely melts over little Pepper, and even Miss Daria admits it is a pretty solid choice. In his head, Russell is secretly thinking Pepper is just short for pepperoni, but he wisely keeps his mouth shut. Miss Daria says they should party now and start hardcore training tomorrow. Messing around with his new buddy Pepper, Russell smiles and says he is actually super pumped for the training. He keeps playing. While Pepper just keeps testing out his tiny roar, Russell officially welcomes him to the team. Then boom, we fast forward a whole month right back to the academy. Out front, all the fancy professors are lined up waiting for VIP guests. Yep, it is finally draft day when the towers pick their students. One teacher wonders out loud how many lucky grads will get selected this year, but another guy next to him smirks, saying the roster is basically rigged already. Mid-gossip, a huge announcement drops. The judge from the kingdom's White Tower just pulled up, and they are walking in with a student. The gossiping teacher points out that every tower secretly trained a VIP candidate all semester long. Moments later, the Yellow Tower judge rolls in with their own hand-picked superstar too. Right on cue, the Spear Tower judge arrives next, showing off their own trained female student. The faculty keeps whispering, with one suggesting they should throw extra perks at these VIP shortlisted kids, and honestly, they all agree. But when they catch Professor Hubert glaring daggers at them, they panic and immediately backpedal, saying they should totally do something nice for every single student instead. Hubert is not buying it. He scolds them, asking how they can even call themselves teachers if they play favorites like that, while things get tense. Boom, another massive announcement echoes out. The Flame Tower judge has officially entered the chat. the nearby students start sweating because this tower is legendary tier in the kingdom. But totally wrecking their expectations, a scary-looking dude named Vermilion Olsen steps straight out of the flame coach. Professor Hubert stares at Vermilion, wondering why he is even here. The guy looks super tough, and he immediately starts scanning the crowd for Russell. Not spotting him, Vermilion casually grumbles that the kid is running late. Hubert starts panicking, thinking Miss Daria totally dumped Russell since she sent this terrifying guy to judge instead. Meanwhile, high up above, someone is literally teleporting through the sky using fire magic. Yep, it is Russell, desperately speeding to make the ceremony in time. Vermilion senses that crazy energy spike and gazes up to check it out. Russell finally touches down nearby, dropping a massive sigh of relief. He barely beat the clock, but then his eyes lock onto Vermilion and he absolutely freezes. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Vermilion just stares at him blankly, acting like he doesn't even know the guy. Then he just turns around, strolling right toward the academy and brushing straight past the lineup of teachers. All right, you and I are about to watch something wild. That evil smirk, he's totally hyping himself up to break Russell. But first, a quick flashback to when our boy left Maldiva. He gives a massive shout out to Mia, Lady Iso, and the head maid for having his back. He wishes Lady Io a super safe trip back to her hometown, and she totally appreciates the good vibes. Right before heading out, he drops a quick message for the head maid. He tells her he is coming back as the actual owner of the property, asking her to hold the fort down until then. The head maid just cracks up, hoping it all works out. He thanks them again for everything they did during their super short time together. But then Miss Daria steps up, saying she has one big favor to ask for his trip back. She hands over a sealed envelope, telling him he absolutely needs to deliver this to Hubert. Russell takes the letter, promising he will totally get it done just like she asked. She says thanks, but Russell spots it right away. She looks pretty awful. He instantly starts wondering what is actually inside that letter and why she seems so bummed out. Back in the present, Russell and the professor are chilling in his office. Russell hands over the letter, and Professor Hubert breathes a sigh of relief, saying his timing is literally perfect. The professor skims the letter and drops some bad news. The only problem now, it is going to be super hard for him to help out during the tower selection. He totally hides whatever the letter actually says, just claiming some urgent business suddenly popped up. Russell just gives him a smile, acting like it is no big deal. But right before leaving, Professor Hubert drops a seriously crucial piece of advice. He warns Russell not to underestimate Brother Olsen for even a second, because that guy is an absolute menace. The professor makes it clear just trying his best will not cut it. He has to actually be the best. He gives him a solid shoulder pat, totally confident that Russell can pull this off. Russell grins back, telling him not to stress. Then boom, the system screen pops up, new mission unlocked. The goal, flex an absolutely massive difference in power levels and get officially acknowledged by all 10 selection judges. Then, shortly after, Round 1 officially kicks off. Everyone is sitting in front of a professor to take this preliminary written test, and honestly, Russell knows this written exam is a total breeze. He completely bombed this exact test in his past life, so doing it now is basically a joke. But yeah, he knows there is a much bigger problem he needs to stress over right now. But here is the part we really need to pay attention to. The real issue is that letter Professor Hubert got, because in his past life, that mail made his trip skyrocket. Like so many trips, he completely vanished from his academy classes. And the worst part, Professor Hubert ended up dying the exact same year he took his sabbatical. Once he wraps up the exam, he steps right outside. His brain is racing, mostly because he still has zero clue how Professor Hubert actually died back then. He is totally convinced it happened during some insanely dangerous mission. He figures that Professor Hubert must have caught a super deadly assignment, the kind they only hand to high-ranking mages in the Flame Tower. Anyway, once the test scores drop, Russell Raymond gets called out for grabbing the absolute highest score. Half the students are totally mind-blown he pulled it off, while the rest think it is just straight-up incredible. Some guess he just crammed hard, while others are just super salty. But honestly, Russell is not even paying attention to the selection. He is totally fixated on the upcoming string of professor deaths, wondering if he actually has the power to stop it. Then bam, stage 2 gets announced and the big interview test begins. Everyone grabs a seat in the waiting area, strictly told to sit tight until their names get called. A few nervous kids go first, and then it is Russell's turn. He walks right into the hall, spotting his professor on the left and those 10 intimidating judges dead ahead. He hypes himself up, knowing the proof that he can rewrite the future is staring right at him. Because honestly, Russell definitely does not remember. Seeing Brother Olsen playing judge back in his past life, you and I both know what this means, right? He already changed the past. If he joins the Flame Tower, he can save those professors. But to pull that off, he desperately needs these judges to officially acknowledge him. Over on the panel, Vermilion Olsen is just glaring at him with pure disgust. The professors lay down the rules, the judges fire off a question, and he has to snap back with a quick verbal answer. The White Tower judge decides they are skipping the small talk, so she drops the first question about some formula made by Mage Organ 3 years ago. Bam, they just keep firing questions, and our boy completely nails every single one like a boss. But here is the kicker, the hardest part is actually a secret second test. Suddenly, the judges' seats start glowing super bright as they unleash these massive bursts of mana just to test if he can keep his cool and answer while getting crushed by their pressure. It is totally standard for the selection, so Russell braces himself, ready to tank the insane mana coming from these top-tier judges. He totally remembers bombing this part in his past life. He used to cough his absolute lungs out until he practically fainted. But this time, he just confidently tanks that mana pressure, answering them without skipping a single beat. The Yellow Tower judge is actually amazed, calling Russell incredible for keeping a poker face in this swirling mana storm. But Vermilion Olsen, yeah, he is definitely not impressed. Brother Olsen just smirks, acting like this mana storm is basically a breeze. Then, without warning, he cranks the intensity way up just to see if Russell breaks under real pressure. Russell instantly feels the crazy spike in mana intensity, and staying on his feet gets way harder. Olsen just keeps smirking as the sheer force of the storm actually starts crushing the guards standing behind the panel. The Yellow Tower judge shoots Olsen a look, basically confirming the guy is an absolute psycho. That yellow judge is seriously sweating, realizing Russell could literally die if this keeps up. Our boy is definitely struggling now, but guess what? He refuses to back down. He just stares dead at the panel, waiting for them to throw the next question. The Spear Tower judge is completely shell-shocked seeing Russell tank this insane barrage of mana. He even points out that the brand new professors running the exam are barely surviving this ridiculous level of mana pressure. He sees the genius. Trust me, we are not ready for what happens next. Stick with me here. A system screen tells Russell he just bagged the approval of 9 out of 10 judges. Meanwhile, Olsen is completely shocked our dude is tanking this intense pressure. Olsen cranks the heat up even more, just to see if our boy can actually survive this nightmare. You can see Russell starting to sweat bullets. But against all odds, he holds his ground. Vermilion Olsen is totally ruthless, ramping up that wild mana storm. Out of nowhere, the Spear Tower judge taps Olsen's shoulder, telling him to chill out because they have other interviews to run. Olsen literally hisses like a cat, but finally kills the magic. Olsen complains that it is a huge bummer since the fun was just starting. Russell stands tall. But behind his back, his hands are shaking like crazy. In the background, those sweating rookie professors are just celebrating that they didn't die. One judge gives our guy a massive shout-out for crushing it and says he can head out. They call the next victim, and Russell dips. Our boy completely crashes into a waiting chair after that insane exam. He lets out a huge breath, internally screaming that he almost passed out. Suddenly, ding. The glowing screen reminds him he only scored 9 out of 10 judges. Russell forces this super awkward smile. Realizing the system is basically mocking him, he needs one more vote to clear this mission. He chuckles to himself, knowing Olsen is an absolute nightmare to please. After round 2 wraps up, the Tower big shots stroll down the hallway, completely obsessing over Russell Raymond. The Spear judge points out that the Fire Tower master is already claiming him, so hands off. The Yellow master admits everybody wants a kid like that on their squad. And it is a total shame he is already booked. Vermilion Olsen stays completely silent, just marching ahead. The White Tower judge playfully pokes Olsen, asking when he will train Russell as the newest Flame Tower rookie, but she gets instantly shut down. Now watch closely because Olsen totally snaps. He whips around, barking at her about who decided this kid was his junior. She quickly backpedals, realizing she messed up. The other judges just stand there cringing as Olsen storms off. They are all wondering why he is so mad. Flashback time, Olsen remembers taking a bunch of fresh, wide-eyed newbies from the Flame Tower straight into a real battlefield. It goes horribly wrong. One rookie totally chokes at holding up their magic shield while enemy swordsmen rush them. One solid strike shatters the barrier entirely. Those brutal knights knock the kids down and fatally stab them. That night, Olsen wipes out the attackers, but his students are already gone. Standing surrounded by bodies, tears stream down his face as he mourns. Back in the present, he remembers the golden rule: one weak link gets everyone killed. Turns out that trauma is why he is so brutal with Russell. Anyway, round 3 kicks off with everyone gathered outside. The hosts hop on the mic to announce that this next exam is basically a giant treasure hunt. This guy explains they have to dive into the massive Walker Hill forest to scavenge for green mana stones. Points are given out for how many stones you grab and who finishes first. Russell immediately does the math, realizing some desperate players will definitely try to mug people for their loot, so he goes on high alert. Everyone gets ordered to line up before being unleashed into the wild woods. I know you're thinking this sounds easy, right? But boom, another screen hits Russell. His final mission is actually winning Olsen's approval. He just stares blankly, doubting that grumpy senior disciple Olsen will ever give him a thumbs up. He thinks about the toxic treatment and questions if clearing round 3 even matters to that guy. Suddenly, the loud starting buzzer rips through his thoughts. Russell sprints alongside the other competitors as they all scatter into the dense trees, desperately hunting for those green rocks. But our genius MC has a massive shortcut in mind. Within seconds, Russell sparks some fire magic and summons out Pepper. The little fiery buddy lands right in his arms. Russell says long time no see, apologizing because using magic on campus was strictly forbidden. Pepper is absolutely hyped, giving his signature playful roar. Russell asks for a solid favor, pulling a glowing red mana stone from his inventory. He shows it to Pepper, asking him to track down anything that looks exactly like this. Pepper takes a huge sniff. Instantly locking onto that specific mana scent, Pepper zips up into the air. Russell spots him zooming off and excitedly declares the hunt is on. For a good while, our guy just trails his fiery radar straight through the dense forest. They finally pull up to a super sketchy red magic circle. Meanwhile, way across the kingdom, a tense store meeting is going down. A creepy dude rocking a Flame Tower Guardian cloak grills the shop owner, demanding to know where a certain mage went. The owner is totally clueless, swearing he just sold the guy some basic raw ritual supplies. The interrogator drops his voice and asks if he knows the dark truth about this ritual. He flat out asks if the shopkeeper knew he was funding a pagan spell. The dude's jaw hits the floor in absolute horror. The guardian brutally shoves him against the wall to loosen his tongue, growling that helping a cult is literally high treason. The merchant instantly realizes his life is completely over. The furious guardian screams at him one last time for the mage's exact location. Stuttering like crazy, the guy swears he does not know, but he blurts out a rumor about a psycho fire-wielding woman taking a brand new disciple. And this missing mage went to go spy on her. Cue the dramatic flashback. This super dangerous cultist is creeping on Miss Daya and Russell in Moldova, watching our boy secure that epic flame guardian cape from the boss. So what do you and I make of this? The guardian drops the shopkeeper, realizing this insane cult is actually hunting down his own teacher. Stick with me here because things are about to get totally wild. Professor Hubert uncovers his face, realizing Russell is in massive danger. Hubert's body is straight up engulfed in flames. He uses teleportation magic, racing to warn the academy that the screening test is a literal death trap. Cut to another student stumbling around, cursing up a storm because he cannot find a single mana stone anywhere. He complains about ditching light magic just to avoid making himself a glowing target for the other candidates. Moving deeper into the creepy woods, he spots this super sketchy dark figure. The kid stops cold and gasps. He panics and fires off a wind arrow right at the moving shadow, but absolutely nothing happens. Zero damage, nothing. Realizing it actually looks like a human dude, the boy nervously apologizes, saying the guy totally scared him half to death. He stares at the creepy silhouette, wondering if this guy is another contestant. After getting zero response, he figures the dude must be dead and turns around. He debates playing the hero, but nah, it is a competition, every man for himself. But right as he walks away, a greedy idea hits him. Glancing back, he figures this silent freak might be hoarding a fat stack of mana stones, but when he turns around to loot the body, the guy is gone. Finding an empty spot, he completely freaks out. Where did he go? Hearing a rustle, he spins around and is absolutely terrified by what he sees. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the trees. Yep, that contestant is officially game over. Meanwhile, Russell is casually following his spirit pal, Pepper, on the ultimate mana stone hunt. He guesses they have finally reached the forest center. Sitting right there in the open is a massive bag completely stuffed with shiny green mana stones. Russell steps up, totally confused. Why put all the loot in one spot for a treasure hunt? He pats Pepper, calling him a good boy. But something feels off, like way too easy. Crouching down, he spots something else hidden inside the pile, a literal golem core. Our boy picks it up and realizes it is completely busted. Checking the damage, it looks like someone smashed it before even summoning the golem. Watch closely now because the trap is springing. Pepper starts growling like crazy, and suddenly, giant earth spikes erupt from the ground, trying to impale Russell. More rock spikes just keep shooting out of the dirt, zooming straight toward our guy. Russell stares at the jagged rocks, completely shocked. The earth attacks speed up, getting super aggressive. Reacting fast, Russell flares his wizard body aura and leaps right out of the danger zone. Midair, a flashy light magic attack almost tags him. Russell is baffled. How is this guy swapping magic types at warp speed? Floating balls of light fill the sky, raining dangerous energy beams down on him. He dodges every single blast like a total boss, thanks to his crazy magic speed. As the chaos continues, Russell realizes he is fighting a whole squad. Out of nowhere, sneak attack magic spears fly at his blind spot, but Pepper clutch saves. The little guy breathes fire, roasting the spears instantly. Russell glances back, realizes his spirit buddy just saved his life, and hypes Pepper up for the assist. No more playing nice. Our boy summons firebolts, blasting through the floating light orbs and shattering them. The impact triggers a massive explosion, flooding the whole area with heavy smoke. Russell squints through the haze, wondering why he is getting jumped like this. The incoming attacks stop dead, total silence, but Russell keeps his firebolt ready, not taking any chances. As the smoke rolls away, he finally spots his attackers creeping in the bushes. Wait a second, those are the 3 top honor students from the Magic Towers. The White Tower Light user is hiding right over there. Spotting the Spear Tower student too, Russell calls them out for using such weak, cowardly tactics. I know what you're thinking, they are totally cheating, right? The Yellow Tower jerk yells, demanding how a nobody like Russell found the stones. The guy fumes, thinking only his squad knew this secret loot spot, but then he takes a much closer look at Russell. He spots Pepper floating right there, a literal spirit. The Spear Tower girl's jaw drops when she sees the spirit too. She yells that this totally explains his insane tracking speed. The White Tower guy is dumbfounded that Russell hid such high-tier summoning skills. Having a spirit contract is basically cheating in their eyes. Russell just laughs in their faces, asking why finding these mana stones is even a flex. They are acting like he just robbed a bank. Connecting the dots, Russell smirks and drops a massive truth bomb. He flat out exposes them. He knows they bribed some corrupt professors to stash all the points in one secret VIP location. The Yellow Tower student stays completely silent, secretly sweating over how ridiculously fast Russell figured out their entire scam. Our boy casually says he does not care about their little cheating ring, just step aside. Furious at the disrespect, the yellow student flares his aura and charges. But mid-charge, Russell literally vanishes into thin air, popping up directly behind the attacker. He smirks and whispers that they will deeply regret trying to stop him. The yellow student freezes, completely terrified. The spear girl panics. The White Tower dude is hyperventilating. Russell just busted out high-level blink teleportation magic, but while they stand there in absolute shock, Pepper starts growling aggressively at the dark tree line. Russell snaps back to reality, asking his buddy what is going wrong. It clicks immediately. They are definitely not alone out here. Peering into the shadows, Russell notices the actual trees starting to move. He looks straight at the Yellow Tower kid and asks a chilling question. Did their corrupt professors mention leaving a smashed golem core in the bag? The kid stammers out a terrified no. The others agree the broken core was super sketchy. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, it gets way crazier. All right, stick with me here. This ambush gets wild. Russell drops that guy instantly. Hearing shady noises from the woods, he sparks up a firebolt. He completely ignores the rivals, glaring at the trees. Something's coming, he warns. Even the birds scatter, totally spooked by whatever just ruined the peace. Out of the shadows, nasty, pitch-black monsters with glowing green eyes charge right at our squad. Russell yells out that they are straight-up undead. The Spear Tower girl panics, asking how zombies even snuck into their exam zone. Everyone else completely terrified. The Yellow Tower guy literally freezes up in pure panic, his brain just screaming at him to run away. But as he turns to bolt, reality hits. There is absolutely zero escape route. He stops dead in his tracks, pure despair washing over his face. The zombies have them totally surrounded. Boom, Russell suddenly drops a massive firewall around the group, while Pepper charges out to smash some beasts. Yellow Tower boy spots those flames and realizes the insane truth. Russell is casually using fourth circle magic, a tier none of them can reach. Russell orders everyone to pick a direction and smash any monster that breaches the flames, but the so-called honor students, they just stare at him, completely paralyzed by fear. Our boy screams at them to snap out of it. Time is ticking, they awkwardly stammer. Finally realizing the irony, they came here to jump him, but now they are the ones getting ambushed, the Yellow Tower. Guy gulps, realizing how crazy it was to pick a fight with a beast like Russell. If they had actually attacked him, absolute game over. Mid-thought, a zombie actually breaks through the roaring flames right in his zone, but as it crosses the line, bam, Russell's lightning-fast reflexes nail it with piercing fire arrows. He warns them the firewall won't hold forever. They need to hunt down the summoner. Meanwhile, deep in the creepy woods, the two shady sorcerers controlling this whole mess are just chilling. Now pay attention here. One notes the Flame Tower kid is present, while his buddy just laughs, wondering how long Russell can actually survive. Back in the blazing circle, zombies keep pouring through. One absolutely massive undead dude steps in, only to instantly catch a firebolt straight through the skull. Standing over the dropping body, Russell tries to connect the dots. Undead monsters, that screams heretic cultists, the crazies obsessed with forbidden dark magic. He remembers his own Flame Tower master wiping out these cultists back in the day. So could these guys be the leftover survivors from that massacre? Our boy wonders what the heck they actually want by crashing this specific test. Mid-thought, 3 more zombies breach the barrier and rush him. No panic, he just blasts another firebolt, blowing massive holes through their heads. Russell shakes his head. Overthinking is a death sentence. Time to lock in and focus on the bloodbath right in front of him. He quickly analyzes their magic. It is a curse, and he remembers that this specific trick barely drains any of the user's mana. Meaning, a battle of attrition is bad news. The longer this drags on, the faster his squad burns out fighting off an endless undead swarm. He spins around, barking at the others to conserve their energy. The strategy: drop the flashy explosions, dial back the firepower, and aim strictly for zombie weak points. Yellow Tower boy complains that saving mana is way easier said than actually done under pressure. The White Tower guy nods, claiming the pro judges will show up to save them soon, so they just gotta stall. But the Spear Tower girl shuts that down instantly. Nobody is coming to save them. The Yellow Tower guy looks sick, asking what the heck she means. I know what you're thinking. Russell actually agrees, saying there is simply zero chance the pro judges wouldn't notice this massive chaos. These guys are elites from the capital's top magic towers. They definitely should have felt this absolutely wicked, cursed energy spiking everywhere. But Spear Girl drops reality. The enemy set a trap to completely jam their mana signals. Russell remembers that weird magic circle from earlier. and realizes her theory is 100% right. Yellow Tower guy starts hyperventilating, realizing they actually have to survive this nightmare solo. Spear Girl knows the only play left is following Russell's hardcore survival advice. So, she orders them to shrink their attacks but maximize the sharpness. She condenses her own ice magic, firing 3 hyperfocus spears straight through 3 zombie skulls, dropping them instantly. Catching on, White Tower guy slims down his light beams, compressing the magic to stop burning through his mana reserves. Up in the trees, one cultist actually spots the kids playing smart. He chuckles, telling his partner that these students are surprisingly quick-witted. The senior sorcerer smirks. It doesn't matter how smart they play, he is about to drop a boss-level problem that'll force them to burn every last drop of mana. Lurking right behind the trees, a gargantuan undead troll packing a ridiculously huge metal axe. Back at the firewall, the squad senses something heavy approaching. This time, the towering troll casually steps right through the blazing flames, fully armored and armed. Oh, it is officially going down. Glowing green eyes lock onto them as it lets out a monstrous roar. The kids completely freeze in total shock. Spear Girl reacts fast. She blasts a slick ice path to trip up the massive beast, while the White Tower guy charges up a desperate counterattack to buy time. He summons glowing orbs, desperate to blast it to dust. He unloads a relentless barrage of deadly light beams, screaming out his signature crystal laser attack. But when the smoke clears, the troll just stands there. Absolute zero damage, not a single scratch on its thick hide. They literally just made it matter. The troll heaves its massive weapon high, swinging down to completely crush the White Tower guy into paste. The kid just freezes in pure terror. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. You and I are about to watch absolute magic. Russell summons his signature blazing lance. Without hesitating, he leaps straight at the monster and slashes through its chest with maximum power. The spear completely cooks the troll from the inside out. Russell lands cleanly back on the ground, checking to see the insane damage he just dealt. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark woods, the control core running that monster suddenly shatters. The junior cultist totally panics, crying that Russell actually one-shot a whole troll, his boss, absolutely fuming, back inside the firewall. The Spear Tower Honor student realizes this magic is way different. She scans the blade and is floored, knowing its power rivals a crazy destructive Tier 5 circle spell. She just stares at our guy, totally stunned, wondering if he even goes to the same academy. Russell completely ignores her, but something way up in the sky catches his attention. He spots Pepper flying circles over one specific spot. Over in the enemy camp, the cultists spot the bird hovering above them and start freaking out. Russell smirks, getting the signal loud and clear. He gets totally hyped up, knowing exactly where they are hiding. Russell instantly buffs his wizard body to get some extra muscle for this crazy stunt. He winds back with the blazing spear, getting ready to launch it. His eyes widen with pure rage as he charges up a massive throw. Russell chucks that flaming spear with ridiculous force, yelling out that it is finally his turn to go on the offensive. A crazy blast of fire shoots out from his spot, rocketing straight into the woods toward the bad guys. The two cultists see this massive fireball zooming right. Now watch closely because things are about to get wild. The junior yells to dodge since they are totally busted. The blazing spear just keeps ripping through the sky. But the senior boss refuses to run. He decides they're going to tank this hit head-on. They command a huge mob of zombies to block the fiery spear and eat the damage. The undead sprint right at it like total idiots. The zombies crash into the spear, triggering a massive boom, but what happens next leaves the senior cultist totally speechless. Using weak zombies as a meat shield backfires hard. The spear just melts right through them and keeps coming. The boss frantically casts a defense barrier to shove the blast away. A huge, fiery explosion lights up the entire forest, and all the academy kids watch in shock. Russell stares at the smoke, wondering if he scored a direct hit. The annoying zombie army finally stops moving since the guys controlling them just got blasted. Deep in the crater, the boss coughs up smoke, cursing Daria for raising such a complete monster. He drags up his junior partner, who he literally used as a human shield. He groans about wasting their secret weapon meant for the judges. The villain smirks, deciding to drop this trump card right on Russell instead. Suddenly, out in the woods, our guy sees something messed up. A bunch of skeleton warriors march forward, using the academy students as literal human shields. A dozen bony dudes pop out, dragging terrified classmates along, making it absolutely impossible to attack without friendly fire. Back at campus, some super shady professors try blocking Hubert from the exam room, rudely claiming only the top judges can actually go inside right now. Hubert ignores them entirely and busts in to warn his boss, Olsen. Olsen looks up and asks if his quick little mission is done. Hubert frantically yells that the crazy cult is making their move. He warns them that the bad guys are specifically hunting Russell down. And the other exam candidates are caught in the crossfire. Olsen gets seriously mad, wondering who dared to start a fight on his turf. Meanwhile, back in the danger zone, the boss tells the kids not to twitch if they want to live. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? He makes the hostages kneel with swords to their necks, threatening to turn them into zombies. Russell stays totally quiet, noticing the villain actually gagged everyone so they cannot cast any lifesaver spells. He seriously considers teleporting in with a fast blink and just stabbing the guy with his fiery spear. But the big catch is the villain could totally command the skeletons to slice the hostages right before he dies. That is a terrible play. He would doom all his classmates. Wiping everyone out, the cultist laughs, telling them to stop fighting and step up. He calls out Russell by name, demanding the Flame Tower kid surrender himself right now. Russell realizes they planned this trap just for him. He gets super mad, flaring his aura up, but knows fighting is a totally bad call. Our boy steps up slowly, playing along to keep everyone breathing. The smug boss claps and says it is so heroic of him to trade his life for his best buddies. Russell just laughs, calling them total strangers. He points out that they just bully weak kids to feel tough. The Yellow Tower guy winces. He says they kiss up to the strong just to survive. The Spear Tower girl hears this and suddenly feels super guilty. Russell drops facts, saying these kids only ever gave him dirty looks, hate, and total jealousy. They are just insecure losers, honestly. The villain just stares at him, totally confused by the raw honesty. Russell simply shrugs, telling him he just would not get it. He claims he is only stepping up because a true guardian protects the weak. The hostages are completely stunned, expecting him to leave them to die. The villain thinks this is a total joke, asking why he cares about justice in a messed up world where only power actually matters. He mocks Russell, saying weak kids should not be talking so tough. Russell smirks back, hitting him with a brutal reality check, saying he is hiding behind human shields because he is scared to fight alone. And that is it. Trust me, his next move is insane. All right, stick with me here. Things are about to get absolutely wild. The sorcerer accepts the challenge. But suddenly, a sneaky skeleton grabs Russell from behind, totally pinning his arm down. The villain controls the undead to gag Russell so he cannot chant any spells. He laughs, promising to personally crush our boy with his bare hands since he asked for it. An intensely evil aura completely surrounds the sorcerer. He mocks our Flame Tower kid, and with our main character completely tied up. The bad guy grabs this super weird green sword. He actually jokes about how it sucks he will not hear Russell screaming, but oh well. He slowly steps right up to him and raises the cursed blade, getting totally ready for the final, fatal stab. But Russell stays calm. He suddenly remembers a special kind of magic, one that totally skips the whole chanting process. You just cast this magic directly from your mind. He flashes back to when he first contracted his spirit and the system literally popped up, telling him he scored an extra bonus reward for hitting major enlightenment by summoning spirits. He remembers being super curious about what the hidden prize actually was. In the flashback, the system drops this really weird ring into his hands. Back to reality, he realizes artifact magic lets you blast enemies without ever speaking a single spell. It is called the Cloudy Ring. It looks totally normal, but it literally transforms into a massive thundercloud whenever you need to deal some heavy damage. Boom, a crazy dark thundercloud instantly forms right above the battlefield, but the cocky sorcerer does not even look up, just keeping up his classic villain monologue. The crazy guy promises Russell that his death is just step one in their grand revenge plot. Suddenly. Now pay attention, this is where the tables turn completely. The villain hears a massive lightning crack behind him, looks up, and spots the insane thundercloud. Meanwhile, Russell, still totally pinned by the zombies, starts sparking with pure electricity. Timing it perfectly, our boy mentally triggers that giant thundercloud hanging right over their heads, commanding it to absolutely obliterate them. The lightning blast is so insanely huge that even the top-tier honor students have to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. The crazy electric storm just keeps striking, turning every single monster in the blast zone into instant barbecue. The evil sorcerer totally blacks out, dropping the magic core he used to control the zombies. It shatters on the ground. The guy just freezes up, getting totally fried as massive electric charges rip through his entire body. Finally, he faceplants into the dirt, and the rest of the undead drop too, leaving our boy Russell as the last man standing. Still buzzing with leftover electricity, he struggles to wiggle out of those annoying ropes tying his arms. Out of nowhere, somebody sneaks up and cuts him loose. It is the Spear Tower honor student, totally mind blown that he actually pulled off artifact magic in that crazy mess. She quietly admits to herself that this kid is built entirely different once he is free. Russell just flashes a cool smile and says thanks for the save. She nervously scratches her head, pointing out that they are definitely the ones who owe him big time. She quickly spins around, saying they desperately need to get the judges down here fast. Almost everyone looks like they need serious medical attention. Over on the side, the Yellow Tower honor student unties a classmate, totally reminding the guy to tell the judges how awesome he was for helping. Russell calmly promises the Spear Tower girl that backup is already on the way. Super confused, she asks exactly how the judges would even know about this disaster. Smirking, Russell tells her his little buddy is acting as their personal tracker. Nearby, his spirit pet Pepper spots the villain's mana-blocking trap and absolutely roasts it. Pepper basically blazes a massive fiery trail right through the whole forest, practically rolling out a red carpet for the rescue squad. Russell explains his genius setup, leaving the Spear Tower girl completely speechless at his big brain plays. As she heads off, Russell sees his ring is still sparking with electricity. Staring down at the cloudy ring, our main character suddenly realizes this crazy artifact drains way more mana than he originally thought. Just as the Spear Tower girl strolls past the knocked-out bad guys, the sorcerer starts twitching, with half his face totally scorched. He starts chanting to a dark spirit, swearing absolute loyalty. Using his final breath, the crazy guy sacrifices his life, his remaining years, and even his own death. Catching the super creepy chanting, Russell and the Spear Tower girl immediately spin around to see what fresh nightmare is happening now. You and I thought it was over, right? Nope. This crazy sorcerer literally fuses his body with the undead army, summoning an absolute nightmare giant skeleton. This colossal boss monster rises up, totally hungry for payback. Russell squints against its terrifying aura, instantly realizing this thing is way past 5th circle tier power. The Spear Tower girl screams for everyone to run into the woods because this new enemy is just too strong. Unsurprisingly, the Yellow Tower dude dips out first. But right before running, that greedy coward spots a heavy bag of green mana stones and actually thinks about snatching it. The Spear Tower girl realizes Russell is holding his ground and asks why he is not retreating. Russell calmly says the boss is locked onto him, so he has to buy time until backup arrives. Meanwhile, Olsen and Professor Hubert are literally sprinting toward the battlefield. The girl panics, knowing Russell should be running on empty, wondering how he will survive. The giant beast lifts its massive claws and absolutely pulverizes the ground. Knowing a basic shield will not cut it, Russell instantly teleports out of the danger zone. Summoning his trusty Blaze Lance, our boy realizes that taking even one single hit means game over. He decides to go straight on the offensive. His lance carves a massive fiery gash into the beast, but this thing is barely flinching. Russell realizes bringing down this titan is going to be incredibly tough. Seeing the gross monster flesh actively knitting itself back together, he clicks his tongue. The boss actually has super regeneration. Mid-thought, the monster violently whips its tail at him, barely missing. Then it instantly follows up with a terrifying strike right at his face. He barely dodges, but the beast strikes before he can stand. He realizes he is screwed and yells out. Boom, a sudden blast of ice smashes into the tail, perfectly parrying the fatal blow. Russell is completely stunned as he looks over. Trust me, you are gonna want to see this epic team up next time. The Spear Tower girl refuses to run, totally shocking the monster, while the cowardly students just flee. All right, stick with me, she just reminded him of his real duty as a guardian. Meanwhile, the White Tower honor student and a few others stop running when they hear that massive monster roar. The Yellow Tower kid calls them absolutely crazy for heading back. That Yellow Tower dude insists it's totally not his problem. Meanwhile, plot twist, the junior sorcerer wakes up. Yep, he totally survived. He sees the giant beast and figures his senior cast a wild sacrifice spell. He laughs at Russell, claiming karma got him. But wait, the squad actually comes back to fight alongside Russell. The White Tower student apologizes for totally lagging behind. Russell is honestly mind-blown they returned, just staring at them in total confusion. Then a huge smile hits his face. Hyped for the backup, he summons his blaze lance and says he definitely won't stop them from jumping in. But he lays down the law, follow his lead if they actually want to survive this epic showdown. Meanwhile, the Spear Tower student keeps swinging. Russell yells out the game plan. He's going to crack its armor with his blaze lance, so everyone needs to go all out. He launches the fiery spear straight at its ugly face. Right before the lance hits, he gives the signal. Everyone fires their ultimates, triggering one absolutely massive, screen-shaking explosion. Half the monster's face is literally blown off, but this beast refuses to drop. Russell yells for round 2, even though his hands are trembling like crazy. He pushes past the pain, trying to summon another blaze lance. Meanwhile, the professors finally arrive. Russell declares that teaming up proves they are true guardians. Now pay attention here, he knows he needs to protect them, so watch what he does next. He summons another blaze lance, cranking it to max output. His eyes shift into slits, full dragon mode activated. He fires the fiery spear with everything he has, while the squad unloads their attacks too. That blazing inferno rips through the air, slamming right into the monster's busted face. Seconds later, Vermilion drops in to check out the chaos. He is totally stunned seeing these rookies fighting off a giant skeleton boss. He wonders what these weaklings think they can actually achieve, muttering they should have just bailated out completely. Vermilion despises weakness. In his mind, if one guy drops, the whole team goes down. Meanwhile, he watches Russell charge up that blaze lance to maximum overdrive and blast the beast. Waiting to see the fallout, he realizes the flaming spear is tearing straight through the monster. Suddenly, Vermilion has an epiphany. If one underdog stands up, they all rise to the challenge. He watches their crazy combo attack trigger an explosion that totally decapitates the beast. Boom, the senior sorcerer's head is suddenly exposed inside the monster, proving he's the mastermind. He screams that this fight is far from over. And the skeleton actually starts regenerating. Vermilion isn't having it. He leaps into action, casting a wildly overpowered spell called Overheat, funneling insane energy right into his palm. The sorcerer totally panics seeing Vermilion rushing him. Vermilion calls him pure evil and orders him to get erased from existence. The blast is so blindingly bright the students have to look away. That monster gets completely vaporized into ash. Russell gives Vermilion a tired smile, joking that he took his sweet time. Then bam, he passes out from 0 mana. Professor Hubert catches him, praising his insane effort. Vermilion smiles back, definitely impressed by the kid. The system pops up. He secured the final judge's approval and bagged an intermediate stone. Fast forward a bit, and Russell wakes up in a totally new room with Professor Hubert. His very first question, are the other students safe? The professor assures him everyone survived, entirely thanks to his crazy carry. Russell sighs in relief. And the professor points out they'd all be toast without him. Russell just laughs, giving credit to his squad. Then Hubert asks about his test results. Russell totally forgot about the exam. I know what you're thinking, what's the verdict? The professor explains the judges had serious concerns. Mainly because those heretics crashed the party. Since they attacked, the third test got scrapped. Teamwork became way more important than fighting each other. Meanwhile, that cowardly Yellow Tower kid hoarded all the mana stones and dipped without throwing a punch. Taking everything into account, the judges finally made their ultimate decision. They ruled that out of everyone in this wild selection exam, Russell earned the #1 spot. He is completely shook hearing he got the highest score. He thanks the professor, so hyped he can finally graduate from this crazy academy. Hubert drops some news: they're actively hunting down the mastermind behind those heretics. He promises Russell they will dig up the truth real soon, but Russell drops a bomb: there was a second heretic hiding out there. The professor is totally shocked since they only caught one guy. Turns out that injured junior sorcerer slipped away during the crazy battle. Running for his life, he swears absolute vengeance on Russell, over to Vermilion, who overhears this and casually mentions the guy got away. Vermilion steps up, asking to borrow Russell for a quick chat. Hubert immediately objects, saying the kid needs hardcore rest. Russell feels the awkward tension and tells Hubert he is good. The two guys step outside. Vermilion points out Russell probably felt super weighed down fighting those maniacs. He figures partying up with weaklings must have been a massive drag for him. He flat out says being fragile is still a flaw in his book. Russell nods but hits back: the weak exist so the strong can push past limits and protect them. Because of that protection, the weak get inspired and hustle to improve. That way, nobody gets left in the dust, and everyone takes a massive step forward together. Vermilion just stands there taking it in. Then he smirks, admitting that was a pretty solid answer. He tosses Russell a white bag, telling him to look inside. Russell catches it, totally confused. He rips it open and instantly realizes what it is: an official flame tower robe. Vermilion laughs and tells him to chill out before celebrating. He drops the catch: if Russell actually wants into the flame tower, there is one final hurdle. Russell is super confused since the exams are officially over. The senior brings up an ancient tradition, and trust me, you and I definitely want to see this next test. All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch an epic test. Vermilion draws a circle, daring Russell to blast him out of it. Fail and pay the ultimate price. But our boy Russell, he just warns the guy not to regret this cocky move, pulling out a mana stone and eating it whole. The senior smirks, saying any spell is totally fair game. Russell just grins, already cooking up a wild strategy. Seconds later, Professor Hubert spots something absolutely mind-blowing. Vermilion desperately braces for impact, but bam! Russell hits him with crazy lightning magic, forcing one leg totally out of bounds. He smirks, knowing he has 5th circle tier armor protecting him, but against all logic, this crazy kid's attack actually manages to push him backward. Absolute beast mode. Hubert sprints over, demanding to know what senior brother Olsen is trying to pull. He is furious that they would gang up on a kid still recovering. But Vermilion stands his ground, claiming it is just a classic flame tower tradition. Hubert snaps back, calling out his total rookie-level behavior. That definitely strikes a nerve. Vermilion gets super defensive, arguing that this rough initiation is meant to teach Russell some hardcore discipline early on. Hubert is just seeing red, yelling that the entire academy might literally collapse if they push this kid any harder. Hubert quickly apologizes on the senior's behalf, but Russell just laughs it off. Vermilion totally tunes Hubert out and... Now watch closely with me, because here is the real shocker. He admits Russell is the only person to actually pass. Turns out he used custom magic that he flat out invented, combining his magic ring with the blaze lance at the exact same time. And if that wasn't crazy enough for the senior, he even summoned a spirit to boost the hit. Vermilion openly admits he is impressed, while Hubert is left completely jaw-dropped over the spirit summon. Russell brings out Pepper to say hey. The tough guys melt. They totally think it is adorable. Flash forward a bit to the massive academy graduation ceremony. Russell delivers an amazing valedictorian speech, wishing his classmates the best on their epic life journeys. The whole crowd absolutely erupts into cheers as he finishes. After the event, Hubert praises the awesome speech, and Russell drops a quick thank you, but Hubert quickly stops him. No more professor talk. It is senior brother from now on. Russell gets the memo and officially calls him senior brother. Hubert just smiles, casually asking if our main character actually has a place to crash in the capital. Russell admits he is planning to rent some tiny, cheap room on the absolute edge of the city. Hubert immediately shoots that bad idea down and insists Russell stay at his house. Since his academy contract keeps him away anyway, it is totally empty. Russell gets super hyped, asking if he is really serious. Hubert laughs, saying he bought it from their master but literally never uses it. Fast forward, and Russell officially moves right into his huge new crib. Suddenly, the system pings. It congratulates him on graduating, dropping a high-grade mana stone and a mystery reward. Russell opens up the unknown loot, and boom, it is that weird map from before. A new alert pops up, telling him to track down the marked spot to unlock a chain quest. Russell just smirks. He knows exactly where this is. It is Cool Island, an insanely dangerous, strictly forbidden zone where no humans are allowed. Why? Because it is packed with savage magic beasts. You literally need to be 6th circle tier just to survive there. Our boy is getting super curious about what insane challenge awaits him. He instantly remembers absorbing the raw power of that legendary king horn. Is the system just tossing him power-ups, or is there some massive, world-ending mission creeping up that he absolutely needs to prepare for? Sitting down to catch his breath, he admits he is totally clueless, but whatever is coming, he has to level up. There are too many people he needs to protect. Anyway, cut to a bumpy carriage ride. Vermilion casually asks if this is Russell's first big trip to the capital. Our guy shakes his head. He has definitely been there before. Vermilion smacks his forehead, remembering the kid is from the noble Raymond family. Suddenly, Russell gets serious, saying he needs to ask his senior brother a major question. He brings up Professor Hubert's secret, ongoing assignment, directly asking if it has something to do with tracking down those dangerous heretics. Vermilion just locks eyes with him, staying totally silent. Russell points out that logically, the professor wouldn't have shown up during their ambush otherwise. It all connects. Vermilion finally cracks a smile, praising the kid's sharp brain. He confirms it is true. Hubert has been actively hunting the shady society of heretics all along. Though calling that crazy cult a society feels wrong. Now I know what you're thinking. Is Russell jumping into the fire? Oh, absolutely. He excitedly volunteers to help. Vermilion is straight up stunned, asking if he has lost his mind. He stares intensely at the boy, quickly realizing that Russell is dead serious. Zero bluffing here. He flashes a huge grin, saying it is totally fine for a man to have insane ambitions. He promises to pitch the idea to the master, earning a massive thanks. But there is a catch. Vermilion will only help if Russell masters a new spell before hitting the city. Russell just cracks up, realizing this guy absolutely lives for making bets. He introduces the technique called overheat. Flashing a wicked grin, he promises it is a literal one-hit kill spell. Vermilion activates it on the spot. He explains the trick is cramming all your mana into a single temporary point. Basically, imagine pulling your magical energy way back and then firing it off like a high-powered slingshot. He smirks, challenging Russell to copy it. A little while later, they hop right out of the carriage to see if the rookie can actually pull overheat off. Russell takes a deep breath, trying to compress his entire mana pool into a single palm. He unleashes it, blasting a massive attack straight at a nearby boulder. When the dust finally settles, the rock is completely blown through, total success. Vermilion smiles quietly, thinking to himself that this kid's talent is just absolutely off the charts. He is completely blown away that Russell combined overheat with his fire origin magic. Honestly, he cannot remember the last time he saw a rookie this insanely talented. But suddenly, Russell's hand starts violently shaking. Vermilion warns him that overheat burns out your focus instantly. He has to be super careful because follow-up attacks are completely impossible. Russell nods, pointing out that using it against a heavy hitter is a massive gamble, but Vermilion just smirks, telling him that is not exactly how real fights work. He explains that a totally destructive offense is the ultimate defense, as they finally reach the capital. Vermilion drops some final wisdom. The strong always underestimate the weak, leaving a tiny window where their guard is completely down. So what do you and I take from this? Never blink, because the underdog always bites back. Let's dive right in. You and I are about to watch Russell spot a guy named Alan helping an old dude down. Vermilion drops some knowledge, saying that in a tight spot, a hidden trick totally decides who walks away the winner. Catching up with Master Daria, Russell thanks her for helping him level up. She just smiles, super pumped he joined the Flame Tower. She mentions his timing is wild because the Spear Tower Master, Hemingway Melville, just showed up with his young mage, Alan Page. Melville chimes in, joking he finally gets why Daria wanted to hang out today. She just totally wanted to flex her brand new disciple. Daria totally owns it. She hyped Russell up as an absolute hero who crushed a heretic at such a young age. Glancing at Alan Page again, Russell remembers something crazy. In his past life, Alan hit the 6th circle title ridiculously fast. He recognizes the guy as a weird genius and the exact mage who once saved him. Meanwhile, Melville keeps teasing Daria. He claims that objectively, Alan is just way better. Vermilion sighs, totally exhausted by these two old masters going at it. Daria claps back, reminding Melville her guy is younger. Melville just shrugs it off as the two boomers keep bickering like crazy. Alan pats Melville on the shoulder, sighing that his master only acts this childish around Daria. Melville flips out, calling him a brat. But Alan just jokes that the old man misses his youth. He then reminds his boss about their royal palace trip. Alan walks up to Russell, apologizing for his master acting so embarrassing. Russell just laughs it off like nothing. Are you seeing this? Our boy boldly claims he wanted to show off his magic. Vermilion is absolutely stunned by his wild confidence. Melville bursts out laughing, loving the guts on this kid. Wondering if he can back it up, he floods the room with aura. Russell freezes. The Spear Master aura feels like drowning in a heavy ocean. Melville laughs, surprised this kid actually impressed him today. Getting up to leave, he randomly challenges Daria to a high-stakes bet. He says that in exactly 5 years. If Russell can actually catch up to Alan, he will cough up a literal mythical relic. Daria looks totally thrilled and agrees. Russell overhears this and freaks out inside. Mythical relics are insane, legendary items left over from the long-forgotten age of myths. Even the absolute weakest ones pack 7th circle mana. Daria then goes crazy and drops the timeline to 3 years, shocking Melville. If Russell fails in 3 years, she will hand over her own mythical relic. Melville laughs hard, warning her there are no take-backs. She just smirks, telling him to get his artifact ready right now. Melville finally heads out, signaling Alan to tag along. Alan bows like a total pro and says goodbye to the Flame Master while Melville keeps chuckling. Once they step outside, Alan asks if betting a mythical relic was actually a smart move. Melville straight up says nope, which leaves Alan completely speechless. The Master looks back, telling Alan he better give it his absolute all. Alan cringes hard, realizing he is the responsible one here. Back inside, Vermilion roasts Russell for not staying still on his very first day. He asks if Alan is his friend, so Russell quickly apologizes. Our boy awkwardly wonders if he really did something wrong. Later on, Miss Daria tells Russell she heard from Olsen. Word is, he wants in on hunting down those shady cult members. He nods, totally ready. Daria says his timing is absolutely perfect because her spies just dropped some fresh intel on her desk. Stick with me because this gets intense. They track the Academy attacker to Sudra, a neutral city, and he is making a solo run. Russell knows Sudra is straight-up paradise for criminals. That explains exactly why the guy picked that lawless place to hide out. Daria points out Russell has the edge since they fought before, but here is the catch: the bad guy will definitely be geared up. She asks if he is still willing to risk his neck. Surprising her, Russell declares he is doing his duty. Loving that answer, she tells him to pack up for tomorrow morning. She will prep a teleport portal and reminds him to grab gear. Our boy is beyond hyped for the green light. He knows this is step 1 in making sure Professor Hubert does not die. Next morning, Russell rides a coach to Sudra. Inside, he is stunned to find 2 highest-grade potions. Stuff he could never afford before. He figures the Master must be super worried about sending her youngest disciple into danger. During the trip, a familiar building catches his eye. Feeling pure nostalgia, he decides to pull over and check it out. It is the Louvre Museum, where his time travel literally started. Rushing to the Dragon Heart Room, he wonders why this crazy miracle happened. He realizes it gave him a chance to grow and save people. Suddenly, a system screen pops up demanding he get the Dragon Heart. Another alert drops a mission called Draconication. It lets him tap into pure dragon power, offering 3 shiny intermediate stones as a massive reward. Russell figures that claiming this dragon folk heart means he really has to pull off something huge. To earn a literal royal family treasure, Super tough, but totally doable. Checking the second mission, he has absolutely no clue what draconication is. Well, the system decides to step in and give him a live demonstration to clear things up. A wild burst of mana hits, turning his eyes fully reptilian. Russell remembers feeling this exact magic boost during past life or death crises. Seeing his new dragon eyes in the mirror, he freezes. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. All right, stick with me here, we're diving right back into the madness. He figures this crazy power unlocked during the fire trial, keeping him alive. If only he could control the feeling on command. He thinks about boosting its insane raw power by mixing the overheat technique directly with dragonification, if he actually pulls that off. It would be an absolute death blow, basically hitting sixth circle tier. The only problem, he has no clue how to master it since it only activates automatically when he's almost dead. Pepper overhears him complaining about having zero time to actually train because of the upcoming mission. The little guy realizes normal training won't summon dragonification at all. Pepper gets a bright idea and tugs him. Our boy keeps sulking. He tells himself no matter how hard he focuses, he can't fake a life or death crisis. Pepper sees he isn't moving and gets super annoyed. Suddenly, a stream of fire blasts right over his face. He jumps up, spotting Pepper growling in dragon language. Russell just laughs, asking if the little guy can help out. Pepper smiles, growling a big yes. Later, Russell sits totally focused while Pepper perches right on his head. He tries crossing into the Mona world exactly like Lady Io taught. Boom, he's inside his own mind, remembering his time here with ISO. Time flows way differently in this dimension, making it the absolute perfect spot for some hardcore magic grinding. The only problem, he doesn't have anyone to spar with. Now watch closely because what happens next is wild. He turns around, startled, and boom, a massive, towering dragon appears. It's actually Pepper, playfully nudging a totally shocked Russell. He thanks his buddy for the help, but admits fighting him feels super awkward. Then, Russell spots other spirit beings that Pepper brought to brawl. He laughs, realizing he worried for nothing. One of the spirits looks exactly like a human man, and a huge grin spreads across Russell's face. He cracks his knuckles, totally hyped, and tells Pepper to do him a solid. Meanwhile, at a pub in Sudra, spies report that pagans left the city, asking if they should chase them. The captain orders all hands on deck for the pursuit. The captain tells a guy named Jackson to inform Miss Daria about the changing situation. Jackson agrees, telling everyone to stay safe out there. Smiling, the captain tells him not to sweat it. He heard a literal divinity, trained by Daria herself, is coming to back them up. Plus, he won't let anyone steal his chance to have some fun. Immediately after, he orders the men to follow as they head out on the mission. 3 days later, at a Sudra hideout. Jackson realizes they desperately need the Flame Tower divinity to arrive fast. He sends an update through a crystal orb, reporting the Flame Tower scouts are completely missing. Later that exact day, some street thugs notice something super weird. They're shocked seeing a young kid like Russell strolling through hardcore Sudra. Sudra is this neutral, lawless zone where criminals hide. Russell thinks about how taking the royal city's teleportation gate saved him a massive amount of travel time. Even with the gate, it still took him a whole week, but thanks to his heavy image training inside the spirit realm. He trained like an absolute beast, making it feel like months of progress. He recalls those spirit brawls and unlocking true dragonification. Right after, the system pops up, confirming he can now trigger dragon power on command. Plus, his dragon horns will scale with his current power level. It also tells him that during dragonification, his flame attribute attacks will get a massive buff. I know what you're thinking, he's totally unstoppable now, right? Well, think again. He remembers fighting gruesome spirits and how his dragonification completely shut down after seconds, leaving him totally wide open for a monster smackdown. Problem 1, the crazy power only lasts 15 seconds. The second issue is the massive recoil. Just like the overheat technique, using it leaves him completely defenseless. Meanwhile, as he walks, a huge stick suddenly swings right in his face. A guy stops him, flashing a sketchy smile, asking if the kid is lost and needs directions. But our boy stays quiet, obviously knowing this is a total robbery. Russell snatches the stick away, saying it's such a wild coincidence running into them. All the surrounding thugs just stare in pure confusion. Then, after getting absolutely destroyed, the battered leader happily escorts Russell straight to the Wyvern Tavern. His two bruised goons bow deeply, respectfully wishing him a very comfortable trip. Russell chuckles to himself, realizing these guys are total jokes, and tells them to get lost. Stepping inside, he immediately spots Jackson working as the bartender. Taking a seat, Jackson asks for his order. Our boy smoothly requests a red drink cocktail completely mixed with a 12-year-old Briggs. A random guy nearby bursts out laughing, calling Russell a total lunatic for ordering a drink with 70% alcohol. Russell knows that could literally kill him. But the specific order is actually a secret flame tower code. Jackson totally catches on, absolutely mind blown that this young kid is their awaited divinity. Serving the drink, he wonders if the kid is too young. Suddenly, a magic shield surrounds Russell. Jackson reveals it's a soundproofing spell, so no customers can eavesdrop. He introduces himself as an undercover Red Tower mage dispatched to this area. He explains his cover is managing the Yellow Wyvern. Russell introduces himself too, suggesting they talk somewhere else. Once they step outside into the alley, Russell immediately asks about the scouts who vanished 3 days ago. Jackson confirms the bad news. The last report said the scouts were heading out toward the desert ruins, tracking the dangerous sorcerer who attacked those boys. Russell asks if they fell into a trap, but Jackson insists they're veterans. They aren't the type to rush blindly into some trap. Russell casually asks for a map leading to the desert ruins. Jackson is confused, asking why. Our boy simply states he's going on a rescue mission. But Jackson warns him it's way too dangerous for a solo run. Those ruins are right near the Empire's borders and are incredibly deadly. Russell can tell Jackson clearly doubts his skills, telling him to wait for backup. But you and I know our boy isn't waiting, suddenly. All right, stick with me here because things are about to get insane. Russell flexes his mana aura, totally terrifying Jackson. This guy realizes our boy is pumping out 5th-tier magic minimum. The craziest part, how easily he controls it. Jackson coughs up a lung from the heavy pressure, admitting he might have jumped the gun. He quickly spills the beans on the ruins' location. Russell smirks, his intimidation tactic worked perfectly. Meanwhile, deep in Sudra, that shady sorcerer reports to the heretic sect bosses, confirming he left a breadcrumb trail just like they asked. The two hidden higher-ups totally eat it up. Praising his solid work, they brag about smelling the blood of any clueless investigators. Fast forward to morning, Russell hits the desert. Chugging a water bottle, he regrets not grinding his ice magic earlier to beat this insane heat. He just dumps the rest over his head to survive the scorching sun. Finally, he rolls up to a massive building right in the sandy ruins where the targets vanished. He spots way too many doors. He figures if this was just a simple hunt, he would totally nuke the place from orbit, but those missing scouts might be locked up inside. So blowing it up is off the table. Figuring the front doors are totally rigged with nasty traps, our guy decides to pull a sneaky flank. Wanting to completely blindside these cult creeps, he literally parkours straight up to the roof. He drops in through the ceiling, perfectly cushioning his fall with a sick wind spell. Once down, he is super relieved there are 0 traps. Now watch closely because this is where it gets wild. Looking ahead, he spots a massive mural of a dark-haired warrior brawling alongside an actual dragon. He checks the edge to see what they were fighting, but that part is completely ripped off. Suddenly, a voice echoes, mocking him for showing up. Russell spins around and catches that exact same sketchy sorcerer. The villain is totally dumbfounded that some academy student tracked him down here. Backing him up, a massive squad of enemies on both sides. The sorcerer literally thanks him for walking right into the trap, saving him the hassle of hunting. With an army of undead grunts, he promises to grant Russell a quick death. Our boy just chuckles, asking if the guy ran a marathon just to talk trash. The sorcerer totally snaps, his eyes glowing with pure rage. He orders the hit and his zombie squad charges straight at Russell. These aren't your average mobs. They are the reanimated bodies of hardcore elite soldiers. Smirking, the villain hypes himself up, totally convinced this is the kid's grave. But Russell claps back, throwing up his signature firewall just like last time. The sorcerer gasps, wondering if he is seriously spamming the same trick. Russell just laughs it off. It might look the same, but he upgraded the whole setup. He remembers that draconification wasn't his only homework in the spirit dimension, relying on his intense training. He slaps a vector formula onto the barrier. Boom, mobile firewave. The brainless undead squad gets completely stuck behind the intense flames. Suddenly, the wall flares up and surges outward, totally engulfing those nasty monsters. The roaring blaze instantly turns the entire room into an oven. I know what you're thinking, too easy, right? The sorcerer is absolutely stunned as his prized army gets roasted once the smoke clears. Russell strolls up like an absolute boss, claiming he can see him perfectly. The sorcerer panics since he was literally wearing an invisibility cloak. He is absolutely floored that Russell pulled off detection magic through that chaotic inferno. Cursing under his breath, he knows he is completely screwed. Flashing a totally unhinged grin, Russell dashes right at him, yelling that his running days are over. Bam! A colossal explosion rocks the ancient ruin. Somehow, the guy survives. He faceplants into the dirt, hacking up a lung and spitting blood. He desperately wonders if his power was really this pathetic. Closing the gap, Russell tells the loser to just give up and make it easy, but the villain claims he literally cannot do that. Staggering back up, he drops a bombshell. His soul isn't even his anymore, and worse, he totally sold out his own family. He screams in pure agony about trading away absolutely everything he had. Suddenly, two brand new enemies drop through the ceiling while Russell is distracted. The chick, Bait, fires off a demonic claw while the dude unleashes Nightmare Tail. Looks like these are the exact big bosses the sorcerer was reporting to. Russell spins around just in time. They smash their attacks right where he was standing, kicking up a massive dust cloud. As it fades, Bait starts mocking the beat-up sorcerer. Joking he looks amazing. The guy admits he was just bait, but getting thrashed by some random teenager is seriously embarrassing. Bait roasts him harder, calling him a pathetic, dried-up rat. Coughing up dirt, he reveals that Russell is their main target. He shouts that this kid is the disciple of the Flame Tower Master. Hearing Daria's name completely triggers the two psycho cultists into a raging frenzy. Meanwhile, Russell easily tanks the blast with a magic shield. He drops the barrier, warning these scumbags to keep his master's name out of their filthy mouths. Right on cue, a system screen pops up, assigning a brand new quest: capture one of these three cultists or wipe them all out. The duo glares at him, and the dude snarls that a quick death would have been a mercy. Bait giggles like a total lunatic, agreeing. She calls Daria a massive B-word, insisting her student won't die easily. She loudly claims she will be the one to end him. Turn his corpse into a sick little puppet and make it dance outside the flame tower. The male cultist barks at the sorcerer, named Xavier. To block the exit, charging up his nasty nightmare tails, Bait seals the doors with creepy skeleton bones. She flexes her demonic claws, grinning that it's getting fun. Russell notices they're charging head-on instead of using zombies. Trust me, you and I are gonna love watching this epic showdown. All right, guys, grab your snacks because we are jumping right back in. Hiding in the shadows, Russell realizes these sorcerers are totally different beasts. Bait screams, demanding he step up or she is bringing the fight to him. Russell just chills and says he has one quick question. What exactly did they do to the scouts that came here before him? The dude cultist looks super confused, asking what scouts he means. Bait loses her mind, yelling at him to drop the cheap stalling tactics. She blasts her demon claw stingers right at him, kicking off the brawl. Russell casually dodges, seriously wondering how these guys are completely clueless about the scouts. Midair, the guy unloads on him with insanely fast nightmare tail whips. Russell barely swerves out of the way, trying to figure out if they are actually dumb or just totally faking it. Looks like our boy has to beat the truth out of them. Bait gets absolutely furious at his dodging skills and curses him out. Suddenly, Russell stops playing around and summons his glowing blaze lance. He effortlessly smacks the demon claw aside, completely blowing Xavier's mind. The sorcerer in the back freaks out, screaming that this is the exact same spear that totally wrecked the giant skeleton. Bait just laughs, hyping up the incoming fight. She throws her hands up and flexes her demon claw technique to summon two massive hands. She slams them together, trying to fuse them into one absolutely devastating mega attack. She spawns her very own crazy weapon called the Demon Claw Spear and flashes a wicked grin. Laughing like a maniac, she dares Russell to see whose toy is sharper. Russell stays dead silent, hitting her with an ice-cold stare. As Bait recklessly charges in for the kill, her partner screams at her to stick to the plan. But she totally ignores him. She rushes Russell, screaming that being scared of some kid is way too embarrassing. Meanwhile, our boy gets into his stance, ready to strike. Now watch closely because this is where the hype goes off the charts. Their weapons violently clash, and her Demon Claw Spear completely shatters into pieces. Bait's eyes practically pop out. She glances down and realizes her freaking arm is just gone. The panic sets in, and Bait shrieks at the top of her lungs over her freshly chopped limb. Out of nowhere, the dude uses his whip to slice Bait's head clean off. Russell is totally stunned as the guy violently curses her out. He claims she totally deserved it for breaking formation. Then he glares at Russell, calling him the disciple of the Flame Tower. He declares war, but actually respects the kid's insane skills. Suddenly, the dude's eyes start glowing. He spins a crazy web of whips all around himself, kicking up a massive mana breeze. Russell just watches, super confused, waiting for the catch. The guy promises that from right now, he is going all out to shred Russell into confetti. Our boy spots the deadly whip tornado and quickly jumps back to dodge. The guy talks big, telling Russell his awesome skills will not matter against an attack coming from literally every single direction at once. Boom, a massive burst of fire suddenly erupts right where Russell was standing. The cultist instantly spots something super weird going down. Russell teleports right into his face with a savage smirk. The guy absolutely panics, realizing Russell just used Blink. Gathering every drop of energy, our boy charges up his overheat attack. Moving at crazy speeds, he punches that scorching energy straight into the dude's gut. The guy groans in agony from the surprise blast, while Xavier watches the whole beatdown in pure shock. He stares at Russell, completely dominating the cultist, and his brain short-circuits. Once Xavier realizes that his own life is totally on the line now. He drops to his knees in despair. He refuses to just roll over and die, completely trash-talking his own teammate for acting so tough just a minute ago. Right by Bait's body, he spots a glowing red artifact and gets a seriously villainous idea. Meanwhile, the male cultist is literally shaking after catching that absolute beatdown. The wrecked cultist tells Russell to just end him already, but our boy shuts him up real quick. He violently grabs the guy by the head and jams a firebolt in his face, demanding answers. What the heck happened to those scouts? The guy spits blood and asks why he cares so much. I know you guys are feeling the suspense too. Russell is genuinely stunned. This villain actually has zero clue what he means. Seeing Russell distracted, the bruised cultist spots an opening. Thinking our boy dropped his guard, the guy sneaks a hand toward his dagger for a dirty shot. But before he can even pull it, a massive whip shoots across the room and chokes him out. Russell is shook and whips his head around to check the crazy interruption. It is Xavier. He is using the artifact for a crazy sacrifice spell and transforming into an absolute monster. Russell cannot believe he has to deal with this garbage again. The choked cultist realizes Xavier is holding the legendary Hell Giant Heart. Before he can even process it, Xavier's whip violently drags him all the way across the floor. Xavier is going totally crazy, sacrificing literally everyone's lives to finish his dark spell, as the terrified cultist gets pulled right into the massive Hell Giant forming in front of them. He desperately struggles, refusing to be monster food, but nope, way too late. He gets sucked into the disgusting flesh mass, getting brutally impaled from every single angle imaginable. Xavier screams for his horrific creation, the abomination, to finally descend now that the bloody sacrifice is done. Suddenly, the giant meaty mass fully evolves into an absolute nightmare. The dark mana coming off this thing is so heavy that Russell knows something is seriously wrong. Right on cue, a system alert pops up with a wild mission update. The alert confirms the cultists are wiped out, leaving him to solo this horrific abomination. The massive beast locks its glowing red, evil eyes right onto our boy. Xavier, completely mutated into this freakish beast, checks out his new body and lets out a terrifying growl. He furiously blames Russell for forcing him into this ugly mess. The giant freak activates the Demon Claw Stinger spell, promising to literally tear Russell into bloody ribbons. Our boy is super rattled by just how twisted this abomination looks. Realizing it stole Bates' powers, the monster blasts huge demon claws straight at him. Russell watches the deadly attack coming with pure dread. Boom, the explosion is so insanely huge that it completely collapses the entire freaking building. Thank God Russell popped a clutch firewall just in time to block the massive boulders. Coughing up dust, he curses Xavier out, realizing he survived by a literal hair. That massive psycho seriously brought the whole roof down right on top of his own head. Russell throws out another insult, figuring Xavier just dug his own grave because his pathetic body could not handle that much raw, unhinged power. But wait, the rubble starts violently shaking. Russell gasps as the monstrous abomination violently explodes out of the debris. It is still alive and 100% out for his blood. It unleashes the threefold chains, smashing them right where Russell is standing. So what do you guys think? Will our boy survive being chewed down to the bone? Stick with me here, a massive explosion just blasted this monster's back. Russell, who hurled that blaze lance, waits to see the damage. The beast is totally swallowed by smoke, everything is a blur, but then the absolute unit of a monster, who doesn't have a single scratch, turns around and literally spits on him. It brags that his moves are totally useless. Russell cringes, this guy's defense is actually off the charts. He quickly realizes he needs an escape plan right now, but the monster instantly whips its deadly spiked chains. It tells him to keep plodding while completely smashing the ground where he was just standing. Russell poofs out of there fast, knowing he desperately needs to find a way to buy some time. The beast laughs, telling him to just run away, crying in despair from its godlike power. Russell smirks out loud, as if he'd ever run from a totally brainless meathead. Telling himself this is only just the beginning, he instantly summons Pepper. When the little dragon pops out, he asks for a hand, and his buddy Hyped Up completely agrees. Like an absolute boss, our boy sparks some roaring flames in his hand and gets to work. He instantly throws up a massive firewall between them. Right after doing that, he morphs it all into a massive fire wave, launching it straight into the giant freak. The massive wave connects, but the beast easily tanks it, even though it definitely took a little chip damage. It calls Russell a complete idiot for trying basic magic on it. When the giant freak looks around, Russell is totally gone from plain sight. Hiding safely in the shadows, our boy smiles and gives Pepper the ultimate green light. While the big ugly beast is still looking around totally confused, Pepper zooms right in, blasting a wild stream of pure fire. The little dragon literally runs tight circles around the beast, torching it while it fails to grab him. Meanwhile, Russell flies up high for his final attack. Our guy is super hyped that the monster is finally totally distracted. Now he can actually land his heavy hit without issues, so he starts charging up the blaze lance. But this time he mixes it with overheat, literally his only spell with insane armor-piercing power. Once Pepper sees the crazy weapon is ready, he quickly dips out of there. Now watch closely, the monster yells at Russell to stop hiding and fight. Russell drops straight from the sky with his glowing blaze lance, yelling that he is absolutely happy to grant that wish. Boom, he slams the weapon right into the monster's skull. Massive flames erupt all over its giant body, but the beast just laughs, calling it a totally useless move. Russell grins back, telling him he hasn't even shown his real hand yet. Out of nowhere, our boy summons pure electricity. A massive sheet of lightning crackles above the monster. Bam, he calls down a lightning strike straight onto its head. It's the Thunder Giant's hammer. That blinding energy completely fries the monster's entire system. The impact is so insane that the massive freak just literally explodes on the spot. Thick smoke blankets the whole area, making it impossible to see. Finally hitting the dirt, Russell wonders if he actually finished the monster off for good. Squinting through the dust, he sees the top half is gone, revealing Xavier's creepy skeleton. The system brings up a shiny notification. Mission cleared, time to claim those sweet rewards. Russell breathes a massive sigh of relief and just flat out collapses onto his back. Pepper pops right up onto his shoulder, and Russell gives his buddy props for carrying. Suddenly, the skull literally slides right off the bones. It bounces across the dirt and lands directly in front of Russell, totally jumping him. The crazy bonehead says his name, totally amazed that Daria trained an absolute beast before she died. The skull jokes about a Raymond being her star pupil, and Russell is completely mind blown. The skeleton keeps yapping. wondering if the son will actually be crazier than the dad. Our guy is completely frozen. Then he snaps, grabbing the skull and screaming, demanding to know exactly who is talking. You and I both know someone else is speaking through this thing. The skull just laughs, teasing that he'll find out the truth eventually. It even taunts him about seeing his dad's final moments before literally blowing up in his hands. The echoing voice just laughs, claiming his old man had quite a fierce look. Sitting in the pouring rain, our boy breaks down crying. The frustration of these villains knowing his dad, absolutely crushing. Drenched, he screams at the sky, cursing and begging to know who this psycho is. Pepper gently nudges his side to comfort him, while that ugly monster carcass just rots completely immobile. Far off, a shady guy with a telescope watches everything go down. He tells his crew the fight's over and aggressively orders them to report back to base. We instantly cut to the 12th Desert, deep inside the Imperial Army's 2nd Battalion base. The battalion commander, Vic. Count Montmart reads over the fresh intel from his men. He finds out that a guy assumed to be an Enmyon mage just completely wrecked a deadly cultist in battle. The report drops a massive bombshell. Judging by the raw magic, this guy is casually over the 5th circle. This intel completely flips his lid. He drags in the intelligence officer, absolutely furious. He demands to know how a powerhouse mage strolled so close to their turf without a single warning. The sweating officer scrambles to apologize, swearing there wasn't a single blip on the radar about Enmyon's top tiers moving around. Another guy sitting nearby chimes in, guessing this might just be a completely fresh face. Rumor has it the Flame Tower just got a crazy young rookie member. The intel guy desperately tries covering his tracks, saying a new academy grad is nothing to stress about, as long as they stay far away from the borders. The commander calls him an absolute idiot, a fresh grad who's already rocking 5th circle power. That's totally insane. He yells that this kid could easily become Enmyon's ultimate major weapon. Both guys shut their mouths tightly while the boss loudly sighs. Cursing his terrible luck, the commander whines about dealing with this totally unseen mess. He admits they have no choice but to unleash that absolute maniac to handle this threat. Meanwhile, under the blazing hot desert sun, Russell chills on a dune, chugging some water. His mind is spinning deep in thought about everything that just happened. So what do you and I make of this? Did that cultist actually kill his dad? We'll see. But right now, Russell must ditch these stalkers and track down those missing scouts. Let's jump right back into the madness. Our boy can't lose focus now. He glances over, realizing those guys have gotta be Empire scouts. Since they haven't attacked yet, he figures they're just spying on him. But suddenly, a super weird figure pops up way out in the desert. He squints and the dude starts glowing like crazy. Russell uses his wizard speed, rushing in to catch him, but right as he closes the gap, boom, gone. Out of nowhere, his cheek gets sliced open, dropping him to the dirt. He scrambles up. Was that whole glowing thing just a magical aura? Then the system chimes in. New alert, he just ran into an enemy way beyond his pay grade, the new mission. Just survive and escape in one piece. The reward is 5 intermediate grade mana stones. Russell is totally stunned. He glares up, trying to ID his attacker. It's a swordsman, and our boy instantly recognizes this psycho as Spandam. The guy just smirks, casually mentioning that he actually aimed for Russell's neck. Spandam laughs, saying the rumors about a master above the 5th circle were actually legit. Russell scowls. He knows exactly who this is, the Empire's superhuman weapon. The direct disciple of the legendary Master Macrae, Spandam gives this absolutely unhinged smile, telling Russell how fun it's gonna be to slice him up. Russell mutters that honestly, the only title that really fits this guy is Spandam, the homicidal maniac. The swordsman looks genuinely surprised his name is out there. He points his blade, saying that actually makes things easier. Russell just stands his ground, glaring hard. Spandam smirks, claiming that knowing his reputation means Russell can accept the absolute agony coming his way. Meanwhile, our boy recalls exactly why they call him a homicidal maniac. That sword flares up with a sick crimson aura. Russell remembers this exact glow, back in his past life, just because someone bumped his shoulder. This psycho slaughtered an entire mercenary squad, blood everywhere. Russell almost died back then too. If Alan hadn't stepped in, they would have been totally cooked. Now pay close attention here. In the flashback, Alan leaps in right before Spandam finishes the job. Spandam doesn't even flinch, just flashes that creepy grin. The knight and mage throw down in an insane clash, but even back then, Alan Page, a top-tier mage, barely managed to put him down and took heavy damage. Russell knows right now, Spandam is on a completely different level of danger. Spandam gets bored waiting and decides playtime is over. He launches a massive slash called Flying Blood. Russell reacts instantly, throwing up a heavy 5-layer magic shield. The strike hits the barrier and shatters the whole thing like glass. Russell is stunned. One single swing just busted through 5 stacked shields. He has 0 choices left. He leaps back to dodge the main blast. The crimson strike hits the ground where he just was, ripping a huge explosion through the sand. Our guy is sweating now. How does that attack still pack so much punch after breaking 5 shields? He seriously wonders how Alan ever survived fighting this absolute beast. Spandam looks mildly impressed that he dodged it, noticing the layered defense. He praises Russell for having solid battle instincts, but calls his mana density way too weak. He unleashes another crazy whirlwind of blood strikes. Russell hears that critique and instantly realizes the winning strategy. Facing this massive wave of crimson slashes, Russell summons his blaze lance for max damage. He swings that fiery spear right through the blood wave, completely wiping it out. Spandam is totally caught off guard by that counter. He stares at the burning weapon, laughing that Russell was holding back a pretty sweet trick. Russell hits him with some sarcasm and literally chucks the blazing spear straight at him. Spandam sees the huge fireball coming, but totally refuses to dodge. Honestly, he's just shocked the magic lance is staying together mid-air like that. He whips up another wave of blood energy to block the flaming projectile. The Psycho Knight just grins, saying fighting mages is the absolute best entertainment. But wait, Russell casts Blink, popping up right behind him, blaze lance in hand. He violently thrusts the flaming weapon directly at the swordsman's blind spot. Whoosh, Spandam vanishes too. Looks like he's got teleportation skills as well. He materializes behind our MC, mocking Russell for scurrying around like a little rat. Russell whips around in pure shock. Too slow, the knight's blade slashes right into him and blood goes flying everywhere. You felt that panic too, right? But before the sword slices deeper, Russell somehow blinks a few feet away. Meanwhile, Spandam just laughs, loving the thrill. Our boy gets a nasty gash on his leg. Spandam mocks the bleeding, chuckling as he casually offers to stand back and wait for Russell to heal up. Russell scrambles to cast healing magic, suddenly realizing the truth. Spandam isn't teleporting at all. He's just using his aura to boost his physical speed to insane levels. His pure aura speed totally outclasses a normal wizard body. At the same time, he tears his own clothes to tie off the wound. Spandam just watches, asking if everyone from the Flame Tower is this annoyingly stubborn or if it's a requirement to join up. Russell freezes. Why would he bring that up? Spandam flashes a wicked grin, mentioning the guys he fought a few days ago fought to the bitter end too, the scouts. They were searching for their missing buddy. Russell's blood runs ice cold. This psycho is the one who murdered the entire scout team. He asks point blank if he was the one who butchered them. Spandam, he just gives a creepy smile and shrugs it off. Rage absolutely takes over, fists clenched. He was supposed to just hit and run like the system quest told him, mainly so he could rescue those guys. Screw running, he flares up a massive wave of raw mana. Squaring off, he decides the future doesn't matter anymore. He is taking this monster down right now. Spandam looks thrilled, shouting that Russell had been hiding his true power this whole time. The crazy knight grips his blade, yelling, "Let's see how tough he acts when his body is shredded to absolute pieces." Russell checks his cloudy ring, realizing it's still totally out of juice. Which means there's exactly one crazy option left on the table. Spandam raises his crimson blade for the final strike. Trust me, you are gonna love this part. A massive blood torrent rushes in, and Russell finally pops his ultimate trump card. He completely activates his draconification. Stick with me here. Russell erupts into literal flames, totally burning through that massive blood torrent. Spandam is absolutely stunned this kid just pierced his insane attack. Meanwhile, Russell stays hidden inside that fiery pool. Then boom, he jumps out, fully rocking his badass draconification mode. He starts counting, only 14 seconds left before his power completely drains out, quickly summoning his blazing lance. He charges straight at Spandam. The knight just smirks, realizing this might actually be dangerous. Still, he doesn't even flinch as Russell leaps right at him with that blazing weapon ready. Russell fires a ridiculously destructive blast right at where Spandam is standing. A second later, the smoke clears. Russell stands in the crater searching, but bam, the knight appears right behind him, speaking up and totally catching our boy off guard. Spandam admits he has no clue what trick Russell just pulled. He slashes his sword, but our boy casually swats it away with his hand. Spandam bets that power buff is only temporary. Russell just keeps counting, only 9 seconds left now. Spandam attacks again, slicing right across Russell's face, but our boy instantly claps back, swinging his lance so hard it sets off a massive, fiery explosion. Spandam leaps back to dodge the blast, while Russell counts down to 6 seconds. The knight trashes him, saying a buff that can't kill is totally useless anyway. Now watch closely, this gets wild. The knight leaps up, yelling it's over, and unleashes Cyclone Typhoon. A crazy hurricane of blood slashes appears. Russell just glares up, frowning as the knight dives straight down. Trying to rip right through him, Russell completely blocks it with his lance. Their weapons clash hard, but Spandam suddenly uses a blood wave, knocking the lance away and changing direction. Russell's lance slams down, accidentally blasting right into the dirt. The explosion is absolutely massive, completely swallowing the entire battlefield in flames. When the smoke finally clears, Russell drops to his knees. Our boy is panting, completely exhausted, while Spandam just stands there. Spandam just watches him kneel in the fading flames. Russell checks his internal clock, 2 seconds left. Spandam laughs, asking if he's finally out of gas. Russell smirks, saying there's one last surprise. With 1 second left, he slams his hands down for his final move. He literally busts out 6 circle magic. The ground cracks wide open, huge flames shoot out, and for the first time, Spandam looks absolutely terrified. The fire turns into bubbling magma like a literal volcano. Russell just transformed the whole area using his meltdown skill. Flashing back to his study sessions in the professor's library, Russell remembers reading all about this crazy meltdown method. He understood the theory perfectly back then, but since it required insane 6th circle magic, he couldn't actually pull it off. It turns tiny embers into a sea of magma. Back in the present, Pepper swoops in, carrying Russell safely out of that lava trap. In the sky, Russell thanks Pepper, but poor Pepper is seriously struggling to carry all that heavy weight. Russell checks the wreckage from above. You know how these fights go, right? Someone suddenly sneaks up behind him, making our boy whip around. It's Spandam. He is coughing up blood, looking totally wrecked with one arm completely sliced off. Russell steps up, aiming a firebolt right at the guy's head. He asks if Spandam has any last words, but the knight just shivers. Finally, Spandam cracks a weird smile, asking if Russell finds all this funny. Spandam rants about the Guardians, saying they force everyone into war just to protect the country, but never actually teach them how to escape this living hell. He says it's just endless killing. The path of a Guardian is nothing but a road paved with blood, and he straight up welcomes Russell to the nightmare. Russell hesitates while Spandam waits. Then bam, Russell executes him on the spot. He just stands over the body, thinking quietly. Soon, the system pops up a notification. Mission fully cleared, and he even crushed the bonus requirements. So, he scores 8 intermediate grade mana stones. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, another scout bursts in with intel for Jackson. Rumors are spreading that Spandam, an official Empire Knight, is operating secretly in the desert. The scout warns Jackson that their missing guys are probably tied to him too. Jackson is totally shook. He realizes if that is true, the entire divinity of the Flame Tower is in massive danger, he figures. That despite his skills, he could never beat Spandam. But right then, Russell casually strolls into the tavern. Our boy walks straight to the counter and drops a broken sword right on the table. Jackson's jaw drops. He instantly recognizes it as Spandam's weapon. He just stares, completely speechless. Russell smiles and calmly asks for a glass of water. Jackson frantically grabs it, saying he can have absolutely anything he wants. That night, Jackson uses the orb to file his report. He updates them on the scouts, dropping the bombshell that Russell Raymond killed the pagans and Spandam. Pretty soon, the crazy news spreads everywhere. It even reaches Camelot, the capital city of Enmyon. Everyone is suddenly talking about Russell Raymond, the final heir to that fallen house. They hear wild rumors that he destroyed Abomination, the pagan's magical beast. And that this Flame Tower rookie actually clapped Spandam, a literal Empire knight. The gossip sounds way too insane to be true, leaving people with totally mixed feelings. Soon after, Russell steps into the tower through the portal. The master looks super hyped to see him, while Olsen and Hubert just look incredibly intrigued. Others, like Master Daria, are just relieved. She ruffles his hair, thanking him for surviving. Meanwhile, some guys just get super competitive. Master Melville reads the file, laughing that this bet is gonna be tough. Alan reads it too, admitting their new junior is way more badass than he originally thought. But others, pure hate and rage. Somewhere else, some guys inform Spandam's master, McCree Hughes, about his death. McCree just calmly cleans his sword, asking if that's all the intel they brought. McCree is the Empire's swordmaster, absolutely furious. His men just cower in pure fear. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Russell realizes everyone actually shared one common trait. Meanwhile, McCree is out for blood, demanding an absolute eye for an eye. A disciple for a disciple. He violently smashes his massive sword straight into the ground. A sinister shockwave erupts from the impact. That raw, dark energy violently rips straight through the dense forest, absolutely obliterating everything in its path. That one thing everyone shared, a massive impression of Russell Raymond. McCree suddenly recalls Daria stone white, swearing he will get brutal payback no matter the cost. Later on, Russell debriefs Master Daria. She looks at him, asking if he seriously thinks the pagans had a hand in his dad's death. Russell doubles down. She sighs, explaining that tons of records burned during the war, making the actual truth super hard to track down. Pinning down the culprit won't be easy. Russell already knows. Trying to comfort him, his master grabs his hands, promising that one thing remains totally certain. If they keep hunting those pagans, the truth will eventually surface. She gently asks if he believes that too. She swears the Flame Tower has his back forever, and Russell is super grateful. Moments later, the driver announces they have finally reached their stop. Master Daria tells him to drop the anxiety for now. Today is all about expanding his horizons and learning some next-level stuff. They step out and enter a massive building. Inside, the heavy hitters of the Magic Tower Council are already gathering up. This council is a huge deal, bringing together the masters of over 20 towers across Enmyon. Russell mentions that just 2 short months ago, beating Spandam earned him an exclusive VIP pass here as an aide, even as a total rookie, the second they walk through the doors. A master instantly recognizes Russell as the famous prodigy. Another guy practically bows, calling it an absolute honor. Russell just laughs, thanking them for the hype. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. A new guy strolls up, casually calling Master Daria his senior. Daria spins around. She immediately recognizes him as the Yellow Tower Master, playfully agreeing that it really has been way too long. As he steps up, Daria introduces him as Niccolo Machiavelli. She gives Russell a heads up that Niccolo is actually running today's huge council event. Russell immediately bows to show respect. The guy laughs, telling him to drop the formalities. He praises Russell for wrecking that damned rascal's disciple. Russell blinks, totally confused about which rascal he means. Daria casually drops the bomb. He is talking about McCree Hughes, the Empire's legendary swordmaster. The guy Russell defeated was McCree's student. Niccolo points right at his gnarly eye scar, saying the news of that victory felt incredibly refreshing. Russell stares at the scar, suddenly realizing McCree definitely gave him that. Daria cuts in, telling Niccolo to stop flexing old battle wounds and prep his presentation. She playfully reminds him about his super important agenda, just a few moments later. Master Melville and Alan Page roll up. Melville greets the Flame and Yellow Tower Masters, while Russell spots the famous Spear Tower boss. Daria smirks, teasing Melville for being completely jealous of her student's hype. Melville laughs out loud, asking if she thinks he is really that petty. Niccolo feels the awkward tension instantly spiking, so he dips out fast to get his presentation ready. Niccolo bails before the bickering starts. Melville smoothly pivots, hoping Daria hasn't forgotten their high-stakes bet over a legendary relic from the God era. Daria fires back that she definitely remembers. Melville starts bragging, claiming his precious Alan has already made a massive move. Before he can even finish, Alan grabs his master's shoulders, reminding him to sit down. Alan literally starts dragging him away by force. While Melville yells at the brat to let go because he was still talking, he screams for Alan to unhand him immediately. Russell completely cracks up at their wild dynamic. Soon after, the big presentation kicks off, and Niccolo officially opens this crazy council session. The main event, excavating the ruins over at Mount Calvin. Niccolo reveals these ancient ruins actually date back to the end of the mythological era. Even better, there is zero sign of looters. That means an intact legendary relic could still be hiding inside, making him grin like crazy. You and I both know how insane that is. A mythological relic. Daria whispers they might unearth something that completely shatters the world. Niccolo tells everyone they need backup to secure the site. He calls on Sir Alan Page from the Spear Tower for the job. He also drops Russell's name, asking both boys for a massive favor. The entire audience instantly starts whispering, totally agreeing since Russell's skills are absolutely proven. Daria is completely gloating right now, thinking it was so obvious they would pick her epic disciple. But then, out of nowhere, another master loudly objects to the entire motion. Daria snaps her head around to spot the buzzkill. It is Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower master, standing there looking smug with his own mage, a kid named Gyron. Blaine struts right to the center, taking Niccolo totally by surprise. Niccolo politely asks him to explain exactly why he is ruining the vibe. Blaine coldly drops a name, Alex Raymond, Russell's dad. He glares straight at Russell, who looks completely shell-shocked hearing his father brought up. Blaine says he is objecting because of Alex Raymond's past defeat. The crowd mutters, wondering why the son takes the heat. Someone argues that Empire War was ages ago, but Blaine doubles down, roaring that his dad abandoned the battlefield, getting the kingdom's most elite soldiers killed. Dead silence, the whole room just freezes. Daria fires back, yelling that it is pure speculation since all the records from back then are gone. But Blaine shuts her down. He claims he was actually there. Russell and Daria look totally stunned. He swears he saw him run away. Russell is completely horrified, and trust me, you and I need to see how this plays out next. All right, stick with me here. Russell knows his dad's war death is no secret, but why is this old dude spouting absolute nonsense? Blaine straight up tells the masters the Raymond family owes a massive debt. Plus, how betrayed would the kingdom's youth feel if they handed this epic mission to a total washout family? The ultimatum, Master Blaine threatens to pull all Red Tower support if Russell leads the guard. Boom. The council starts sweating. Sure, Russell is literally the rising divinity, but ghosting the massive Red Tower? Yeah, tough call. Niccolo watches from the sidelines, realizing Blaine just played the whole room. Typical Red Tower energy. With his insane backing, Blaine totally knew he could pull this off. Master Niccolo immediately thinks of the real puppet master, Archduke Bismarck. Blaine is tight with the king's uncle, the legendary Archduke himself, going against him, basically a death wish against the strongest faction around. Honestly, the only masters crazy enough to not walk on eggshells around him are Melville and Day. Master Melville calls out the absolute ridiculousness of it all. Sensing Russell's boiling rage, Daria tells him to stand down, she's got this. But nope, Russell completely ignores his master and steps up to question the Red Tower boss. Blaine turns and Russell goes right for the throat, asking if he'll take responsibility. Blaine plays dumb. Russell doubles down, demanding payback for insulting the House of Raymond. Master Daria steps in quickly, warning Russell this is not the time. Blaine just scoffs, a fallen family's honor, trash. He tells Russell he should be kissing the ground Daria walks on for protecting him. Without her, he would have ripped out Russell's tongue as a brutal warning to every other cocky little mage out there. Yikes. Now watch closely because everything changes here. Someone strolls in, sarcastically mocking Blaine for acting like he's the actual king of the country. Jaws drop, it is Princess Hecate Rathmose herself. The masters instantly drop to the floor to bow to royalty. Blaine bows too, sweating over why she's even here. Hecate casually mentions she was eavesdropping and agrees Blaine actually has a point. Debts have to be paid, period. Miss Daria tries to jump in and defend him. But the princess drops a massive however. To pay a debt, you actually need the chance to work it off. Boom, she orders the spear and flame towers to co-guard alongside the red tower. Blaine's face, absolutely priceless, total shock. Hecate just smirks. Blaine panics, claiming she can't take this so lightly. So she turns to Niccolo and asks who is funding this whole epic excavation. Niccolo admits it's her. With a totally boss smile, the princess declares they are doing it her way. Mic drop and she's out. Blaine forces the most awkward smile ever. Niccolo scrambles to calm the chaos and awkwardly moves to the next schedule item. Russell is just standing there utterly stunned, completely fixated on Princess Hecate's flex. Later, Blaine is seething. This was his perfect shot to crush the Raymond family, absolutely ruined by royal interference. Suddenly, Gyron spots trouble ahead. He leaps onto the carriage roof, crimson sword drawn as the driver slams the brakes. Someone is blocking the road. Blaine steps out, dripping with attitude, telling Daria she clearly lacks manners. She just smiles right back, saying he's not one to talk. Gyron instantly presses his blade to Daria's neck. She doesn't even flinch, asking if a simple sword will really cut it. Gyron stares, totally lost by her insane confidence. Master Blaine steps up and orders his guard to stand down. Surprised, Gyron bows and backs off. Blaine looks at Daria, knowing she definitely did not come to apologize, and demands to know what she really wants. You guys feel that tension, right? Daria drops Alex Raymond's name, asking if Blaine actually witnessed his death. Blaine gets defensive, claiming he didn't exactly see it happen. Daria calls it a massive shame. She's hunting for the truth and figured he might know something. Blaine scoffs, doubting she'd go this far, asking if she even knew the dead guy. Daria snaps back with pure fury. It's about her youngest disciple, and a student's problem is the master's problem. She's helping him settle this score, hunting down whoever caused that death, no matter what. Smash, she slams her staff down and literally vanishes into thin air, leaving them stunned. Panicking, Blaine orders the driver to flip the carriage and rush to the Archduke's mansion. He has to double-check something ASAP. Meanwhile, deep inside the Archduke's creepy mansion, a skull sits in darkness, branded with a cursed heretic symbol. Boom, the skeleton jolts to life, eyes glowing with fire. Later, Daria checks on Russell, asking how he expects to survive tomorrow's mission when he's this distracted. She asks if that old man's trash talk is eating at him. Smashing through monsters, Russell insists he's totally fine. Daria sees right through him. He was praised as a literal god, and now they are suddenly calling his dead father a complete coward. How could anyone not be rattled by that? She jumps down to give him a reality check. The truth always comes out, she promises. She tells him to just focus on his own grind. Russell really lets those words sink in. Finally, he bows and asks for her guidance once more. Daria just laughs, incredibly proud of her student. He knows this path is going to be brutal, but to become a legend, a kid has to finally step out of their parents' shadow. So what do you and I take from all this? Even disguised Princess Hecate realizes, escaping a massive royal shadow is the hardest battle of all. All right, stick with me here. We skip 3 days forward to Mount Calvin, where a massive portal from the Flame Tower just rips right open. Russell steps right through that portal. He checks out the legendary mountain views he has heard so much about, but suddenly freezes up. The crazy cold hits him instantly, making him shiver. With a quick flick of his finger, he unleashes a pulse of energy. The sudden wave of cozy heat leaves all the bystanders absolutely and completely stunned. Meanwhile, one of the excavation workers looks suspiciously like the princess in disguise. A guy walks up, asking if he is the famous Russell Raymond. Our boy simply nods yes. The guy says they have been eagerly waiting for him and leads the way forward. Russell catches sight of multiple banners, the Royal Path, the Everall, and the Ios Towers. He instantly realizes that all the top-tier Earth magic experts are gathered right here for this massive job. His guide asks if this massive scale blows his mind, bragging that they built the entire facility using pure magic crystals. Russell stares at the highly reflective structure, noting it looks exactly like giant mirrors. The guy smiles. Calling it the literal Temple of Mirrors. Shortly after, a welcoming old guy walks right up to Russell. He introduces himself as Spiegelman, the head honcho of this whole expedition. Russell bows and returns the greeting. Russell totally recognizes him, a commoner who leveled up to a legendary elder. Plus, he is the top-tier adventurer who has dug up more kingdom ruins than literally anyone else alive. Russell thinks about picking his brain with a few burning questions, but suddenly, Alan crashes the scene. Our boy is super hyped to see his buddy, joking about his fast arrival. They shake hands, totally vibing with this epic reunion. Russell teases Alan for being a hardworking genius, calling it unfair. Alan just laughs it off, saying he is purely here to protect this legendary relic. Alan mentions they need to wait for the Red Tower Guardian to show up before hashing out their guard shifts and team missions. Spiegelman admits it is super comforting having the absolute powerhouses of the kingdom protecting the dig site, but honestly, he wonders what kind of threat could possibly justify sending so much top-tier backup to these old ruins. He seriously thinks this is way overkill. Now you and I need to pay close attention here. A massive explosion violently shakes the site, sending terrified workers running. Russell urgently demands to know what is going down. A massive ice golem bursts out, roaring like crazy. Spiegelman identifies it as a lethal crystal golem, while Alan screams at everyone to run for their lives. The crystal beast gets furious, blasting deadly shards everywhere. Spiegelman jumps in to shield the terrified workers from the heavy impact, but the crystals completely shatter his magic and impale the guys. Spiegelman is absolutely stunned, his defense crumbled so easily. Time for Plan B. He slams his palms into the dirt, causing a massive stone wall to erupt forward, blocking those brutal crystal bullets. He yells for everyone to spam earth walls. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate grabs a wounded worker, desperately dragging him up and telling him to stay strong. But then the golem teleports right behind her. The huge beast raises its arm, firing point-blank crystal bullets just as the princess whips around in pure panic. She throws her hands up, frantically pushing out mana to block the lethal hit. But suddenly, Russell swoops in like an absolute boss. His blaze lance cleanly vaporizes the crystals in one epic fiery sweep. The princess is so completely shocked she just freezes in place. He turns to check if she is all right, but catches a crazy detail. That signature purple hair. He definitely remembers seeing that exact shade somewhere before. It hits him she is the princess. He calls out her royal title, but Hecate looks super annoyed that her sneaky disguise got busted. A vicious roar interrupts their little chat. The golem demands Russell's attention right back, over on the side. Alan Page summons his signature creation, the epic glacier bow. He snipes the beast right in the back, but the arrow basically just makes the monster furiously mad. Alan is shocked. He literally tried to blow its chest apart, but its defense is insane. Out of nowhere, a massive, explosive force completely obliterates the beast. I know exactly what you're thinking. Who just crashed the party? Gyron suddenly steps up, casually wielding his custom-made, devastating bloody flame sword to save the day. That single brutal swing shatters the golem into tiny ice cubes, leaving everyone speechless. Wiping the dust, Gyron smirks and says he arrived right on time. He announces himself as Gyron of the Red Tower. Russell stays quiet, just piercing him with a cold glare. Gyron stares right back, completely confused. Flashback 3 days earlier, Gyron and his shady master, Blaine, enter the Archduke's hidden room. Blaine questions a creepy, talking skull about Alex Raymond. He drops the bomb that Daria is snooping around the murder, demanding to know if the skull has any intel. The creepy skull pauses, then savagely points out that the only logical reason is because Blaine literally ordered the hit in the first place. Blaine stays dead silent, glaring off into space. The skull mocks him, asking if the great master is actually sweating about getting caught. Blaine scoffs, impossible, but he is deeply annoyed. He talks directly to the mysterious voice behind the skull, angrily reminding him that if he had just assassinated Russell back then, Daria would never have gotten suspicious at all. The skull claps back, blaming Blaine for providing garbage intel, claiming Russell was just some helpless kid. Blaine totally loses his cool, shouting about the blame game. Suddenly, a guy strolls in, sarcastically asking if he was invited just to watch this pathetic screaming match. Enter the big boss, Archduke Bismar Rathmos himself. Blaine instantly bows in deep respect. The Archduke smirks, asking if his annoying little niece actually crashed their secret meeting. Laughing about how fast kids grow up, Blaine confirms the princess completely ruined their plans to keep the security detail super light. The Archduke cuts the fluff. He demands to know exactly how Blaine plans to hijack these ruins. So what do you and I take from this? Jiren is secretly joining the guards to sabotage the Yellow Tower's barrier from the inside. Things are about to get insane. Let's jump right in. After that move, the expedition team gets ambushed by this shady pagan's henchman. And yeah, he means the creepy guy hiding behind the skull. The Archduke stews on that. He reminds his crew that if they actually want this crazy scheme to work, they absolutely have to crush the elite masters guarding the current king. To totally cut off the king's backup, they need a specific artifact from the ruins. With a smirk, the Archduke pulls out a mysterious object. He asks the room if they couldn't use a little extra insurance for this mission. Meanwhile, Princess Heck is literally dragging Russell off somewhere private, totally ignoring his protests. He is practically begging her to let go, but she is completely tuning him out. The princess whips around and just tells him to zip it. She drops the bomb that her being here is super classified, and it has to stay off the record. She tells him to just pretend he never saw her and go about his business, even if it sounds crazy. Russell points out that she must be seriously obsessed with these ruins. He admits that if it were him in her shoes, he would be super bummed to miss out too, especially since these are legendary ruins. He shoots her a smile, promising her secret is safe. The princess sighs, saying His Majesty. The king and all his advisors are flipping out trying to keep her locked down, but Russell, he does not look worried about her at all. Russell laughs, saying he caught a quick glimpse of her aura right before jumping in. He hypes up her totally monstrous power, saying most high-level knights couldn't even handle it. So yeah, zero reason to panic. The princess is totally shook that he called her power monstrous. She channels raw mana right into her hand and absolutely bonks him on the head. Russell is just frozen there, sporting a massive, cartoonish bump. The princess waves goodbye, telling him she is heading out and to keep up the good work. Walking away, she admits he is a pretty solid guy, but still totally a kid. Back with Russell, he suddenly freezes. He just realized he completely forgot to ask for the dragon heart the system wanted in exchange for his silence. He facepalms, calling himself an absolute idiot for forgetting that. Meanwhile, now watch closely, this is where things get messy. Elder Spiegelman is leading the Earth Mages to smash the ruins barrier. Russell finally shows up, apologizing to Alan. He sees the guys sweating to crack the shield and asks why their spells are doing absolutely nothing. Alan jumps in, explaining it is a crazy spatial disruption. Easily one of the most overpowered defensive barriers on the entire planet. No matter how much magic they throw at it, the shield stays up. The mages groan, totally exhausted and defeated. Mr. Spiegelman snaps, cursing out loud. He is raging about why a spatial disruption would trigger right now, literally right at the finish line. Off to the side, Jiren just chills in the back, totally silent. Jiren realizes he needs to send a quick report to the Archduke. Fast forward, and Elder Spiegelman is completely floored to hear they actually have a workaround. Alan drops the info that with the god-tier relic currently held by the Spear Tower, they can punch right through the disruption and get inside. Mr. Spiegelman heavily doubts they will just hand over such epic loot, but Alan says he is going personally to negotiate. Mr. Spiegelman aggressively grabs his hand in pure gratitude. He promises that if Alan can actually pull this massive favor off, he will personally pay him back on behalf of the entire Yellow Tower. Alan just gives him a confident smile, swearing to return as fast as humanly possible. Alan catches up with the rest of the magic squad. He hates leaving, but admits he owes them big time for holding down the fort while he runs this crazy errand. Russell waves it off, telling him not to sweat it and that everything will be fine. Jiren stays quiet, but his brain is working, with Alan stepping out. That means Russell is the only war mage left to defend the camp. Out of nowhere, Russell asks Jiren to figure out the night guard rotations with him. Jiren flashes a sneaky smirk, calling dibs on the first watch. He turns around, complaining he is super tired and taking the lead. Russell shivers, thinking that dude has the creepiest smile ever. Cut to later that night. A few Yellow Tower mages are chilling by the shield's edge on guard duty, while they are just trying to stay warm near the campfire. You know something bad is coming, right? they suddenly spot the pagan henchmen lurking right outside the barrier. The guards yell at them to freeze, claiming Yellow Tower jurisdiction. Bam! Crimson energy blasts pierce straight through them as they scream in agony. Right there, Jyrn. The ultimate traitor casually uses his magic to finish the job. He walks up, hacks a massive hole in the shield, and lets the bad guys inside. As they stroll in, he announces a sudden change of plans. He drops the intel about the spatial disruption blocking the ruins. Because of that, Alan Page just left for the Spear Tower to grab the one relic that can actually smash it. This creepy masked dude in the group sniffs the burning corpses in the air. He laughs, calling the smell absolutely, lovingly nasty. Jyrn ignores him, laying out the new play. To completely blackmail Alan, they just need to kidnap Spiegelman. The masked guy brings up the Flame Tower prodigy, whining that kidnapping is honestly pretty lame. Jyrn coldly orders them to just kill Russell, warning them he will not accept any stupid mistakes this time. Out steps this absolute tank of a guy in full knight armor. He gets up in Jyrn's face, mocking him for nagging so much when he is barely even fighting. Jyrn snaps, seeing red, and it looks like an all-out brawl is about to start. The masked guy quickly steps in, reminding these meatheads that they are on the same team here. He jokes that Jyrn is Sir Blaine's precious little illegitimate kid, so he cannot get a single scratch. Jyrn hears that total disrespect and completely loses his mind. He rips out his blade and lunges for the kill, but the masked guy instantly spawns a portal, easily deflecting the strike like it is nothing. Jyrn screams at him to repeat what he just said. The masked guy laughs it off as a simple joke, telling Jyrn to take a chill pill and lighten up for once. While they argue, the other henchmen are busy drawing up a massive pagan magic circle. Seconds later, some absolutely terrifying, gruesome monsters start crawling out of the portal. The masked guy struts away, throwing some final shade. He tells Jyrn that even if things go south, he should totally forget about using that secret Archduke object. Jyrn just glares back, completely silent. His mind flashes back to a heavy talk with Master Blaine, warning him about life after this wild mission. He will have to literally live as a ghost until the Archduke finally takes the throne. Blaine makes it crystal clear, not one single person from this expedition can survive. So what are you and I supposed to make of this? Jyrn asking to use the Archduke's secret weapon and Blaine just staring in dead silence. Things are getting wild. Let's dive into this wild ride. The big bad asks Jyrn if he wants his respect. He tells the kid to just do the mission perfectly and make absolutely sure nothing goes sideways. Back in the present, Jyrn decides to play the good little servant, watching these absolute nightmare fire monsters spawn. He figures he'll turn into a ghost once this is over, but not just any ghost, one that brings pure fear and despair. Meanwhile, Russell pulls Elder Spiegelman aside with some burning questions. Spiegelman double-checks, wait, a dragon with multiple horns. He looks at Russell, totally confused about why he's bringing this up right now. Russell admits he spotted a weird dragon during his last mission, and it completely caught him off guard, but the Elder admits even he doesn't have a solid answer for him. Russell looks pretty bummed out, but right then, Spiegelman says there actually is one crazy entity that rings a bell. He drops a legendary name, the Divine Dragon King. Russell is stunned, wondering what the heck that is and if it's even real. The Elder explains there's almost zero history recorded about it, but legend says this king trained worthy heroes to fight against some ultimate ancient evil. Russell immediately flashes back to that badass black-haired warrior he saw. Suddenly, Pepper pops up right over his head, giving Russell a mini heart attack. Spiegelman is shocked Russell can summon spirits, but Pepper completely ignores them both, drifting straight for the door. He posts up at the entrance, growling at pure nothingness. Then bam, something huge starts shoving against the outside of the tent. It's those exact fiery beasts the cultists just summoned. Russell and the Elder freeze up, completely shocked by this ugly monster. This thing is covered in nasty boils that violently explode right inside the tent. Outside, the Yellow Tower mages start screaming, they're under attack. A massive hulking knight steps up to the mages. Seeing this giant, they all team up, ready to blast him back to Kingdom Come. Now watch this closely. The guy just tanks their earth magic without flinching. When the smoke clears, he literally laughs and calls their skills total trash. The mages are absolutely terrified that he didn't even take a scratch, so the big guy decides it's his turn, winding up his giant hammer for payback. He smashes the ground, shattering the earth completely. A crazy dark purple light shoots out from the hammer, crawling forward and swallowing the screaming men whole. Meanwhile, the creepy masked villain runs right into a squad of yellow tower earth mages. He just chills with his hands behind his back while they launch a barrage of earth arrows at him. The masked dude just sighs, calling their magic super annoying. So he pops open a few magic portals. They suck up every single arrow, and suddenly, another portal opens up right behind the mages. They notice it way too late. Their own earth arrows fly straight out the back portal, hitting them point blank. They scream out, taken down by their very own attack. The masked guy strolls right past their bodies into the camp. He pauses, casually wondering where that old man Spiegelman is hiding. Back inside, Russell throws up a shield, blocking the explosion. Spiegelman is furious, shouting about what kind of lunatics would dare attack the Enmyon dig site. Russell drops his shield, recognizing this gross monster as an undead. He quickly warns Spiegelman that anyone using corpses as weapons has to be a cultist. The elder panics, but Russell just apologizes, saying he needs to go protect someone super important right now. Dashing off, he tells the elder to meet at the ruin entrance, totally throwing Spiegelman for a loop. Spiegelman just watches him go, offended and wondering who could possibly be more important than him. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate is fending off a monster. She swings a magic axe, slicing away and wondering where the heck these freaks came from. The monster drops dead after she chops its head clean off. The princess tells the terrified workers they're safe for now and to stick close. They run toward her but suddenly freeze in their tracks. Hecate gets on guard right away. Standing dead ahead is that massive knight who just slaughtered the other guys. You and I both know she's brave, right? She leaps straight at the giant, aiming to one-shot him. She flips over, smashing her mana-soaked axe right into his skull. Landing perfectly, she expects him to drop, but the knight just stares back. Hecate is absolutely shook that he easily survived that hit. The giant glares, asking who she is. She stays quiet, totally wishing she brought a real sword to this crazy fight right about now. Still, she knows she can't back down with innocent lives on the line. She reminds herself she's Hecate Rathmose, princess of the Enmyon kingdom, and she's going to defend her people. Exploding with mana, she steps up to fight this absolute beast. The giant gets into a stance, smirking that this fight might actually get interesting. But then Russell teleports in, saying he'll make it way more fun. Bursting through flames, he slams a blazing lance attack straight into the big guy's chest. The blast launches the knight backward, crashing him hard into a boulder. Russell glances at the princess, checking if she's okay. He accidentally calls her princess before quickly correcting to supply member to save her cover. Hecate shoots him a death glare while Russell awkwardly cringes. The big guy dusts himself off, laughing. He totally recognizes Russell, calling him the famous holy warrior of the Flame Tower who uses the fire spear. Russell turns back to the threat, telling Hecate he's got this. He tells her to get everyone out to the ruin entrance so they can regroup with the elder. At the ruins, Elder Spiegelman is frantically gathering workers, trying to herd them to safety. Hecate asks Russell if he's seriously taking this monster solo. He just looks back, reminding her she promised him a chance to pay off his debt. Trust me, this gets epic. The princess smiles, leaving it to him, but the giant smirks, telling Russell it would have been more fun fighting both of them. Russell grins, telling him not to sweat it. He isn't fighting alone. The giant stares blankly, totally confused about what he means. Suddenly, Pepper charges in, blasting a massive wave of fire right from his mouth. Boom, the explosion is absolutely huge. It totally catches the giant warrior off guard. Russell uses that split second to fuse overheat with his blaze lance, adding a nasty explosive formula into the mix. But the big guy just walks right out of the flames. He tells Russell those cheap tricks are useless, raising his dark purple hammer to launch a brutal counterattack. Before he can swing, Russell asks if he really thinks it's just a trick. Bam! He smashes the hammer with his blaze lance, triggering another fiery blast that completely stuns the brute. A massive wall of fire swallows the whole area. Meanwhile, a few other workers are making a mad dash toward the ruins to find Elder Spiegelman. Mid-run, they slam the brakes when they bump into someone. It's Jyrn. He's just standing there, staring them down like a creep. The guys quickly ask if he's hurt at all. They ask where he's been, warning him that enemies are attacking the site. But then, slice, Jyrn takes out all three of them with a single swing of his sword. He slices them clean and just watches their bodies hit the dirt. Right after that cold move, he spots Elder Spiegelman rounding up the remaining workers by the ruins. Jyrn is stunned, wondering what on earth they're planning. Taking a closer look, he spots a super familiar face in the crowd. It's actually Princess Hecate. Suddenly, a massive fiery explosion rocks the area nearby. Jyrn whips around to check it out and sees the giant warrior somehow still standing after taking the full blast. Now pay attention, because this next part is wild. Chunks of his armor crash to the ground. He's totally mind-blown that his cursed, refined black iron actually shattered. The broken pieces fall away, finally revealing part of his face. Russell jokes that they finally get to see his lovely face. He asks why he's looking so grumpy, and the brute just barks back, calling him a cocky fool. He screams at Russell not to underestimate him. Suddenly, Russell notices glowing purple streaks surging around the guy's body. He's absolutely floored. This guy is using aura just like a high-level knight. The big guy realizes he has no choice but to activate the knight's heart transplanted inside him. Yep, this absolute beast is rocking two hearts in his chest. His original heart plus the transplanted knight heart. He readies his massive weapon and promises Russell that he's about to slice him into tiny little pieces. He leaps forward to smash Russell with the hammer, but Russell completely dodges the brutal strike. Still, he's seriously shocked that a guy this huge can move lightning fast. Furious, the giant spins around to chase him down, but Russell just smirks. He remembers his insane fight with Spandam, realizing Spandam was way faster, so this is easy mode. Russell lunges at the warrior, unleashing a special blaze lance construct called the Cutter. In a blur, he dashes right past the giant, slicing his side before he even blinks. The brute raises his weapon to strike back, but suddenly realizes he's already been slashed. Russell stands right behind him, ready for the killing blow, declaring that it's game over. But before the strike connects, a random portal spawns right between them, violently blasting out heavy water. The massive tidal wave sweeps Russell entirely off his feet, knocking him flying backward. He manages to stick the landing, totally confused about what just hit him. He glances down at his soaked clothes, dripping wet. Looking up, he spots the creepy masked guy and instantly realizes this dude is the one pulling the strings here. The masked freak brags about how deep-sea water pressure is super handy, but the giant just tells him to zip it. Russell vows he won't miss twice, gearing up for round 2. He summons another heavy-hitting blaze lance construct called the Cyclonic, as Russell charges forward with. The Cyclonic strike, he knows there's no way they can dodge. But suddenly, the masked villain gets a sick idea and instantly drops another portal right in his path. You and I know exactly where this is headed. That portal leads straight to Elder Spiegelman. Russell, charging in at full speed, spots the portal, but he's going way too fast to brake. The fiery cyclone blasts right into it, teleporting to the other side instantly. Over by the ruins, the workers see a blinding light and start panicking. Princess Hecate, standing right in the middle of the group, looks up in pure, utter confusion. Boom, a massive inferno erupts from the portal, barreling straight towards Spiegelman's crew. The Elder and everyone else just freeze in absolute terror as the fiery death wave quickly approaches. Russell is completely devastated, staring in absolute disbelief. He keeps telling himself this is just a bad dream, but the nightmare is 100% real. The flames rip through the exit portal, slamming directly into the crowded gathering spot. The sheer power of the attack triggers an absolutely colossal, ground-shaking explosion. Moments after the blast wipes them out, thick black smoke covers the crater. Russell sprints over, desperately searching for survivors, his heart sinking at the pure destruction left behind. He screams out for the princess and Elder Spiegelman, hearing only dead silence. But wait, a hand slowly reaches out from the smoke. The Elder is alive, waving him down. Russell finds the battered Elder half buried under the smoking rubble. He rushes over, frantically checking if he's all right, but Spiegelman only cares about the rest of the crew. Russell glances back, seeing the lifeless bodies scattered around, and quietly apologizes to the Elder. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the smoke, and they both whip around on high alert. It's Jyrn walking out of the dust carrying the unconscious princess. Russell yells her name. Terrified she might be critically injured, Spiegelman is totally shell-shocked to even see her out here. Once Russell realizes she's actually breathing, he breathes a massive sigh of relief. Russell thanks Jayern for saving the princess. Jayern just smiles and stabs him. Russell looks down, horrified to see the sword straight through his stomach. The shock hits him instantly, and he immediately starts coughing up blood. Elder Spiegelman is absolutely paralyzed by the betrayal, screaming out Russell's name in pure panic. Out of nowhere, Pepper flies in to roast Jayern, catching the traitor totally off guard, but right before the dragon can unleash its fire. The masked villain opens a portal midair, swallowing Pepper whole. He arrogantly mutters that the dragon has been annoying him all day, calling the poor guy a pesky insect. More enemy goons step out of another portal right behind them. Bleeding out, Russell starts fading fast, losing all his strength while desperately worrying about where Pepper went. Jayern reminds the masked guy they need Spiegelman alive. But get this, they plan to use Russell as a hostage too. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Spiegelman blasts Jayern, screaming about betrayal, but Jayern just tells him to shut up and brutally slams him into the dirt. Stick with me here, Spiegelman drops out cold under that heavy hammer. Meanwhile, the masked dude asks Jayern about the unconscious woman he's carrying. Jayern smirks, revealing she's Princess Hecate. Capturing her basically means they own the entire Endmian kingdom now. Jayern snaps that his reckless stunts almost wrecked the whole mission, but the masked guy brushes it off, saying, hey, at least the royal VIP is still breathing. Right in the middle of their little villain chat, Russell speaks up. He flat out tells them he won't let that slide, and nobody is leaving here alive. He stumbles up, desperately trying to stop his bleeding. The big bruiser tells his crew he'll handle Russell, slowly marching over with his giant hammer ready to swing. Russell taps his cloudy ring, summoning a thick mist over the battlefield. The giant roars about getting payback for earlier, swinging his weapon for a crushing hit. The dense fog rolls in fast, instantly catching the masked guy's attention, just as the brute is about to completely smash Russell's skull. He laughs, yelling that it's game over, but Russell just stares back and triggers his dragonification. The giant spots a crazy burst of flames, but it's way too late. An absolutely massive fireball swallows the exact spot where they're standing. Yeah, it is totally lights out for the big guy right there. The masked guy stares at the inferno, realizing the mist was just a blind. Seconds later, he and Jayern hear their henchmen screaming in absolute terror through the fog. They spot their goons dead on the floor. Panicking, the masked dude quickly summons several portals. Now watch closely, this is where it gets insane. He finally gets why their squad lost, sensing a totally impossible, common-sense-breaking spike in mana. Glowing eyes pierce through the fog, leaving him completely paralyzed. Boom, Russell instantly teleports below him, brutally impaling the guy with his blazing lance. Staring deep into Russell's terrifying dragon eyes, the dude coughs up a lungful of blood and calls him an absolute monster. Russell completely ignores the trash talk, tossing his broken body aside. Jayern drops the princess, forced to step up. He can't leave witnesses if he wants this mission done. Double casting activated. He summons two sick, bloody flame swords. Gripping his weapons, he dares Russell to bring it on. Russell locks on, but realizes his dragon form is running on fumes. He grips the blazing lance tight, totally ready for round 2. Jayern lunges with a lethal double strike. Russell knows it is all or nothing now. He unleashes a massive energy blast right at Jayern, triggering an epic explosion. Jayern drops to his knees. Meanwhile, Russell is coughing up blood, his internal organs completely wrecked. Jayern looks down. There is a massive, gaping hole where his heart was. He drops dead. Then Russell hears something and whips around. The masked guy is still standing, completely healed. He mocks Russell, asking if this simpleton really thought the big bruiser was their only guy rocking 2 hearts. He points at Jayern, claiming they share that trait. Russell freezes in dread as a blinding green light erupts from Jayern's corpse. He brags that Jayern packs literal dragon-level power, and to Russell's pure shock, Jayern starts morphing into a freaky monster. I know what you're thinking, a monster transformation? Yep, the masked guy calls it Chimera's heart. Jayern crashes down and Russell is completely speechless. His new mana pool is completely off the charts. Jayern casually reaches out, using his wild power to snatch his own ally. He chokes him out, lifting him midair. Jiren demands to know if he held back on purpose just to force this transformation. The guy just laughs, teasing that Jiren secretly wanted to use it anyway. He reminds him the heart basically guarantees a massive power-up. He adds that nobody forced Jiren to lose against Russell, dodging the blame completely. Jiren dumps him on the dirt, agreeing he has bigger fish to fry right now. Jiren glares at Russell Raymond, declaring his life ends first. Suddenly, a terrifying phantom hand snatches Russell, violently dragging him across the battlefield. Wrapping his claws around Russell's neck, Jiren chuckles about their little fight earlier, but he cruelly points out that Russell still failed to protect anything. Declaring game over, he punches the spatial barrier with his godlike strength. It shatters, ripping open a tiny void into the ruins. The masked dude is mind-blown that Jiren literally tore a rift through space, figuring the monster must be having the time of his life. Refusing to quit, Russell blasts an overheat attack point-blank into Jiren's face, but it barely scratches him. The monster just grins, saying plans have changed. He hurls Russell like a ragdoll, promising him a fittingly brutal death. Russell slams right into that broken barrier, groaning in absolute agony. Jiren casually mentions that inside that rift, he's going to feel his very soul being ripped into a million painful pieces. The void slowly swallows Russell whole. Jiren's final words, "Die mad about your own total incompetence for whatever little time you have left." Russell screams into the barrier. He keeps yelling until waking up in a hospital, where a nurse asks if he hears her. Gasping, Russell jumps up, demanding to know where he is. She calmly replies he's at Camelot Hospital. Utterly stunned, Russell grills her about the epic battle at the ruins, but the nurse just stares blankly, totally confused. Desperate, he actually grabs her. Shouting about the princess and the elder, the poor woman is terrified. Another male nurse rushes over, trying to get him to chill out. The guy explains Russell was brought in after having a sudden seizure while cleaning the Louvre Museum. Russell just stares at him, completely bewildered, asking what on earth he means. Going frantic, Russell starts screaming for Pepper. Thinking he's having a full-blown psychotic break, the nursing staff immediately rushes in to pin him down. He internally panics. Is he really back to the timeline before his regression? He remembers that dark barrier perfectly. He knows it wasn't a dream. Suddenly, a doctor pops up and actually subdues Russell using a glowing magical chain. He tells him to breathe so they can talk somewhere private. So what do we make of this? The doc insists he just fainted and suffered extreme hallucinations. Let's jump right back in. Russell insists he hasn't hallucinated anything and the doc plays along. She drops a weird name, the Nightmare Tree, leaving our guy completely confused. Apparently, it's this super evil plant that traps people in their ultimate dream life. They literally starve to death while the tree uses their bodies for pure fertilizer. Russell is like, what does a killer tree have to do with me? Well, turns out the museum had one on display, and its nasty pollen somehow leaked out that exact day. He wasn't the only victim. Tons of other folks started tripping out too, which completely blindsides our guy. The silver lining, the museum is paying his massive hospital bill plus a fat compensation check, but Russell is reeling inside. Was his epic past life seriously just a crazy bad trip? She slides him the official medical paperwork so he can go collect his cash. Then she leans in real close. It is time to wake up from the dream, she whispers. Russell sits there looking totally terrified. He just cannot accept that his epic adventure was completely fake. There is no way. Every single moment with Master Daria felt way too real. So a bit later, he storms straight over to her massive mansion. He keeps hyping himself up. Those memories were pure reality. But the beefy guards at the front gate instantly block his path, shouting at him to freeze. He tells the bouncers he is here for Miss Daria, absolutely convinced his master will remember him. The guards just shoot each other confused looks, wondering who this random dude is. Mentally begging the universe that his past life was real, he drops his name, Russell Raymond. He proudly announces that he was the #1 disciple of Miria. The guards are completely stunned, but mostly because they have literally never heard that name in their lives. One calls him a total psycho and barks at his buddy to toss him out immediately. Seeing red, Russell makes a desperate dash for the gates. He is begging for just one tiny glimpse of his master, but a guard gets pissed and violently shoves him straight into the dirt. Right on cue, a fancy carriage pulls up, and there she is, Miss Daria herself. She demands to know what the commotion is, while the guard frantically bows down in total respect. He quickly snitches, claiming this crazy guy keeps yelling about being her personal student. Daria looks visibly shocked and turns her head to finally get a good look at him. Now pay attention because this hurts. She stares right at him, zero recognition in her eyes, then she coldly asks if they even know each other. Russell looks absolutely, completely shattered. He is entirely speechless, frozen under her icy gaze. Without missing a beat, she just tells her driver to keep rolling, leaving poor Russell totally stranded alone in the pouring rain. Fast forward, he literally breaks into the Grand Museum, marching straight to the Dragon Heart exhibit. His mind spirals. Was all that insane magic just stupid pollen messing with his brain? Furious, he winds up and punches the display glass guarding the heart, screaming out that this whole situation is absolute garbage. He screams to the sky, if this is a dream, someone better wake him up right now. Going back to being a nobody just cannot be his actual reality. But then, the museum alarm system goes completely crazy and guards swarm our guy. They tackle him hard, demanding his identity. The captain orders them to drag him away while Russell violently screams in pure denial. Following that disaster, Russell tried absolutely everything to prove his magic life wasn't a dream, but sadly, every single desperate attempt was totally useless. Years actually flew by. He fought so hard against this boring, normal reality, but time just grounded him down. Later, chilling with some rugged mercenaries, a buddy hands him the daily newspaper. Right on the front page is Alan Page. The massive bold headline proudly crowns him as the absolute youngest spear tower master in history. Reading that crazy success story, Russell sighs. He finally admits there was zero chance a random nobody like him ever got blessed by a legendary dragon god. Cut to Walker Hill Academy, where our former hero is literally mopping floors. He chuckles, thinking he definitely never pictured his life ending up like this. He remembers letting everything go, trashing his big dreams, his wild ambitions, and basically giving up on himself. But looking around now, he admits sweeping floors is not half bad. You and I know it sounds crazy, but he figures the gig perfectly fits his current vibe. Suddenly, a weird clatter echoes nearby, so he sneaks over to investigate. He spots some snobby bullies cornering a kid named Spiegel. They are viciously mocking him, telling the poor guy to remember his trash status and never act like they are on the same level. Russell goes right back to scrubbing, deciding this high school drama is not his problem. But then Spiegel bravely yells back, swearing that no matter what, he will become a great mage. The main bully laughs, asking how a weak loser with a severe mana vein narrowing problem can be so chatty. Hearing that, Russell completely freezes in shock. The bully brings up Spiegel's dark family crimes, threatening to leave a permanent, brutal mark on him as punishment. Right as the jerk winds up for a hit, Spiegel flinches and shuts his eyes, then bam, a loud thud echoes. Opening his eyes, the bullies are completely out cold on the dirt. Just a few feet away, Russell casually sweeps the floor, loudly complaining about how insanely dirty this specific spot is. Spiegel instantly realizes this undercover janitor just saved his hide. A little later, our guy finds a quiet park bench to finally enjoy his lunch break. He looks over and boom, Spiegel is right there. Russell asks why the kid is stalking him, but Spiegel just smiles, claiming this bench is simply the perfect spot to read his magic book. Russell spots some movement. Those same bullies are totally spying from around the corner. Ignoring them, he turns to Spiegel and straight up asks him about that serious mana vein narrowing condition. He casually mentions he knew another student here who suffered from that exact same magical block. Intrigued, Spiegel eagerly asks him how that guy's story ended up. Russell drops the brutal truth: that guy got totally expelled. Unable to break his limits, the academy just tossed him out like absolute worthless trash. He explains that for any mage, a blocked mana vein is basically a career death sentence. Russell hints that quitting takes real guts, but Spiegel instantly refuses to fold. Spiegel jumps up, declaring he will never give up his dream. As Russell watches him stomp off, his grumpy supervisor suddenly shouts his name out loud. Walking over to the boss, the guy warns Russell to stay far away from that specific kid. He claims Russell could face massive trouble by associating with him, leaving our guy totally confused. The boss drops a massive bomb. Spiegel is actually the son of the notorious traitor exiled by the Red Tower Master. Russell is absolutely floored. That kid is directly tied to a disgraced noble bloodline. Cut to a super dark cave. Creepy pagans are circling that exact same glowing skeleton from earlier. The skull declares the Guardians' era is officially over. And trust me, you're going to want to see this. They are marching straight toward Walker Hill Academy for pure chaos. Stick with me, we are diving into a wild magic training arc today. Spiegel hits the river to practice crystal magic, but his mana output is super weak, so he pushes harder. Snap, the crystal shatters, completely messing up his hand. Russell rolls up out of nowhere, asking why the kid just will not quit trying to be a mage. Spiegel jumps, completely startled. Russell doubles down, why not just throw in the towel? The kid replies that he made a promise to his mom. Russell stares him down, dead silent. Suddenly, boom, an ambush. The school bullies roll up packing weapons, totally thrilled to have tracked our guys down. They claim they slipped up before, but today, no mercy. Russell just flares up his raw aura and tells Spiegel to watch closely. He says this is the absolute only way to become a mage. Spiegel is mind blown by that crazy energy, and everyone readies up for a brawl. Russell channels pure energy into his hands, blasting them with a devastating strike. Flash forward to winter. Russell drags Spiegel outside to train an insane physical overload technique he learned from those ancient scrolls. He screams at him to sprint faster, since his actual life depends on keeping distance from enemies. This wild magic literally swaps mana veins for pure shredded muscle. And get this, unlike a fully grown adult, the effects are completely maxed out if a growing kid uses it. Later on, Russell puts him through some brutal martial arts training, noting that the kid's progress is painfully slow. Russell straight up asks if this pathetic effort honors his mother's promise. Gasping for air, Spiegel forces himself back onto his feet, practically begging for just one more round. Spring rolls around. Spiegel faces off against his old bully in the Academy Combat Finals. Bam, he blasts an ice arrow, totally dominating the jerk. The professor calls it Spiegel wins, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. One kid is stunned he pulled it off with barely any mana, while someone else praises the insane skill gap. The bully curses everyone out, screaming about a comeback. Meanwhile, Spiegel is glowing with happiness and shoots a proud look back at Russell. He knows that thanks to his new mentor, he actually hit the second circle tier. Hiding in the shadows, Russell just smiles at his awesome win. Now pay attention, because this is where everything goes completely wrong. A voice calls out, and the guy smirks, calling Russell an insect after all these years. Russell squints. It is his own high school tormentor, Coma Frederick. Cut to later, and Russell is getting totally trashed by Coma's personal guards, gasping for air. The head janitor already warned him not to get involved with Spiegel. Coma coldly states that thanks to Russell, his own son was completely humiliated today. Through the pain, Russell actually smirks, realizing Spiegel just beat down Coma's kid. He laughs, saying the apple clearly does not fall far from the trashy tree. Coma crouches down, mocking him for not grasping how screwed he is. He threatens to use his elite connections to kick Russell out, right alongside that little kid he loves so much. Russell glares back, then just bursts into maniacal laughter, completely throwing Coma off. He asks, "Do you seriously think I care about that brat?" He lies, claiming he only hyped the kid up because messing with Coma's family was fun. Coma is left speechless. Later on, Russell quietly packs his bags. He remembers Coma barking at him to vanish from the academy immediately to save himself. Walking out, his mind is totally focused on Spiegel. That night near the gates, Spiegel jumps out, demanding to know where he is headed. Russell bluntly says he is leaving forever, but the kid frantically asks why. Russell grips his suitcase tight and tries to just push past him, but Spiegel slides right into his path, ordering his teacher to stop right there. Spiegel finally gets a good look at Russell's battered face and completely freezes. He asks who did this, but Russell coldly replies, "What did you expect from trash?" He asks Spiegel if he actually believed they were friends. Shoving right past the kid, Russell tells him to stop being so delusional, walking out into the dark. "I know what you and I are thinking, that absolutely hurts to watch." The kid sobs while Coma watches from his carriage, bragging that money and power fix everything. Coma orders his driver to head out, but the ride violently stops. Koma spots these creepy cultists blocking the road, screaming about how they dare disrespect the House of Frederick. Boom, the cultists unleash a massive green explosion across the whole area. Russell spots that insane blast and immediately turns around. Running back, he finds the entire academy totally engulfed in flames. His jaw just drops at the absolute destruction. Inside, the lead cultist is screaming that this total massacre is the grand revival of their dark religion. He commands his goons to scatter, spread absolute horror, and bathe the school in a literal sea of blood while hunting the students. Another psycho using a sick demonic claw technique starts ripping into kids. Cut to Spiegel, stepping up and pinning a cultist to the wall with a sharp ice arrow. But that demonic claw dude spots him and starts laughing like a maniac. He squares up, mocking our boy as just one annoying little fly buzzing around. Russell finally sneaks back in, hiding behind a wall to assess the chaos. Through the carnage, he sees Spiegel forced onto his knees, looking completely beaten down. The villain charges up another killer claw strike, calling the kid a fun toy. Russell stays hidden, completely panicked, wondering why Spiegel won't just run. The freak asks if he fears dying, but Spiegel just smiles. He says he bought enough time for his friends to escape, so he is totally fine with this. Sweating bullets, Russell can literally feel the villain's monstrous magic pressure. The guy is so insanely overpowered that even the top professors got wrecked. He remembers back in the day, he could only match that kind of freak after reaching the Guardian tier. Looking at his current washed-up self, he feels entirely useless and stuck. Russell actually turns his back, telling himself to run, claiming dying here is totally pointless. Meanwhile, the villain calls Spiegel a weak punk, telling him to eat dirt. Spiegel just chuckles. He admits he knows he cannot win, but stepping up to protect the weak, that is the true calling of a guardian. Hearing his own past words echoed back, Russell completely freezes. The villain mocks the kid's naive hero complex and lunges in to finish the job once and for all. But before the killing blow connects, Russell blitzes in and stabs the guy. Furious, the villain counters, blasting Russell with a brutal demonic claw. The freak screams, asking how a weak insect dared to touch him. And that is where you and I leave it, Spiegel charging up a massive third circle ice bolt. All right, stick with me here, we are kicking off with absolute madness. He fires a bolt, pinning the dude to the wall, grabs a nearby spear, and charges in to impale him completely. Our boy rushes in and drives it right into his neck, but right after the strike, he drops down. He is exhausted and bleeding out heavily from that brutal torso cut. Spiegel immediately runs over to Russell's side, spotting that nasty gash. He frantically tries applying pressure, but the bleeding just will not stop. Russell orders him to run right now since more enemies are on the way. Spiegel refuses to leave him behind, but Russell just gently grabs his shoulder. He asks Spiegel if he seriously wants to make him a teacher who cannot protect his own disciple. Hearing Russell actually call him, that leaves Spiegel completely stunned. Russell just begs him to survive so he can grow up and become a real guardian. Our guy flashes him a gentle smile, saying one last promise will not hurt. Hearing that, Spiegel completely breaks down crying. He tearfully promises to become a guardian, finally calling Russell his master, and with that, the kid runs off. Watching him go, Russell realizes Spiegel is his lost dream. The kid has that raw courage he himself gave up, which is exactly why he resented him. Soon, the other pagan cultists arrive, and Russell firmly blocks their path. But honestly, that is the exact same reason he actually cared about the kid. The cultist steps up, calling Russell pure trash and mocking that even Circle 2 magic is a waste on him. Russell just smiles. In his mind, he thanks Spiegel for giving him a reason to truly live. Then, without hesitation, he leaps right at the two goons. He decides to pull out magic that totally ignores the standard circle levels. He activates Blink, teleporting instantly right in front of the guy, spear ready to strike. Startled out of his mind, the cultist takes a spear straight to the gut, but he fires back immediately with a huge energy blast. Boom, a massive explosion goes off, while Russell just prays his student escapes. Then suddenly, Russell wakes up floating in some crazy alternate dimension, hearing a voice say his time is up. Now pay close attention here, because this is where everything flips upside down. Russell checks his body, totally lost, as a strange dude walks up, asking how his world was. Russell casually admits he lost his long-held dream, but eventually found it again and managed to protect it. But then, out of nowhere, A familiar face appears, leaving him completely stunned. It is Spiegel. Thinking the kid failed to escape, Russell panics and desperately runs over to grab him. But smack, he hits an invisible, transparent wall. Russell pounds the glass in absolute despair, convinced he basically died for absolutely nothing. The mysterious guy behind him quickly shuts that down. He calls Russell by name, declaring him the true heir to the dragon power. Russell turns around, demanding to know who this guy is. The dude flexes, claiming he is the master of this wicked, twisted world. But outside, people know him by a much cooler title. He is the legendary Temple of Mirrors. Russell just stares at him, super confused by that wild name. The master explains this place literally reflects the deepest, darkest fears hiding inside someone's heart. For Russell, his biggest fear was always feeling unqualified. He reminds our boy how he called himself a third-rate magician, constantly doubting why he ever got blessed with such insane powers. Plus, there was that whole trauma when Blaine saw his dad fleeing the war zone. Because of that, Russell always questioned if he truly deserved to wield any real strength. But the master says Russell literally found his own answer. He got stronger for one simple reason: to become a guardian and save as many lives as possible. Russell just drops to his knees, asking if this entire nightmare was just a test. The being smiles, saying yep, and Russell totally crushed it by proving that even powerless, he still stepped up to protect that kid. Suddenly, Russell shifts back into his younger self, staring right at a glowing vision of Spiegel. The kid tells him he will never forget their promise. The Temple of Mirrors steps in, clarifying that this boy is not some fake illusion, but the literal embodiment of the pure courage he protected. The being calls him the true successor, promising to finally fulfill his ancient, long-standing oath. The master takes off his mask, promising a brand new light. Crazy enough, he morphs right into Spiegel, telling Russell it is officially time to wake up and move forward. You and I both know what a system screen means: massive power up. It says he is absorbing dragon blood, rebuilding his body, and securing the first golden mask. Meanwhile, back in reality, Jairin mocks Alan, calling his little performance impressive. He sarcastically asks his name while Alan, bleeding out and heavily injured, just apologizes to the princess for failing to save her. The creepy masked guy chimes in, saying he heard all the hype about him being a genius. And honestly, Alan analyzing the chaos immediately and acting on basically zero info was a legit big brain move. He admits he was genuinely shocked that Alan even used the rare artifact as bait just to save the princess. Jairin laughs, saying none of that matters since they still lost. The masked dude loses his patience, barking at Jairin to stop goofing off so they can finish this job. Jairin flies straight at the defensive barrier, clutching that exact artifact Alan brought, with the item powered up. A massive magical cannon spawns in the sky to blast the shield. Mr. Spiegelman instantly recognizes it, the legendary artifact of the divines. The princess nervously asks if anyone can even block that thing. Jairin smirks, secretly plotting to keep whatever they find instead of giving it to the Archduke or the crazy pagans. He is ready to prove he is the absolute strongest around, so Jairin confidently orders the heavy artifact to completely obliterate that barrier. Boom, the machine fires a deadly laser, but suddenly, a random hand bursts from a spatial rift and catches it. The raw, heavy energy leaking out literally shatters the entire cannon to pieces. Jairin just stares, totally confused about his broken toy. The hostages are absolutely mind-blown that a divine artifact got blocked like it was absolutely nothing. Alan spots the destroyed machine and notices a shadow standing there, and then our boy Russell walks right out holding the epic blaze lance. The villains immediately spot the golden mask on his face, wondering if that is the exact treasure they need. Russell does not even hesitate, flying straight at the masked dude to swing, but the villain quickly drops a portal to absorb the hit. He slams his weapon down, only for the portal to catch it. But wait, what? The villain panics as Russell literally slices through space itself, completely trashing the guy with one strike. After wiping the floor with him, Russell backflips away. Even Jairin is sweating, terrified that this kid just sliced a magic portal. So what do we take from this? Even legends have awkward moments. Russell tries looking cool freeing the hostages, but Mr. Spiegelman cannot understand a single word through that mask. Let's dive right back into the madness. Russell drops the mask, totally relieved the crew is safe. Mr. Spiegelman and the princess, absolute shock, they immediately ask how he survived. Alan just smirks, realizing his master's gamble is going to be way harder than expected. Meanwhile, the princess reaches out, telling our boy she is so glad he made it back. But Russell catches her hand, stopping her dead in her tracks. Jayern is marching right at them. He tells them to hold that thought, he has to deal with this clown. Jayern steps up, calling Russell total trash and complaining that he's becoming a major headache. He straight up tells our MC that surviving changes absolutely nothing. He plans to crush him right here and snatch that artifact for good. Boom, a massive explosion rocks the sky as Russell blasts upward, taking the fight straight to Jayern. But this guy still furiously claims the mask is his. Russell asks if Blaine set this all up, but Jayern yells to shut it. Suddenly, our boy rockets up and instantly teleports right behind him. He demands the villain stop and just admit he is nothing but Blaine's shadow. Then smack, Russell slams him with a blaze lance, blasting him hundreds of feet downward. The hit is absolutely brutal, bouncing Jayern like a rag doll across the dirt. Russell floats down, but Jayern snaps back that the truth is simple, he is nobody's shadow. He unleashes his own original magical construct, called the Grammar. Smashing his sword into the dirt, a massive shockwave of pure explosive energy rips straight toward our MC. The crazy blast kicks up a massive cloud of dust everywhere, but once the smoke finally settles, Russell is standing there completely unharmed. Packing 2 glowing blaze lances and rocking his full dragonification mode, Jayern violently screams that if he just had that mask, Blaine would be his shadow. He yells that raw power makes literally anything possible. Russell just reaches into his gear, pulling something out, and casually mentions the guy is way too power hungry. Now watch closely, guys. Russell whips out the mask to put it on, telling him power isn't everything. A system screen pops up, boom, it boosts his brain and unlocks pure dragon blood. The system alerts him that a second draconification is now officially unlocked, asking if he is ready to equip the mask. Russell hits confirm, and boom, second dragonification goes live. A massive hurricane of fire erupts around him as he tells Jayern that real courage always beats raw power. Out of nowhere, the mask fuses directly with his face, and his glowing dragon eyes become razor sharp. Jayern just scoffs, calling total cap. He claims that is easy to say for someone who has never experienced true darkness. Russell just stares him down in complete silence. Finally, he breaks the silence, telling Jayern he is dead wrong. Our guy instantly summons 5 massive blaze lances, revealing he was trapped in darkness too. The only difference, Russell chose to follow the light. With that, he merges every single lance together into a crazy original construct, the magical spear. Jayern calls absolute nonsense on the idea that Russell knows real darkness. He lunges straight at our MC, screaming at him to prove it. Launching his absolute strongest attack, Jayern demands to see this so-called light, but Russell is ready, swinging back with his fully charged magical spear. The impact is completely insane, setting off an earth-shattering explosion that blanks out the battlefield. When the dust finally clears up, both fighters are miraculously still standing. But Jayern suddenly drops to his knees. A brutal wave of pain hits him and he looks down. The blast literally ripped off his entire right arm. He is completely speechless. I know what you're thinking, fight is over, right? Nope. Jayern stares at his severed hand, stunned since he has a chimera's heart, while Russell just keeps marching forward. Jayern is losing his mind, wondering how the chimera's heart isn't enough to beat this kid. Russell just tells him to throw in the towel. It is completely over. But that just triggers Jayern even more. He tells Russell to shut up as several freaky new arms burst out of his stump, screaming that he absolutely cannot lose here. He flexes a massive wave of dark mana, but immediately starts hacking up blood. Yeah, that internal damage is catching up to him big time. Right on cue, the system warns Russell, only 10 seconds of second draconification left. Checking the timer, Russell looks back and coldly replies that he cannot lose today either. With the clock ticking, our guy charges up his magical spear for one final, epic strike. He stands his ground, patiently waiting for Jayern to make the first dumb mistake. Jayern launches forward like a missile, screaming that it is time to die, but Russell stays ice cold, not moving an inch until the villain is right in the strike zone. Our boy maxes out the spear's power, funneling every drop of energy straight into the tip using an overheat skill. and with one massive swing. He drives the spear straight into Jyrn, ruining his attack. The villain is frozen in pure shock as the weapon easily pierces right through his body. The resulting blast completely shreds Jyrn's body, shooting a mile-long laser of destruction right behind him. Boulders are instantly vaporized by the sheer impact. Smoke swallows the battlefield while Russell watches. When the dust finally settles, a totally wrecked Jyrn is left violently coughing up blood, weakly muttering that it is not his time to die yet. But as he whines, his body literally starts falling apart. Defeated and broken, he finally collapses face first into the dirt, his mind drifting back to the almighty Chimera's power. He thinks about how he just wanted to become a dragon, but failed right at the finish line. As the life fades from his eyes, he realizes this was always his fate. All of a sudden, that massive blast from earlier actually triggers a nearby volcano. Russell just stands there, watching epic rivers of glowing magma pour down the mountainside. But while he is taking in the view, he hears familiar voices yelling his name. Yep, it is Alan, Mr. Spiegelman, and the princess, safe and sound. Russell gives them a huge smile and a wave. Then out of absolutely nowhere, Pepper tackles him from behind. Our boy is thrilled he is safe, and Pepper happily roars. It is a massive hug fest. Russell is so thankful his buddy made it, while Pepper literally cries happy tears. The princess watches the wholesome moment before Russell calls it time to head back to Inmian. Sometime later, once the crew is gone, this totally mysterious figure creeps in and actually scoops up Jyrn's chopped-off hand. The sketchy guy, looking like a total cultist, takes the hand and steps through a portal. Sometime later, over at the Inmian Supreme Court, judges start listing off Jyrn's massive crimes, exposing how this Red Tower mage literally teamed up with the pagans and put the entire kingdom in extreme danger. The judge says the Red Tower master shares the blame, calling Master Blaine to the stand. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing this trial next. All right, pull up a chair. You and I are about to witness a totally rigged trial. The judge asks Blaine for objections, but he just plays dumb about Jyrn's mess. Blaine gives this fake apology, saying a master must bear his disciples' sins. Classic villain talk, right? And while he's putting on this little show, Archduke Bismarck stands up and casually signals the judge. He asks to speak, but honestly, it's a pure power move. He glares at the other tower masters, completely intimidating them. He basically tells the judge, sure, Blaine messed up, but hey, the Red Tower master has done huge things for the whole nation. The Archduke suggests a slap on the wrist, just 6 months of probation, and the judge instantly nods. Blaine is grinning like an absolute creep. Master Darius sits there, realizing the whole court is totally bought out, but she keeps quiet. She glances up at the king watching from his balcony. Daria knows the Archduke is actively gunning for the royal family's power, leaving her wondering, what exactly is His Majesty's endgame here? Back at the palace, Russell gets totally decked out in fresh royal drip. Mr. Spiegel hypes up his new look while Alan hangs back. Suddenly, the princess strolls in, acting surprised to see them. All 3 guys immediately drop into a respectful bow to greet her. Princess Hecate tells them to stand up, saying she's the one who should be bowing. She drops a sincere thank you for, saving her life. But she specifically thanks Russell, completely catching him off guard. Before leaving, she throws him a wink and promises they'll meet again. The door clicks shut, and Russell is basically malfunctioning. The other guys have to snap him out of it. He finally shakes it off, slapping himself back to reality. He needs to focus up. He knows this is his golden ticket to make the entire kingdom respect the Raymond family name. Right after the trial wraps up, the trio heads into the massive royal court to face the king. His Majesty loudly announces that today is all about rewarding these epic knights for their massive wins. He declares they'll go through the rewards one by one. Starting off, the king praises Spiegelman for bravely holding the line against those crazy pagans who threaten the kingdom. The king drops 200 gold coins and 2 crazy stat-boosting pills on him. Spiegelman is absolutely thrilled with the loot. Next up is Alan. The king hypes up Count Page's second son for defending the sacred relics from those wicked cultists like a total boss. For that, he gets the Medal of Dawn, Morgan, and a shiny new Baron title. Alan humbly accepts. Finally, the king turns his heavy gaze to Russell, ordering him to look up. Now pay attention here, this is the turning point. the king loudly reminds everyone how Russell's dad deserted the battlefield, risking the whole kingdom. He claims it's super obvious why the nobles doubted the Raymond family's loyalty. Russell takes that hit hard, and you can see pure rage bubbling up inside him. But then His Majesty demands he prove his worth right here, right now. Russell is confused until the king reveals a secret. The Flame Tower Master spilled that Russell hit the fifth circle. Over in the crowd, Master Daria smiles to herself. She knows the absolute darkest moments just make the light shine way brighter. The king declares that with crazy stats like that, nobody can question his family again. Blaine's jaw hits the floor at this massive plot twist. Blaine suddenly realizes the king is turning Russell into a national hero just to crush the Archduke's influence. Without hesitating, Russell stands up and flexes his magical circle for the whole court. Blaine tries to brush it off as a basic attribute reveal spell, but for a crowd of non-magic nobles, it is the most insane fireworks show they've ever seen. The nobles are absolutely stunned as Master Melville spots all 5 glowing circles. Melville loudly praises this ridiculous power spike, and even Alan is sitting there completely amazed. Even Master Niccolo has to admit it's impressive, as Russell wraps up his epic light show. He drops back to one knee. The king drops a poetic line, saying his dad was a dead flower but somehow planted a truly top-tier seed. Russell plays it cool, saying the praise is way too generous. But the king isn't done. He shouts to the entire room that the Raymond family is officially elevated to the rank of count. On top of that massive promotion and a high-tier military merit deal, he grants Russell the insane right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in the next city over. Russell firmly accepts the massive bag. With the official business done, the king gently grabs Russell's shoulder and warmly tells him to stand. Looking him in the eye, he deeply thanks him for saving the princess. We both know where this is heading, right? The king drops the royal act, speaking just as a dad, and offers him literally anything he desires as a reward. Russell smirks and names his prize. Fast forward to his house. Russell admits he was sweating over how to get this exact item, but the king totally came through for him like a boss. He stares at his crazy request, a literal dragon heart. Sure, it looks totally dried up and ugly right now, but just wait until he pumps it full of magic. Praying he doesn't blow himself up, he starts flooding the heart with his mana. Out of nowhere, the thing violently reacts, making Russell scream. Boom, the heart shatters into pieces, blasting the entire room with a blinding blue light. Wild streaks of lightning start crackling everywhere. The shattered dragon pieces instantly morph into a badass horn wrapped in raw electricity. Russell is completely mind-blown, and right on cue, the system screen pops up. The system confirms the dragon heart's true form. He just unlocked the Forgotten King's horn, packed with pure lightning essence, skimming the epic drop notification. He realizes he's gonna have to tank this thing's power just like last time. He squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for pain, but the horn smoothly channels the energy right into his soul. Remembering how brutal the last upgrade was, he's thrilled this one is actually bearable. He breathes a huge sigh of relief as his body lights up like a living thunderbolt. Feeling the insane electrical energy buzzing around him, he's hyped to see a third of his 5th circle is already maxed out without even trying. Ding, another system prompt drops, telling him he has safely absorbed the Forgotten King's horn and maxed out his lightning essence intake. It explains that any leftover overpowered mana is just gonna chill inside him as a dormant battery. Plus, the alert reveals that his intermediate lightning stat just hit the advanced tier, but suddenly, well, you and I will have to see. Stick with me here, we are starting with an insane upgrade. Pepper appears out of nowhere with a massive roar looking way bigger. Russell is totally shocked. He asks if the lightning power caused this change, and Pepper happily nods. Without warning, Pepper spins around and leaps straight out the window, soaring into the dark night sky. Russell panics, rushing over to call him back. Pepper quickly returns, leaving Russell wondering if he's supposed to just hop onto his back. Nope, Pepper snatches Russell by the shoulders and drags him outside. Russell is freaking out, screaming to stop, until he suddenly goes quiet, seeing how incredibly high up they are. He realizes Pepper didn't just get a size buff, his flying speed is next level. Russell warns his buddy that being huge makes them a massive target. But Pepper motions for him to chill. Suddenly, he drops Russell and instantly transforms into pure fire. The flames become wings attaching to Russell, letting him fly. Our boy is hyped, realizing he has swift wings made of spirit flames. He asks to call them spirit wings, earning a hyped roar from Pepper. Russell lists his buffs: lightning essence, fifth circle mana, and now epic spirit wings. With this massive power-up, he feels ready to absolutely wreck any opponent fearlessly. Meanwhile, Brother Hubert meets with the Master about a new quest. Master Daria tells him his job is to bodyguard Count Kimberly, the special envoy from the Keel Kingdom. She explains that even though their military is basically trash, Keel stays neutral and protected because they produce a ridiculous amount of high-value mana stones. She adds that Marquis Comanche of the Promper faction actually tried dragging the Empire into this. The Master guesses that to avoid being controlled by the Empires, Count Kimberly decided teaming up with them was the smartest play. Later, as Hubert heads out, he thinks about the Keel Kingdom and realizes this escort mission is gonna be rough. Before leaving, Russell suddenly calls out to him. Hubert says it has been a minute, and Russell is glad he is doing well. Our boy then asks if he is heading to Keel Kingdom right now. Now pay close attention here. Hubert is confused, but Russell says Master Daria gave him permission to join. Why? Because Russell remembers the future, and on this exact mission, Hubert loses his life. Hubert is caught off guard. Suddenly, a system window pops up giving Russell a quest to survive the unknown danger and bring Hubert back alive. Russell thinks to himself that since he cannot stop the guy from leaving, tagging along is his only option to save him. Soon, the guys head to Keel Kingdom while Russell flexes his epic new wings. Hubert says they are almost there. He admits having Russell as backup is super reassuring, but he is curious why our overpowered boy actually decided to tag along today. Russell plays it cool, saying he just wants to rack up more achievements by working together. He then zooms forward to scout out the path ahead. Flying high, he connects the dots. If this quest fails, Hubert dies and the Empire takes over Keel Kingdom's politics. That practically guarantees the Empire is pulling the strings behind Hubert's upcoming murder. Mid-flight, the system screen flashes again, dropping an escort mission to get the special envoy safely into Kingdom territory. The sweet reward, 5 whole intermediate mana stones. Bingo, Russell instantly spots enemies clashing with Count Kimberly's guards. He swoops in close, deciding right then and there to totally wipe out these Imperial scumbags. He blasts the bad guys with a heavy fire cannon spell, hyping himself up to rewrite history and stop Hubert's tragic death. The Count spots that 5th circle magic and wonders who arrived. Russell lands smoothly after taking down the intruders. Walking up, he introduces himself as a flame tower mage, sent specifically for royal escort duty. Count Kimberly's face lights up, recognizing the famous Sir Russell. He drops his thanks, revealing that assassins started tailing him the exact second he left the castle. Sensing serious trouble nearby, Russell turns to investigate. He tells the Count to hold up a second and walks over. Far away, a mystery guy senses Russell's aura. He figures our boy is at Spandam's level, or maybe even stronger. Back in the woods, Count Kimberly's remaining guards are getting trashed by this guy. The captain yells that the Count hasn't gotten far enough away yet. Surrounding the attacker, the captain screams that they need to buy more time. The villain just cackles at their pathetic final stand. In a flash, he brutally skewers 2 guards at once. From a distance, Russell finally spots the ruthless attacker. Boom, a massive explosion rips through the battlefield, shattering the surrounding trees. The mystery villain just stands there menacingly in the wreckage. You and I both know this spells trouble. Russell recognizes him immediately. That is McCree Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster, Spandam's old master, and the exact guy who murders Hubert. Hubert finally catches up, regrouping with Russell and the Count. He is relieved seeing them safe and formally introduces himself to Count Kimberly. The Count introduces himself, super thankful for the backup. Hubert checks a dead guard, warning them that the attackers are definitely Imperial Army soldiers based on the scent he tracked. Russell notes they barely even tried hiding who they are. He guesses they either felt untouchable or they were rushing so fast they skipped the disguises. The Count is stunned, and Russell turns around, waiting for the real truth. Out of nowhere, the actual Keel Kingdom princess steps out of the carriage. Dropping her cloak, she praises Russell, saying he is just as sharp as the wild rumors claim. She then formally introduces herself as Princess Camilla of Kiel Kingdom. While evacuating them, the Count explains the plot. Marquis Comanche wants to grab absolute power by making his son marry the princess. Kimberly warns that with the Empire backing him up, Comanche's cruelty will be totally off the charts. Kimberly asks why they are sprinting like mad when they already ditched the bad guys. Hubert drops reality on him, saying the first group attacked. Trust me, this isn't over. Hubert knows another squad is right behind them, while Russell carries the princess. All right, stick with me here, because things are about to go completely off the rails. They think they've lost their pursuers, but our guy still feels this crazy, ominous vibe. Suddenly, his instincts scream danger. He yells for everyone to hit the deck, and they duck just in time to dodge a massive strike aiming for their heads. The attack is so ridiculously strong it slices right through the trees in front of them. The friction sparks a massive, blazing inferno on the spot. Hubert tells the Kiel Kingdom crew to run, promising they'll hold the line. As they bail, Hughes rolls up and our two mages step up. Hubert instantly recognizes this guy. He realizes they're facing a walking natural disaster. It's the Empire's great sword tiger himself, McCree Hughes, looking absolutely terrifying with those distinct features of his. Hughes glares at Russell, smirking that he must be the famous disciple. Suddenly, a red system screen pops up. It drops a survival quest, make it out alive with Hubert, and score 5 advanced grade mana stones plus 7 intermediate ones. High stakes, insane rewards. Russell realizes the raw pressure coming off this dude is completely insane. Meanwhile, Hughes straight up declares he's gonna make him pay in blood for his disciple's life. Without warning, Hughes unleashes a massive crimson wave attack called the Sword Cray right at them. Master Hubert instantly triggers an earthquake, while Russell pops double shields to block the hit. The shield completely tears up the ground right under Hughes. Hughes slices through the flying boulders with his blade and leaps into the air to dodge the earthquake, seeing him evade that first strike. Hubert doesn't hesitate. Giant stone hands burst from the earth, pinning all of Hughes's limbs, and Hubert screams for Russell to launch his attack. In a flash, Russell closes the gap and slams him with a blaze lance. The blast is so epic it sends debris flying everywhere, blinding Hubert's line of sight. Russell quickly leaps back to get some distance and figure out if Hughes survived, as the heavy smoke starts to clear out. Hughes taunts Russell, claiming he only learned cheap tricks from his cursed master, Dea. Russell suddenly realizes Hughes is completely covered in a terrifying aura. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Hughes drops his main blade, promising a surprise, and pulls out a nasty crimson weapon called Sword Fuckya. Boom, sick energy erupts from the blade and impales Hubert right in the chest. Hughes brags it's crafted from dragon bone and corrupted by 10 mages' blood. He snatches his main sword back and charges in for the kill, laughing that this new weapon is the ultimate mage killer. Russell scoops up a bleeding Hubert and launches into the sky right as Hughes obliterates the ground they were just standing on. Hughes actually praises his quick reflexes. Midair, Russell spots some rocks that look exactly like firebomb stones. Hughes fires off another barrage of crimson waves, daring him to dodge this absolute nightmare. The deadly waves track Russell from every angle, but he barely weaves through them. He figures those firebomb stones are his best bet to totally blindside Hughes. He drops Hubert safely by a tree and touches down. Hughes mocks him, asking if he's just stalling so his buddy can escape this unwinnable fight. Russell ignores the trash talk and whispers a plan to Hubert. He tells Hubert to escape and join the princess when he drops the signal. Hubert is shocked, asking if Russell really wants him to ditch him here. Russell begs him to trust his promise to survive. Hughes gets super impatient, asking if they are done chatting. Suddenly, pure lightning crackles in Russell's hands. Using his new essence, he blasts Hughes with chain lightning, gives the signal, and Hubert instantly teleports into the thick woods. Russell bets the firebomb stones will buy Hubert enough time, knowing he absolutely cannot underestimate a beast like Hughes. He literally throws a thunderstorm from his cloudy ring into the mix. He even pops stage 2 of his draconification, ready to go absolutely all out. Finally, he summons a massive arsenal of blaze lances and magical spears for one giant, devastating nuke. With maximum power, Russell lands a catastrophic explosion right on the paralyzed Hughes. Meanwhile, Hubert manages to group up with the Count and Princess and watches the giant blast from afar. The impact is so insane it leaves a massive crater behind. Russell jumps back, hoping that finally finished the job. But before he can even celebrate, Hughes snarls that he's crossed the line, swearing he's going to give him the most painful death imaginable. You probably thought it was over, right? Nope. Russell is stunned he survived, but right as Hughes lunges, his own sword suddenly starts glitching out and he curses. He's totally freaking out over his weapon. Out of nowhere, a booming voice demands to know how he dares strike the Dragon Lord with stolen dragon bones. Russell instantly recognizes that deep voice from the dragon heart. The voice calls Hughes a pathetic human, and a massive, glowing dragon face suddenly materializes right behind Russell. Russell is completely floored. Is the literal Dragon King backing him up? Soon after, the king confirms it, saying he'll lend him his raw, epic power. Power for a moment, and begs him to obliterate this trash who dared insult the dragon name. He also tells Russell to track down the other dragons because their survival depends on reaching him. He's destined to become the true master and the final hope for every dragon left in this entire world. Suddenly, insane dragon energy surges through Russell's veins. He has zero clue how it works, but he knows this godlike buff will help him crush Hughes. Next thing we see, Hughes screams as our boy literally chops his hand off. Russell charges in for the final kill using Overheat and Blaze Lance. But Hughes suddenly manifests a creepy phantom hand and catches the lance barehanded. He smirks, saying Russell really thought losing one arm would make him an easy target. He mocks Russell's arrogant eyes, comparing them to his dad's. Russell is totally shocked to realize this absolute psycho actually knew his father. Turns out Hughes didn't just know him, he actively wanted to rip those arrogant eyes out himself, but someone else managed to beat him to the punch. Russell is completely stunned, and I know your jaw just dropped too. Hughes hints the Empire wasn't acting alone, then literally vanishes to strike him from behind. But Russell's instincts are insane. He spots him, swings his blade, but Hughes ducks it. Hughes counters fast, forcing Russell to backflip away, landing perfectly on his feet. You and I are about to watch an insane fight, stick with me. Russell feels a sharp pain. Bam. Hughes pierced his side before he could even blink. Worse, that jerk actually laughs, mocking him for failing to dodge a basic attack. The knight fires another blast with that creepy phantom hand, but our boy barely scrambles out of the way, while he's still dodging. Hughes swoops in for a nasty slash, calling his moves totally predictable. Luckily, Russell throws up a magic shield just a split second before impact. Even with the shield up, the raw force is absolutely brutal. Hughes just keeps trash-talking his pathetic talent, literally calling him a clumsy little piece of crap. While Russell is reeling from the shockwave, Hughes spits out more venom, claiming you can't reach the next tier without making some kind of sacrifice. He says a kid like him isn't ready. Then he lunges in for the fatal blow, smashing the exact spot Russell is pinned down. But at the absolute last second, our boy pops his wings and launches into the sky. Ascending into the air, Russell finally has to swallow his pride. This opponent, a total superhuman, completely off the charts and way out of his league. Hughes actually leaps up to chase him down. Russell claps back by summoning a massive wind wave. It engulfs the knight completely, but somehow this absolute beast just tears right through it. Russell is totally stunned. Is winning actually impossible here? Nope, he refuses to throw in the towel. Thinking fast, he switches tactics completely and literally reverses the direction of gravity. The shift forces Hughes to plant his feet hard just to avoid floating away. Now it's time to show this knight how a real mage throws down. Russell unleashes another magic skill, triggering a massive explosion right where Hughes is trapped. The wild shockwave drops Russell to his knees, and he can only stare into the smoke, waiting to see the aftermath. Watch closely with me, this gets terrifying. A severely burnt Hughes simply walks right out of the flames. The madman dashes forward and strikes Russell with that freaky phantom hand, since his real arms are basically gone. The knight furiously screams, asking if he really thought those petty, lowly tricks would work. He flat out declares that Russell is dead meat. Russell knows he is in seriously deep trouble now. Desperate, he activates the cloud ring to summon the lightning giant. After all, Hughes literally just told him, to reach the top, you have to sacrifice everything. so Russell makes the ultimate gamble, sacrificing his own body to destroy this monster. A brutal bolt of electricity strikes Russell, blasting Hughes backward. By stimulating his own muscles with raw voltage, Russell's speed skyrockets. This was his hidden trump card all along. He summons his original construct, the swift charging lance, and dives in for a totally lethal strike. The charred, broken Hughes can only watch in absolute despair. Russell, zero hesitation, zero mercy. He just pierces right through the arrogant fool. Wait, plot twist, Hughes somehow lands a desperate counterattack, making Russell cough up blood. The fatal strike barely even fazed the knight. He just laughs like a total maniac at the wounded boy, then mercilessly punches him straight to the ground. Getting absolutely pummeled into the dirt, Russell silently prays for a miracle. And boom, out of nowhere, someone drops in and violently blasts Hughes away. That attack is so incredibly overpowered, it literally burns off Hughes' remaining limbs. The mysterious savior steps up, coldly asking how it feels to crawl like a pathetic bug. As the villain chokes on the man's name, this absolute boss just says it's time to die. He drops a nuke-level explosion on him, leaving nothing but a bloody puddle behind. The savior is honestly blown away that Russell managed to push a monster like Hughes this far solo. He quickly realizes that this kid's desperate, insane fight just changed the entire fate of Endmian. You and I both know what this means, right? As his crew rushes in to help him up, nobody can doubt him anymore. A hero is officially born. 10 days later, and our boy still hasn't fully recovered. Even with his wizard body and using overload, the damage was brutal. That gap between normal and superhuman is absolutely no joke. If Sir Niccolo hadn't pulled up exactly when he did, game over. Russell thought he was finally overpowered, but this fight proved he still has a massive grind ahead. Still, one thing keeps bugging his mind. The Dragon King told him to find the dragons, claiming their existence would somehow connect them together. Honestly, it makes absolutely zero sense to Russell. I mean, dragons are completely extinct in this world, so that leaves a massive, glaring question. Are there actually any giant flying lizards left alive? A bit later, he's catching up with Hubert and drops a massive lore bomb. Hughes had hinted that the Empire actually wasn't behind his dad's tragic death. Hubert thinks the villain was just trolling to mess with his head, but honestly, it's better to play it safe and secretly investigate the whole thing through the Flame Tower. Wrapping up the heavy stuff, Hubert says their master was completely stressed out. He's just super relieved to see our boy is still breathing. Before dipping out, he tosses Russell a fancy invitation to the royal banquet, sometime later at the actual event. Russell is feeling ridiculously awkward in a formal suit. He's a wizard, robes are just way cozier. While he's stressing over his outfit, Master Daria walks over, looking so incredibly happy to see him fully healed. She hypes him up for doing such epic things. As his teacher and the Flame Tower's big boss, nothing makes her prouder than his massive success. Mid-conversation, this super intense dude named Jillian suddenly approaches. Master Daria is actually pretty shocked to see him crash the party. Jillian smirks, saying he just had to see the rumored prodigy. Russell's eyes go wide, instantly recognizing the legend. It's Sir Jillian Pearlson. We're talking about an absolute weapon master, a superhuman aura user who handles 18 different weapons. Russell is mind blown. Why would a top-tier powerhouse come specifically for him? Jillian casually jokes about how Russell gave Hughes a brutal beatdown. Ever the humble guy, Russell just awkwardly admits he got super lucky. But Jillian isn't buying it. He believes luck only favors true skill, and totally praises our boy for taking out that toxic scumbag, Hughes, and all of his pathetic followers. Suddenly, Jillian randomly grabs Russell's arm, super impressed by his muscle tone. He asks if the kid is practicing spear skills on the side. Russell nervously admits he's still just spamming the most basic spear moves. Jillian nods, basics are cool and all, but he needs hardcore, specialized training to break past his limits. He then literally hands over a special ring, telling Russell to find him if he ever wants a real mentor. Completely stunned by this massive flex, Russell asks why he's being so generous. Jillian just smirks. It's not charity, he simply likes throwing some extra fertilizer on a super promising little tree. That gesture genuinely touches Russell's heart, and he promises to cash in on the offer. Suddenly, trumpet fanfare hits. The announcer declares that the King of Endmian has officially arrived. The whole room bows for the royals, But wait, Princess Hecate completely singles out Russell with a smile. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right in. You're about to see our tough guy blush like a fifth grader. When the king takes the stage, Hubert and Russell kneel. And the king totally hypes up Russell's massive contributions to the Kiel Alliance and their epic victory. Hubert scores 500 gold coins, 100 premium horses, plus tax rights over 1,000 southern households. But get this, he hands Russell 3,000 gold coins and gives him 3 whole cities. Out west, he names it Raymond County and puts our boy entirely in charge, which absolutely floors him. He's handed a royal document listing the exact names and locations of his new cities. Russell accepts it with massive pride, super pumped to finally have his own turf, putting him one giant step closer to restoring his family's honor. Rewards done, the victory banquet kicks back into high gear, while everyone is partying hard. Princess Heck's attendant spots her looking pretty salty. Hesse points straight at Russell, who's currently drowning in a sea of admiring women. Seeing the fan club, her attendant suggests she just ask him for a dance, but Hesse says she'll hold off. She claims there's a saying that playing it cool with younger guys is best, and patience is a mature woman's virtue. Her attendant just wonders where she learned that nonsense. Suddenly, Russell excuses himself from the ladies, walks straight up to the princess, and asks for a dance. When he does, Hecate smirks at her attendant, proving her waiting game worked. While dancing, Princess Heck casually mentions he looks like he has a question ready. Now pay close attention here. He asks why she promised to watch over him earlier. She coyly admits he's insanely skilled for his age, among other things. But mainly, she thinks he's super cute. This completely startles Russell, and he stammers out, asking what she means. But she just pulls him closer by the waist. She smoothly drops that a girl doesn't say things like that unless she's seriously interested. Especially someone like her. She tells him no pressure for an immediate answer, but she's definitely hoping for a yes down the line. Later that night, Russell steps out to clear his head. He knew she was bold, but saying all that straight to his face, wild. Hesidos is the king's sole heir, basically next in line for the throne. Dating her would be the ultimate power move for his family. But dude just isn't sure about his own feelings yet. Mid-crisis, Sir Alan suddenly rolls up, apologizing for crashing his solo time, but says he wants to officially end their wager. Back at the tower, it turns out Master Melville already sent Master Diria a letter proposing the exact same thing since Russell and Alan agreed. He knew Alan would reach out eventually, but this was way faster than anyone expected. When Master Daria asks his opinion, our boy says they don't need the 3 years from the original bet anymore, so they decide to just roll with it. Sometime later, they meet up at the Colosseum, standing inside a heavy-duty barrier built to tank sixth circle magic and expert sword auras. Russell reflects on being a weak second circle mage in his past life. He never dreamed he'd actually be standing on a stage like this. Master Daria yells to kick things off right away, no dragging it out, and Master Melville chuckles, wondering how long her tough talk will last. The 2 tower masters put up this crazy force field, so these guys don't have to stress about nuking the arena, letting them go completely all out. Down in the ring, Russell and Alan finally lock eyes. I know what you're thinking, Alan is a genius, but right now, they're basically equals. The real trick to winning this is closing that gap fast. He instantly dashes in, forcing Alan to dart backward to keep his precious distance. To Alan, fighting Russell feels more like boxing a crazy knight than fighting another mage. The dude is way too confident in his raw firepower and tanky stats. And yeah, the flame tower's burst damage hits way harder, but Alan counters instantly with a nasty icicle rain. Dodging the ice, Russell smirks. He expected nothing less from Sir Alan, a guy famous for his totally insane casting speed. But guess what? Our boy instantly counters with fire rain, vaporizing the attack. Watching them, Melville is totally shook that Russell copied Alan's formula in a split second. Once the smoke clears, Russell goes on the offensive. He launches a brutally heavy attack, Fire Lightning. Fire Lightning almost connects, but Alan quickly pops Blink, teleporting out of harm's way and completely wrecking Russell's plan to get up close. Knowing he has to lock down his movement, Russell stomps out a massive earthquake before Sir Alan can even react, completely catching the genius off guard. The strategy is brilliant. Use these explosive quakes to herd him into a corner so he can't keep running away. But out of nowhere, Sir Alan drops Ice Age. The whole arena instantly freezes solid, dead stopping the tremors in their tracks. Russell just smirks at this, while Alan realizes he's fighting an absolute monster. Deciding playtime is over, he summons a massive ice storm right over Russell's head. But our guy instantly pops up a firewall for cover. Then, suddenly, Russell's hands completely freeze over, ruining his casting. Alan sneakily used Frost Stop, a top-secret Blue Tower technique Melville taught his ultimate successor. Alan praises Russell's insane level-up, saying he'd love to keep testing him. But his master is watching, so playtime's over. Casting Aqua Field, he completely floods the stadium, sending massive waves crashing straight toward Russell. Seeing this tsunami coming, our boy decides to pull an ace he hadn't planned on showing yet. Boom, Russell triggers an explosion, blasting out crimson energy that totally paralyses Alan. Master Daria's eyes go wide. She recognizes this as dragon fear. So what do you and I take from this? The kid's overpowered talent comes from a literal dragon's bloodline, absolutely wild. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Russell literally transforms into a half-human, half-dragon hybrid on the spot. Daria is mind-blown, knowing his parents were totally normal humans, which only leaves one insane possibility. Master Melville pieces it together. There has to be an absolute top-tier, high-ranking dragon somewhere deep in the Raymond family bloodline. Down in the arena, Alan realizes the raw energy Russell just unleashed is literally making his entire body shake with fear. But hey, Russell isn't the only guy hiding his true strength. Alan still has tricks. He randomly drops a massive wide-area spell, strong enough to freeze an entire army in its tracks. Our boy quickly counters, casting the gay Bulver Overwrap Spear, fusing 6 of them together for an insane power boost to shatter Alan's magic. Alan decides he is totally done playing games. He unleashes a terrifying ocean of frost, so brutally cold that Russell panics, realizing it might literally freeze mana and time. Despite that, Russell violently rips right through the ice with his weapon, immediately realizing how absurdly tough that was. Honestly, he only survived because of his crazy battle experience fighting McCree Hughes. Alan is completely stunned, and Russell immediately lunges forward to strike. Russell is moving so insanely fast. Alan realizes he literally does not have time to use Blink, forcing him into a desperate block. Too late, Russell's spear smashes into him, sending him crashing to the dirt. With the blade pointed right at his face, Alan just smiles, fully realizing he just got wrecked. Boom, system notification, mission accomplished. Russell scores a top-tier mana stone, plus a literal god-tier relic from the ancient era as his epic loot. Up in the stands, Master Daria struts over to Melville, asking the old guy if he actually prepped that legendary relic like he promised. The old man totally takes the L, being the Blue Tower master. He can't back out now, so he slowly opens his stash to hand over the literal god-tier relic. Daria is honestly shocked he actually coughed it up. Later, on the ride back, Russell checks out his brand new mythical prize. It is the sewing kit of Arachne, a divine relic that straight up mimics the goddess's wild ability to literally slice and stitch space together. Now pay close attention here. This dagger cuts through reality itself, and if you pump mana into the chain connecting the blade and needle, you can literally stitch normal space to the sliced dimension. Just cutting reality is insane, but combining them, that is an absolute game winner for sneaky ambushes or crazy defense. Shortly after, his driver lets him know they have officially reached Autumn Moon Castle. Stepping inside, he quickly meets Sir Gillian and thanks the guy for the invite. News of Russell absolutely destroying Sir Alan already reached the weapon master. Russell stays humble, claiming it was just dumb luck. He quickly realizes they are standing in Gillian's actual office, though it straight up looks like an armory or a hardcore gym. Gillian laughs, admitting it was not always like this, but the weapons just kept stacking up over the years of endless, grueling training sessions. Knowing Russell rocks a spear, Gillian casually tosses him one, proposing a quick test to gauge his actual level so he can properly coach him. This is a massive opportunity for Russell, getting one-on-one pointers from a literal weapon master that is gonna upgrade his spear skills and make him super dangerous in future fights. As the spar kicks off, Sir Jillian flexes by letting Russell take the very first shot. Russell obviously is not turning down an opening like that. He totally charges in, but boom, instantly ends up flat on his back, completely bewildered by how fast he lost. Jillian did not even use magic, completely proving why he is respected as a terrifying weapon master. When Russell asks for feedback, Jillian bluntly says his vision and quick thinking are solid, but honestly, zero natural talent for swinging a spear around. Still, being self-taught makes it super impressive. Jillian finds him amusing, while Russell wonders if he should just drop magic on him next round. Suddenly, Jillian drops a deal. No free lessons. He will coach him once a week, but in exchange, Russell has to become a literal sparring dummy for his knights. You and I saw that coming, right? Fighting knights sounds brutal, but Russell makes a sneaky request. Meanwhile, Jillian summons his squad to meet him. Hearing Russell is in the house, one knight totally gossips, guessing he is the crazy mage who blew off McCree's arm. Rumor says he has horns and literally breathes fire. Another knight calls Cap, saying it sounds like a circus act. Lord Jillian soon arrives with Russell, and everyone instantly snaps to respectful attention. Right away, Jillian loudly announces to his squad that they are running 2 separate sparring matches against Russell, starting today. Round 1, full power, magic and aura allowed, but round 2, pure physical brawl. The knights are totally shocked about the no magic rule for round 2. They figure that puts Russell, a squishy mage, at a massive, unfair disadvantage. However, the real point of this bootcamp is boosting raw combat skills, not just experience. Skipping magic forces pure technique instead, moving on. Russell smoothly introduces himself, politely asking for their guidance before they start swinging, but right on cue. Boom, a wild system quest appears. The mission, spar with the Autumn Moon Knights, crush them in consecutive wins and score some low-grade mana stones. Let the games begin. First up is Rohaken, a solid 4th-grade knight. He respectfully bows, claiming it is an absolute honor to clash swords with a famous hero like Russell. They kick things off and Rohaken aggressively dashes in. His form is completely flawless, literally looking like it was ripped straight from a textbook. Russell definitely did not expect that from a lower-tier knight, but hey, that is Sir Jillian's intense training paying off. Still, Russell casually dodges it and sweeps him straight to the floor. Pointing his spear down, he asks to continue, but Rohaken completely taps out. On the sidelines, the rest of the squad is legit impressed. They realize this mage actually has some serious hands and terrifying physical combat skills. Suddenly, the vibe gets super tense. Getting utterly outplayed in pure martial arts by a spellcaster is a massive hit to their knightly pride, that secret request. So what do you and I take from this? Russell specifically asked to fight them magic-free, and Jillian agreed purely because it is absolutely hilarious. All right, stick with me here. This became insane motivation for the crew. Then Sir Vincent, a heavy-hitting 2nd-grade knight, steps up. He asks Russell to spar. The other knights start whispering, thinking those 3rd-graders just couldn't handle him. Vincent is an absolute beast. He is practically on par with the vice-captain. Russell totally hypes it up, thanking him for the awesome chance to throw down. Later that night, Jillian realizes he seriously underestimated our boy after Russell actually draws against Vincent, but Russell just plays it cool, claiming dumb luck. Jillian is not buying that luck excuse for a second. He straight up asks if Vincent could have survived if Russell used magic. Russell stays totally quiet, which proves Jillian right. Even a 1st-grade knight would get wrecked. Why? Because Russell is a 5th circle mage, meaning he is already expert knight tier. Jillian warns him to stop playing dumb. Sometimes acting too humble just comes off super arrogant. Soon after, Jillian unlocks a massive vault, flexing a gift for him. It is packed with rare books he grabbed while traveling the continent. This includes some insane spearmanship manuals for Russell to learn. Checking every single book would take forever. So Russell decides to just focus entirely on the spear techniques. Later, Jillian sees Russell struggling to pick between the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts and Lancia. He tells him both are absolutely top-tier manuals. Now pay attention here, this choice matters. The 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts is crazy hard but ridiculously powerful. Lancia, though, it is super refined and clean. Zero wasted movement, which makes it totally smooth to pull off. Jillian personally hypes up the heaven-shattering arts, but Russell locks in Lancia. Why? Because a clean, flexible style fits him better. As a mage, he needs versatility over raw brute strength. Jillian catches onto this, realizing he picked the smart option over the flashy one. It completely proves he thinks like a true mage. Jillian respects the call, telling him to master Lancia. Russell is honestly blown away that Jillian would just hand over something so valuable. The dude's generosity is seriously off the charts. But then Jillian casually reminds him about sparring with the knights. Yeah, nothing in this world is ever truly free, man. Later, chilling in a carriage, Russell visualizes the Lancia moves. He links the basic strikes together into one smooth combo string. But he keeps hitting a total wall at one specific spot. It has been 18 months since he got Lancia. Just memorizing it is huge. But perfecting it means unlocking its true vibe. He needs absolute focus, but life just keeps throwing crazy distractions at him. One massive headache is his system notification. He needs to break past his current limits and hit the 6th circle. Becoming a full 6th circle mage offers wild loot. We are talking highest tier mana stones and a totally secret mystery reward. Leveling up takes intense grinding and mental breakthroughs. There is literally zero fast track to do it. The Dragon King's voice just keeps echoing in his head. Find the dragons, become their master, and be the ultimate hope for the remaining survivors. He has zero clue where to actually find these dragon traces. Digging through old books, he found 4 possible locations to check. He hit up 2 already, but got absolutely nothing. That just leaves Red Mountain Belt Canyon and Curel Island. Let's be real for a second. Curel Island sounds like an absolute death trap right now. Way too dangerous. He decides to completely ditch Curel Island until he hits 6th circle. For now, he is heading to Red Mountain Belt Canyon's deep underworld. Chatting privately with Master Daria, she hears about his underworld trip. That place is dwarf territory, and normal humans cannot just stroll inside. Russell totally agrees, so she tells him to go find the White Magic Tower Master. She's half fairy and probably knows a solid cheat code. Later that night, Russell pulls up to the White Tower. Turns out, dwarves are technically part of the fairy race, so Daria was spot on. Walking up, he gets totally jump-scared by someone Daria forgot about. Brother Olsen grabs his neck, laughing that it has been forever. Turns out, he signed up for the underworld research trip too. Olsen thought he would be bored out of his mind since nobody goes there, but with Russell, it's party time. Has he met the boss? Olsen nods, saying he has met the White Tower Master. He describes her as super quirky but cute. Soon after, they step inside. Russell is totally thrown off by how adorable the room is. Entering the main hall, a girl hugging a teddy bear greets them. Olsen bows fast, but Russell just stares while she recognizes them. Her name is Amelia Merwin, the actual White Tower Master. She controls wind and spirits, mostly because she is half-elf. She flexes this insanely pure mana, which only elves give off. Olsen is mind blown she knows them, guessing it is Russell's fame. But Amelia says it is actually Russell's crazy unique mana. She floats over, sniffs him, and realizes he made a spirit contract. Russell happily confirms it, especially since literally nobody else has ever noticed that before. She asks him to summon his contracted spirit. Going to the underworld normally is basically impossible. You either need sick luck for a portal. Score a map with the portal location or grab a tracking artifact, since they literally have none of those. They need a spirit. Russell summons Pepper and Amelia completely melts. Trust me, you're going to want to see this mutant intermediate spirit. Stick with me because we are jumping right into the chaos. Archduke Bismer is talking to an enchanted skull named Karen. Yes, really, it is contract renewal day. Karen is just filling in because Hypnos, the big boss the Archduke actually made a deal with, is super busy. Bismer is totally shocked the 5-year contract is already up. Karen hands over a sketchy apple he is supposed to munch on at the end of the term, the second the Archduke takes a big bite. Boom, crazy magical energy swallows him whole. He figures spamming this deal means easy immortality, but nope. The wild side effects make that completely impossible. Snack time over, he warns Karen that Daria's disciple headed straight for the Red Canyon. Karen totally brushes it off. He already tracks that annoying woman's every single move. The skull realizes Bismarck is stressing over the border near the Amazonian forest. He thinks Russell might totally ruin their plans, especially after the whole Blaine disaster. But Karen chills him out. Their super secret operation is hidden deep inside the forest, miles away from the canyon. Unless Russell has a literal map for it, he won't find squat. Out of nowhere, Karen just poofs right out of the room. He claims other important people are waiting. This total disrespect from a trash-tier cultist seriously ticks Bismarck off. Once he takes the throne, Karen is definitely getting completely cancelled. Then he spots his favorite magic plant completely dead. Time is totally running out. Cut to the very next morning inside a moving carriage. Amelia gives Russell a huge shout-out for making the underworld search a total breeze. With Pepper tracking the Earth spirit gnome, finding the hidden path should be a complete cakewalk. They finally roll up to the legendary Red Canyon, and man, even from miles away. Russell feels this insane energy just pouring right off the rocks. He is hyped to find some dragon clues here. Olsen says skip the city and rush the canyon, and Russell agrees. They hop out and Pepper is unleashed to sniff out Gnome's scent, but the second he flies high, boom, one-horned eagles ambush him out of nowhere. Olsen tries to step up and blast them, but Russell pulls him back. Pepper specifically said hands off, then. You are going to want to watch this next part closely. Pepper blasts the birds with pure fire and celebrates. He catches Gnome's scent, leading the crew to over 300 caves. Searching all of them would take literal years with zero guarantee of finding the underworld. Thankfully, Pepper flies them right up to one very specific opening. Stepping inside, it is super obvious this is not your average cavern. Zero humidity, not a single stalactite hanging from the rocky ceiling. It feels completely man-made, like a giant fake tunnel designed just to hide the real entrance. And you know what that means in Manhwa, deadly traps are definitely waiting. But they are no cowards. They charge right in to see what crazy security system the dwarves built, pretty soon. They are dodging traps left and right. They just cleared trap number 15. Russell assumed he could just use magic to break them all like a boss. Nope, the entire cave is rigged with mana control jammers. His magic is totally blocked, which means it is finally time to break out his epic draconification skills. Right as he powers up, he feels a tiny spark of mana. Olsen is yelling to run, but our boy figures it out. The jammers have a blind spot here. He summons his blazing lance and unleashes his Lancer attack, the only logical reason they would ever leave a magical gap right in this specific spot. You and I both know what is hiding back there. Boom. Russell absolutely smashes through the wall with his lance, exposing the hidden warp gate, because no matter how insane dwarven technology gets, teleporting through space straight up requires mana. That is exactly why the jammers had to be totally shut off right around the warp gate. Olsen is mind blown by the big brain move. They step through the portal, finally dropping right into the underworld. Russell expected some cramped little cave town, but holy cow, this place is massive, like a full-blown royal capital, walking down the giant stairs. Some locals walk up, shocked to see humans. It has been ages since anyone found the gate. A dwarf asks if they snagged a secret map or if they are spirit contractors. Either way, they are super chill and welcome them as very important guests. The dwarves wave them over, offering a full grand tour of the inner city since the best stuff is deep inside. Russell just stares in total awe. He has literally never seen actual dwarves before. During the epic tour, the guides flex that those glowing ceiling stones were placed over 100 years ago, and they still shine like literal stars. They show off other crazy tech. Honestly, Russell feels like they are just bragging instead of actually guiding them. Suddenly, Olsen pulls Russell aside. He reminds him that even though they came together, their research goals are totally different. Russell nods and Olsen immediately ditches him to chase down a dark dwarf, yelling to meet back up in 3 weeks. He totally ignores Russell, who complains about splitting up, but another dwarf named Miggy drags Russell away, hyped to show him more sights. Suddenly, Russell spots a massive red dragon statue. He remembers the crazy myth about the underworld getting blessed by 2 ancient dragons. Miggy totally confirms it, turns out. The silver dragon, who totally controls iron and wind, gave everyone the ultimate steel blessing. Meanwhile, the badass fire dragon of flames handed out the legendary blessing of pure fire. This specific statue spot marks the exact place the fire blessing went down. History books even claim the giant beast used to crash here a few thousand years ago. Hearing this lore drop, Russell's brain goes into overdrive. If a dragon slept here, there must be leftover clues somewhere. He asks Miggy if tourists are allowed inside the altar room. The dwarf is chill with it and leads the way, walking over there. Miggy hypes up their local gear, claiming it crushes anything surface blacksmiths make. Because the weapons are so top tier, tons of different races hang out down here. Especially fairy folks from the Amazon forest hunting for premium loot. Out of nowhere, Russell gets totally jump-scared when Lady Ilo casually walks right up to him. She's pumped to see him, so what do you and I take from this? Good karma pays off. Scan, an elder from her white Ashtree tribe, officially thanks Russell. They trade friendly vibes. Scan was super curious about Ilo's savior, and boom, he suddenly senses Russell's aura feeling like an active, living volcano. He is completely mind-blown by his insanely pure mana. All right, come along with me. We find Russell discovering a Lowe's in the underworld buying weapons. A peace-loving elf buying gear, super suspicious. So he asks if her tribe's in trouble, and bam, his gut feeling was right. The Amazon forest monsters have gone totally savage. Ilo beats herself up, saying her unawakened blood caused this, but Scan quickly assures her it's not her fault. Flashing back, Iso once told him she carried green dragon blood. This gets Russell thinking, does the White Ash Tree tribe have any hidden dragon legends? But nope, aside from having that dragon DNA, she's completely clueless about the history. She promises to dig through her tribe's archives while he's chilling in the underworld, just in case. Anyway, fast forward a bit. They hit up the fire dragon's altar, but honestly, nothing special. He checks the silver dragon's altar next, only to realize it's literally identical in shape and location. While he's scratching his head wondering if it's a dead end, Miggy steps outside to give him some space to investigate. Then Russell touches the statue. Boom, a green light flares up and the silver statue's eyes start glowing bright. The silver dragon's voice echoes out. He's been waiting ages and his hyped Russell showed up before his lifespan hit 0. The green light explodes. Here is where it gets crazy. Watch closely. The dragon tells him to follow the path to meet the master of all dragons. A glowing green compass pops up over his hands. The dragon urges him to hurry up, so our boy wastes 0 time and sprints. Especially since that voice sounds like a guy on his absolute last breath. While booking it, he sees the compass arrow shrinking down. That means he's getting super close. He launches into the sky, tracking the compass right to a specific spot, but as he drops in, the building looks way too tiny for a giant reptile. It's obviously a front to hide a secret passage. Inside, a massive gate confirms his theory. Stepping up to the door, a voice welcomes him as the next absolute dragon master. The huge gate swings wide, revealing the legendary silver dragon, Sylvator. He warmly greets Russell, though Sylvador says he wants to chat for hours. But he's practically out of time. Russell is stunned until Silver explains his body and spirit are burnt out. His eternal rest is knocking. Russell wonders how a 10,000-year-old being faces death so chill. Meanwhile, Silver hands over his remaining power, tossing Russell a shining silver horn. The ultimate power passes from the old master Sylvador to the new, grabbing the epic horn. The system dings. He just inherited massive silver dragon power, the divine dragon king's horn, complete with raw wind essence. He already snagged fire and lightning, now he's got wind. Weirdly though, the system calls this the divine dragon king's horn, not the forgotten one. Sylvador asks why the new boss is holding off on absorbing it. Russell smoothly explains that the horn's energy boosts his understanding of mana elements. Honestly, it's way smarter to hit 6th circle mage level first, then unleash the full power upgrade later. Sylvador is actually impressed by his icy calm. He laughs, realizing Russell is truly a master worth waiting 10,000 years for. Praying for the kid's ultimate success, the ancient Silver slowly starts fading into dust. But declares his mission isn't over yet. Even as his spirit vanishes, Silver is passing a massive chunk of power to the child carrying his bloodline. You and I definitely saw this coming, right? Cut to Lady Ilo getting blasted by the late Sylvador's leftover wild energy. Back in the cave, Russell walks out super bummed. He had a million questions, and his absolute best laid literally vanished into thin air, heading outside. He literally bumps into Iso. She pulls back her hood, revealing two glowing horns and insane bright light. He's totally stunned. She drops to her knees, calling him her dragon lord, but before finishing, she just collapses cold. Russell panics, scoops her up, and rushes her to a healer. Watching over her, it finally clicks in his head. Alo is the actual successor of the silver dragon. But it seems her dragon powers aren't fully baked yet. She suddenly wakes up, acting like her usual self again. Then, the system chimes in. It tells Russell she's awakening as a second-generation dragon, but hasn't figured out her life mission yet, when she finally does. She's gotta choose, go full divine dragon or stay an elf. Russell sighs in relief. If she was forced into dragon mode, she'd be magically bound to serve him, which is just awkward. Totally clueless, Alo asks why she's crashed in his room. He explains she face-planted by the gate, so he emergency carried her here. Hearing this, she's super glad he found her first, wondering if those crazy horns caused her blackout. Turns out, a blinding silver light smacked into her right before she fainted. The hidden dragon essence finally unlocked. Realizing her crew must be freaking out, she decides to bounce. Before leaving, she sweetly prays the forest's blessings will guard him on his epic journey. By the next morning, Russell realizes he's got tons of free time. Finding the dragon's traces was supposed to take 20 whole days. He uses the chill schedule to visit Miggy and his buddy at the local forge, stepping inside. He tosses them a mystery item to appraise. They immediately sense insane mana purity. The stone is literally condensed magic, giving off heavy dragon heart vibes. But wait, the purity is way too high for a lower-tier dragon, yet physically too tiny to belong to a top-tier legendary species. Begging to keep it for a deep dive analysis, Russell easily agrees. The dwarves absolutely lose their minds cheering. And that's where we leave it, Russell watching them geek out over the dragon lore. Stick with me to see what they discover. You and I are jumping right back in as Russell hits the Grand Library. This underground spot is packed with wild, top-tier knowledge. Normally, a human like him would get booted out, but those Meister recommendations are literally a golden ticket. Being a Meister is a huge deal among dwarf artisans. Only 1 in 1,000 actually earns that legendary title, and somehow, both the dwarves he met are Meisters, which is wildly unexpected. This underground archive is massive, completely shattering everything the surface world thought they knew. Right now, our guy has 19 days left before heading back to the Flame Tower. His massive goal, smash right through that 6th circle barrier before time runs out. But reality hits hard. It is way too soon for that kind of jump. Accepting defeat for now, he swings by the forge to grab his item and say his final goodbyes. The dwarves are totally bummed he is leaving so soon. They beg him to stay a bit longer since they only made decent progress, but no groundbreaking discoveries on his item yet. What they did figure out, this mana stone is not natural. Someone custom made this thing for a very specific reason. When Russell asks how they know that, they explain the crazy alchemical reactions match something they have seen before. Pulling out an ancient book, they show him this object is a literal magnum opus, crafted by breaking down something else entirely. A magnum opus is basically the ultimate alchemy masterpiece. They seriously think this mana stone rivals a legendary philosopher's stone in value. The only problem is they have zero clue what the base material actually is. Still, Russell is super grateful. The info is plenty, and he thanks them for showing him how insane the underworld is. They tell him to visit anytime. Walking away, he realizes the base material is probably a draconic heart, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Later, he heads to his meetup spot with Olsen. He doesn't see him at first, but then Olsen rolls up dripping in shiny oil. Apparently, this stuff gives dwarves their insane muscle strength. Olsen actually wants to adapt it for humans, which was his main research gig. Catching Russell's vibe, he asks if his own project hit a wall. But Russell admits he got exactly what he came for down here. Now pay attention here because Olsen realizes the real issue is that massive 6th circle wall. Russell can clearly see the barrier, but just cannot break through it, which is beyond frustrating. Olsen remembers an old saying, 100 mages means 100 different paths to enlightenment. It is super tricky, and even good advice can totally backfire. That makes it an unwritten rule to just stay out of it, but basic tips are fair game. Out of nowhere, Olsen asks if he knows he can lift 1,500 pounds, nearly 700 kilos. Russell is completely stunned hearing this. Olsen admits he could not lift that initially, but by grinding nonstop, day after day, it finally happened. He tells him magic enlightenment works exactly the same way if you put in the insane daily effort without quitting. Then boom, it hits you, those words echo. He realizes he needs to chill. He has grown insanely fast this past month. Strolling along, Olsen points out the gorgeous Red Canyon sunset. That glowing light blurs the horizon completely. Suddenly, every spell Russell ever learned feels like it is stacking up, leading to a massive breakthrough just ahead. Just like that, a wild mental projection floods his brain. He sees every single experience translating into pure magical formulas. Looking at that blazing sky, he merges his knowledge straight into the image of the sunset. Boom, he invents a totally original construct called the falling sun. The energy is so violently overpowered that Olsen literally has to stop him from frying the canyon. Since Russell is stuck in a total trance, Olsen casts sleep magic, catching the kid. You and I both know Olsen gave him advice, but he never expected a sudden enlightenment. This is going to completely flip the academic world upside down. Russell is now officially the absolute youngest sixth circle mage. The system immediately chimes in, announcing his massive new rank and rewarding him with the highest grade mana stones available. He gets advanced, intermediate, and lowest grade mana stones, plus a totally mysterious unknown reward. Fast forward to the Flame Tower, Russell thinks back to the falling sun construct that triggered his massive level up. Pure mana is surging through his veins like crazy. It is on a completely different level from his old fifth circle days. On top of that, he checks out his new golden mask reward. The last one was pure attack power, right? Well, this one gives insane debuff immunity, perfectly blocking pagan curses. Meanwhile, Master Daria welcomes him back, asking about his underworld trip. But before finishing her sentence, she instantly senses he broke through the wall. He chuckles, admitting the field trip really paid off. It has barely been a year since he hit the fifth circle. Master Daria totally misjudged his insane talent, thinking he needed several more years to level up. Either way, she is hyped and says this is exactly what she expects from him. He promises to keep grinding. Plus, she finds it absolutely hilarious imagining how mad Master Melville will be about this. Out of nowhere, she decides to test her prodigy's new skills, instantly teleporting them to an arena. This setup brings back memories of the Ruin expedition, back when just one giant was a nightmare. Daria knows those guys would be a total joke to him now. So she cranks the difficulty way up to match his new stats, dropping her signature construct, the Firewood Dwarves. Instantly, the whole arena is completely swarmed with several hundred blazing fire golems, but the master smirks, warning him not to freak out just yet. Because trust me, you are going to want to see this. Before he can even react, she summons a massive, towering giant firewood king into the mix. All right, stick with me here. Russell wonders if she is pushing it, but he knows she wants the real deal. So he answers back with his crazy falling sun construct. It is a massive warfare spell that totally hypes up Master Daria. He excitedly flexes his new enlightenment for his master. Boom, he completely roasts every single golem using that falling sun power. Once the smoke clears, he realizes his destructive power is way too insane right now. In a real fight, he would have totally nuked his allies. Master Daria quickly walks over, suddenly figuring out that his crazy fast growth happened because he tapped into mental projection. She's super curious and asks exactly what mental image he used. He tells her it was a burning sunset. That blows her mind, since mental projection is a super rare, once-in-a-lifetime mage skill, but this spell is still totally unfinished. Just thinking about him fully maxing it out gets her absolutely fired up. Watching her super talented, late-in-life student level up so fast is honestly just pure entertainment. Sometime later, Russell is chilling alone at home, thinking back on his master's big promise. She said she would officially register his circle achievement with the association. Why? Because his casting speed, raw power, and absolute rarity are completely unmatched. Her approval is a massive deal to him. Next up on his to-do list, absorbing the magic from Silver's wind essence horn and cashing in all those sweet mana stones. He has so much loot it is going to take forever to process. He starts by straight up stabbing himself. After grinding from dawn until dusk, the system pops up. He has maxed out the Divine Dragon King's wind essence horn. Any extra mana gets directly absorbed by his latent power. Once he finally awakens, that hidden stash is going to give him an absolutely insane boost. His advanced wind attribute understanding shoots way up, but surprisingly, his actual rank stays exactly the same. Still, his body feels so much lighter thanks to that wind magic. Out of nowhere, he throws a punch and releases massive energy. That was just a light swing. If he combined this with his overload wizard body technique, he could totally go toe-to-toe with second-grade knights using zero magic. Suddenly, he gets a visitor alert. He nervously wonders, could it be the princess? Spot on, he steps outside to meet her, and she immediately asks about his crazy underworld trip. She admits showing up unannounced is a bit rude, but her curiosity was killing her. Russell cheerfully smiles and says she can ask anything she wants about the underworld. But she says there is something way more important she needs to ask first. Russell freezes up. Now pay close attention, because this is where it gets spicy. The system literally drops a mission to respond to Princess Heki Rathmos because she has been waiting forever. The rewards are no joke either. We are talking an intermediate mana stone and the legendary arrows and Psyche's rings. She looks him in the eye and asks if he thought about her. Our boy is totally cornered by this quest. Russell's face turns completely red. He awkwardly mumbles that she is joking around too much. She just laughs, loving how easy it is to tease this stiff guy. She softly adds that her efforts clearly have not been a total waste. She makes it clear she does not need a solid answer right now, just asking him to think about it. She has been constantly chasing him since the last ball. But he kept dodging her, using his revenge mission as an excuse. Looking back, he realizes he was acting like a total coward. She smiles, saying time absolutely flies when they are together, but she playfully sighs, saying it is a shame she will not get her answer today. Before she can even finish, Russell drops to one knee, pulls out those rings, and admits he really is stiff. So instead of a smooth speech, he simply says he is looking forward to their future together. Heki jumps back, joking he is ruining the mood. Still, she blushes and admits that even his super awkward, mood-killing words somehow sound incredibly sweet. She happily accepts the ring and says she cannot wait for their future, but she warns him she is going to tease him forever as payback. You and I both know peaceful moments never last, right? Fast forward to their engagement party, and the entire city is throwing an absolute rager. The Kiel delegation rolls up. Crown Prince Saren of the Golden Sand Dunes thinks all this hype is completely pointless. But the great shaman Kasa of the Golden Sand Dunes, who came with him, disagrees. Kasa explains that you absolutely need this level of massive flex to show off a 20-year-old prodigy who already hit the sixth circle. Saren is not buying it. He thinks the Empire is just fishing for new allies by inviting so many countries. Honestly, he is sick of the politics and just wants to see this Russell guy. Back inside, Russell is totally stressing out because he has to wear 4 different tuxedos. He is drowning in formal gear and asks Sir Alan why engagements are so extra. Alan quickly shuts that down. This is not just a happy party. Tons of foreign envoys are here, meaning the king is definitely playing a major political game today. It is not just about locking down royal power. This is a massive stage to flex Endymion's strength. Russell suddenly starts sweating. He is the ultimate trump card they want to show off. Alan tells him to chill and forces him to study etiquette. A bit later, the massive banquet kicks off. Hecate Rathmos is officially announced as the first heir to the Endymion royal throne. Then it is time for the groom. Count Russell Raymond is called up, and our boy steps out looking absolutely flawless. One guest immediately doubts if this kid is actually Tower Master level. So what do you and I think? Trust me, keep watching. Prince Saren tells the guy complaining in the back to just test him. When the dude gets snippy, Saren snaps his fingers. Boom, magical snakes fly straight at Russell, making Hecate scream in terror. Let us dive right in. Russell tells her to relax, mostly because he was already looking for an excuse to flex. And what a perfect stage it is. He drops a circle projection, flashing his 6 rings, and completely toasts those snakes on the spot. The guest absolutely loses it, a real 6-circle mage. To top off the projection, Russell blasts fire high into the sky, setting off epic fireworks to keep the party vibes going. Sarin is seriously impressed, hiding this insane level of magical power, way past what any of the crazy rumors claimed. Meanwhile, deep out in the spooky woods, a pagan cultist chats with Archduke Bismarck using a literal skull. They are discussing the engagement of their sworn enemy Daria's disciple to the Endamian royal family. The Archduke admits the harsh truth. Someone with power rivaling the legendary Tower Masters just officially joined the royal family. Right in the middle of this dark chat, a wild forest monster tries to ambush the cultist, but he quickly forces it into submission. When the beast roars, he tells Bismarck it was just a pesky rat showing its teeth. Anyway, the cultist sarcastically congratulates the Archduke on scoring such a powerhouse for his family. Bismarck instantly snaps back. He does not see them as family, just dirty thieves who stole his rightful throne. Bismarck asks for an update on their super-secret forest excavation. The pagan admits it is going to take a few more years. And even then, who knows how many keystones will survive intact? The Archduke demands to know if they actually work. Now pay attention to this lore drop. These are the legendary Tartanos keystones, originally used to seal the ancient giants. Even a handful could easily lock down an 8th circle mage. The only catch, tampering with that Tartanos seal even a tiny bit has made every single monster in the forest go completely berserk. But the Archduke actually loves that. He figures rampaging beasts will distract and weaken the Endamian army, speeding up his own evil master plan. The pagan finds it hilarious. The Archduke cheering for the brutal deaths of his own innocent citizens basically proves he is a total tyrant. They only pulled this off by wiping out the ancient records from the era of gods. That includes deleting all the stories about those giant monsters and the otherworldly savior.